Wars of the 21st Century, New Fears, New Threats. Ignacio Ramonet. Specialist in Geopolitics and International Strategy and Professor of Communication Theory at the Denis Diderot University in Paris. Wars of the 21st Century, New Fears, New Threats. Review. In 21st Century Wars, Ignacio Ramonet forcefully exposes the key questions we must ask ourselves at the beginning of this 21st century and presents a portrait of the new face of the world after the September 11 attacks, the United States offensive against international terrorism, the worsening of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in the Middle East, and the rise of the extreme right in the European electoral landscape. This new world order is conditioned by another central phenomenon, globalization, which has begun another era of conquests on Earth whose protagonists are not colonizing states this time, but private companies and multinationals willing to dominate the planet by invading markets instead of countries. This commodification of the world translates into a formidable aggravation of inequalities and an impressive destruction of nature, which is plundered for profit. Faced with the effects of economic globalization, and the new fears and threats that threaten the world, citizens demand a series of new collective rights that include the right to the preservation of nature and an uncontaminated environment, to a humane city, to non-manipulated information, to peace, and to the development of peoples. We cannot be content with a planet where 1 billion inhabitants live in prosperity and 3 billion live in the most appalling misery. Civil societies must claim their leading role in the great international negotiations. To change this world, you have to be able to dream of a different future. Wars of the 21st Century, New Fears, New Threats. To my mother, social fighter. To my father, a combatant in the Spanish War. The new face of the world. 1 year after the attacks of September 11, 2001, and after the war against the Al-Qaeda terrorist network and the Taliban regime in Afghanistan, what are the main geopolitical characteristics of the planet at the beginning of the 21st century? The United States dominates the world like no other empire has ever done. Their supremacy is overwhelming in the 5 traditional spheres of power: political, economic, military, technological, and cultural. In a way, the United States is the first proto-world state, says an American analyst. He has the ability to lead a modern version of the universal empire, a spontaneous empire whose members willingly submit to his authority. Thus, for the first time in human history, the world is dominated by a single hyperpower. This hyperpower has exhibited its imperial hegemony in Afghanistan in 3 ways: annihilating the Taliban regime and most of the armed Al-Qaeda networks that supported it under bombs in a matter of weeks, setting up a formidable diplomatic coalition in support of his retaliatory action, with the contribution, in particular, of Russia and China, while limiting reference to the United Nations Organization, UN, to a minimum, and, finally, recruiting the once proud British forces as mere auxiliary troops, while keeping obliging but expendable allies such as France, Germany, Spain, Italy, Canada, and Japan at arm's length. However, in this new era, such a display of military and diplomatic might is misleading. Indeed, despite its immense superiority, the United States has not contemplated militarily occupying and conquering Afghanistan, as England tried to do in the 19th century and the Soviet Union in the 20th, although the enterprise did not offered no technical difficulties. Why? Because, unlike what happened in the 19th century and for much of the 20th, military supremacy no longer translates into territorial conquests. In the current situation, and considered in the long term, these are politically uncontrollable, militarily dangerous, economically ruinous, and disastrous for the media, in a context that has confirmed the media as strategic actors of the first order. The dynamics of globalization. Another essential phenomenon: all states are affected by the dynamics of globalization. In a way, it is a second capitalist revolution. Economic globalization extends to the most remote corners of the planet, avoiding both the independence of peoples and the diversity of political regimes. So much so that the Earth is experiencing a new era of conquests, as in the era of colonization. But if the main actors of the previous conquering expansion were states, this time those who seek to dominate the world are private companies and conglomerates, industrial and financial groups. The owners of the earth were never so few or so powerful. These groups are mainly located in the United States, European Union, Japan triad. Half of them are based in the United States. This concentration of capital and power has accelerated tremendously over the last 20 years, under the effect of the information technology revolutions. The 21st century that is beginning will witness a new qualitative leap driven by modern genetic techniques for manipulating life. The privatization of the human genome and the widespread granting of patents on biological processes open new perspectives of expansion to capitalism. A large-scale privatization of everything that affects life and nature is being prepared, which will favor the appearance of a power that is probably more absolute than any other that has been known throughout history. Globalization does not aspire so much to conquer countries as to gain markets. The objective of this modern power is not the annexation of territories, as in the times of the great invasions or in the colonial periods, but the control of wealth. This conquest brings with it impressive destruction, as evidenced by the spectacular bankruptcy of Argentina in December 2001. This country was the best exponent of the universal model advocated by the IMF, which tries to export it to the entire planet with dogmatic stubbornness. The fall of Argentina is to neoliberalism what the fall of the Berlin Wall was to state socialism, evidence of discredit, proof of failure. In the rest of the world, in all regions, entire industrial sectors are facing closure with the resulting social suffering, mass unemployment, underemployment, precariousness, exclusion. 18 million unemployed in the European Union, 1,000 millions of unemployed and underemployed in the world. Overexploitation of men, women and, what is more scandalous, of children, 300 million minors suffer it in conditions of extreme brutality. Globalization is also the looting of nature, the planetary looting. Large private companies prey on the environment using disproportionate tools, they deplete natural wealth, which is the common good of humanity, and they do it without scruples and without restraint. This phenomenon is added to an economic crime linked to the financial world and big banks, which recycle sums of more than €1 billion per year, that is, more than the gross national product, GNP, of a third of humanity. Unruly chaotic entities. Generalized commodification translates into a formidable aggravation of inequalities. Although the global production of staple foods is equivalent to more than 110% of the planet's needs, 30 million people still die of hunger each year and more than 800 million suffer from malnutrition. In 1960, the richest 20% of the world's population had income 30 times higher than that of the poorest 20%. It was a situation scandalous, but, far from improving, it has continued to worsen. At present, the incomes of the rich are not 30, but 82 times higher than those of the poor. Of the 6 billion inhabitants of the planet, barely 500 million live comfortably, while 5,500 subsist in precarious conditions. The world has lost its way. State structures, like traditional social structures, are disastrously swept away. To a greater or lesser extent but in a generalized way, in the countries of the South and the East, the state is crumbling. The authorities withdraw or are expelled from the peripheral territories, which become authentic zones without law. In Pakistan, in the Caucasus, in Algeria, in Somalia, in Sudan, in the Congo, in Colombia, in the Philippines or in Sri Lanka, chaotic and ungovernable entities are developing that evade any form of legality and return to a state of barbarism. Force prevails over law, and only violent groups are capable of imposing their law by subjugating populations. New threats arise: hyperterrorism, religious or ethnic fanaticism, nuclear proliferation, organized crime, mafia networks, financial speculation, bankruptcy of macro companies, Enron, large-scale corruption, spread of new pandemics, AIDS, Ebola virus, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, ecological disasters, greenhouse effect, desertification, etc. Paradoxically, when democracy and freedom apparently triumph on a planet that has rid itself of most of the worst dictatorial regimes, censorship and manipulation return with renewed force under various guises. Seductive opiums of the masses propose a kind of brave new world, distract citizens, and try to separate them from civic and protest action. In this new era of alienation, in the age of the Internet, world culture, or global culture, and planetary communication, information technologies play a fundamental ideological role in muzzling thought. The explosion of the world. All these structural and conceptual changes, started a decade ago, have produced a real explosion of the world. Fundamental geopolitical concepts such as state, power, sovereignty, independence, border, or democracy have acquired totally new meanings. To such an extent that, if we observe the functioning of international life, we cannot fail to note that its actors have changed. On a planetary scale, the three main protagonists, which, under the old monarchical regime, were the nobility, the clergy, and the common state, are currently, 1. The associations of states, ALENA, United States, Canada, and Mexico, Union European, Mercosur, ASEAN, etc., 2. Global companies and large media or financial groups, and 3. Global non-governmental organizations, NGOs, Greenpeace, Amnesty International, ADUC, Human Rights Watch, World Wildlife, etc. These three new actors operate within a planetary framework set not so much by the United Nations Organization, as a sign of the times by the World Trade Organization, WTO, the new global arbiter. The democratic vote of all citizens has very little weight in the internal functioning of these three new actors. This great mutation of the world, which empties democracy of its content, has been consummated without anyone noticing, not even the political leaders themselves. Act against liberal globalization. Indeed, all these rapid and brutal changes destabilize political leaders. For the most part, they feel overwhelmed by a globalization that changes the rules of the game and reduces them, even partially, to impotence. Because the true owners of the world are not those who show off the appearance of political power. This is the reason why citizens multiply actions and mobilizations against the new powers, as was seen in December 1999, on the occasion of the WTO summit in Seattle, and later in Prague, Davos, Nice, Quebec, Genoa and Barcelona. They are convinced that, deep down, the objective of liberal globalization, in the millennium that we have just begun, is the destruction of the collective, the appropriation of the public and social spheres by the market and the private sector. And they are determined to oppose it. Other evidence, in the era of neoliberalism, geopolitical supremacy and the exercise of hyperpower are far from guaranteeing a satisfactory level of human development for all citizens. Among the inhabitants of a country as rich as the United States, for example, there are 32 million people whose hope of life is less than 60 years, 40 million without medical coverage, 45 million living below the poverty line, and 52 million functionally illiterate. Similarly, within the affluent European Union, at the time of the birth of the euro, we have 50 million poor and 18 million unemployed. Globally, poverty remains the rule and well-being the exception. Inequalities have become one of the structural features of our time. And they keep getting worse and alienating the rich from the poor more and more. The 225 largest fortunes in the world represent a total of more than 1 trillion euros, or the equivalent of the annual income of 47% of the poorest people in the world population, 2.5 billion human beings. Today, there are individuals richer than many states. The wealth of the 15 richest people on the planet exceeds the total gross domestic product, GDP, of all the countries of sub-Saharan Africa. Dominators and dominated. Who rules the world on this threshold of the 21st century? It can be said that the reins of the planet are in the hands of a double triumvirate, which acts as a kind of world executive. On the geopolitical and military level, the triumvirate is made up of the United States, the United Kingdom and France. In the economic, financial, and commercial, by the United States, Germany, and Japan. In both cases, the United States occupies a high predominant position. The number of states on the planet, which at the beginning of the 20th century were barely 40, has been increasing until it approaches 200. The proliferation of states has been one of the great characteristics of the 20th century. But geopolitically, the world is still dominated by the small group of states, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Japan, and the United States, that ruled it at the end of the 19th century. Among the dozens of countries that emerged from the dismantling of the Great British, French, Spanish, Dutch, Portuguese and Belgian colonial empires, only 3, South Korea, Singapore, and Taiwan, have reached a sufficient level of progress to allow them to access the category of developed countries. The rest remain stuck in chronic underdevelopment and seemingly eternal poverty. Getting out of this situation will be all the more difficult for them since the price of raw materials, including hydrocarbons, on whose sale their economy essentially depends, is experiencing an unstoppable fall, given that the large developed countries, in addition to not wanting to pay for the raw materials at their fair price, have considerably reduced the use of a good number of basic products, metals, fibers, foodstuffs, when they have not replaced them with synthetic products. In Japan, for example, each industrial production unit has reduced its consumption of raw materials by almost 40% compared to 1973. As the 21st century progresses, the new wealth of nations will be based more and more on gray matter, knowledge, information, research, and the ability to innovate, and not on the production of raw materials. In this regard, it is not an exaggeration to state that, in this post-industrial era, the 3 traditional factors of power, extension of territory, demographic importance, and abundance of raw materials, have ceased to be enviable attributes and have paradoxically become serious disadvantages. The very large states, highly populated and very rich in raw materials, Russia, India, China, Brazil, Nigeria, Indonesia, Pakistan, Mexico, are among the poorest on the planet. The exception of the United States confirms the rule. At the opposite extreme, in our age of financial globalization, microstates with hardly any land, very little population and no raw materials, Monaco, Liechtenstein, Gibraltar, the Cayman Islands, Singapore, have some of the highest per capita incomes. High in the world. General chaos. The area of generalized chaos is constantly expanding, encompassing, and attracting a growing number of states whose economic system is definitely stagnant, and plunging a growing number of countries into endemic violence. Since 1989, the year that saw the end of the Cold War, there have been more than 60 armed conflicts, with a balance of hundreds of thousands of deaths and more than 17 million refugees. Today, in many places on the planet, daily life is simply hellish. It is not surprising that a growing number of people, especially the youngest, want to flee chaos and violence and try to emigrate at all costs to developed and pacified areas of Western Europe and North America. In many poor countries of the South, the state has failed. It has been unable to guarantee peace, development, and security to its citizens. And these have been forced to emigrate en masse. About 120,000 Moroccans, for example, emigrate each year, most of them clandestinely. 6 million Moroccans, of the 30 that Morocco has, already live abroad, that is to say, 1 inhabitant out of every 5. It is a much higher proportion than the one known, in the 19th and 20th centuries, by the great countries of European emigration, such as Ireland, Italy, Poland, Portugal, and Spain. There has been the fact that the inhabitants of certain countries of the South renounce the struggle of their elders for independence and demand the return of the colonial power, in the Comoros Islands, or even the pure and simple absorption by the dominant metropolis, in Puerto Rico. As a political entity, the Third World has ceased to exist. These are so many other symptoms of the crisis of the nation-state and of politics, At a time when the second capitalist revolution, the globalization of the economy and technological mutations are transforming the geopolitical landscape. At a time when, in addition, the number of macro companies whose weight often exceeds that of the states is multiplied by mergers and concentrations. General Motors' turnover is greater than Denmark's GDP, ExxonMobil's exceeds Austria's GDP. Each of the world's top 100 global companies sells more than any one of the 120 poorest countries' exports. These global megacompanies control 70% of world trade. Its leaders, like those of the large financial and media groups, occupy the reality of power and, through their powerful lobbies, influence with all their weight the political decisions of legitimate governments and elected parliaments. In short, they kidnap democracy for their benefit. Need for counterpowers. The traditional counterpowers, parties, unions, free press, more necessary than ever, seem ineffective. And citizens are wondering what bold initiatives will restore the social contract versus the private contract in this 21st century. They remember that, in October 1917, the Bolshevik Revolution was enough for 10 days to convulse the world. And that, for the first time, the steamroller of capitalism had to stop for a long time. The momentum of capitalism had benefited from the impetus of the contributions of great theoreticians, Adam Smith, David Ricardo, of decisive technological advances, steam engine, railway, and of important geopolitical transformations, consolidation of the British Empire, unification of Germany, emergence of the United States. The conjunction of all these factors produced the first capitalist revolution. But, at the same time, this expansion crushed the very workers whose efforts created wealth in the new factories, as Charles Dickens, Émile Zola, or Jack London attested in shocking novels. How to obtain collective benefit from the formidable wealth produced by industrialization, while avoiding the social annihilation of the humble. This is the question that Karl Marx would answer in his seminal work, Capital, 1867. And it will take another 50 years for a brilliant political strategist named Lenin to seize power in Russia at the head of the Bolsheviks and found the Soviet Union with the messianic hope of liberating the proletarians of the whole world. Second Capitalist Revolution. 80 years later, the Soviet Union has foundered and the world is undergoing another great mutation, which I have come to call the Second Capitalist Revolution. Like the first, it is the result of the convergence of a bundle of transformations occurring in three fields. First of all, in the technological field. The computerization of all sectors of activity and the digital revolution, sounds, texts and images transmitted at the speed of light by means of a single code, have allowed the realization of information superhighways and bring about revolutionary changes in work, economy, communications, education, creation, leisure, etc. Second, in the economic field. New technologies favor the expansion of the financial sphere and stimulate activities that have four fundamental qualities: globality, permanence, immediacy, and immateriality. The Big Bang of the stock markets and deregulation, promoted in the 80s by Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, have favored the globalization of the economy, which constitutes the fundamental dynamics of this beginning of the century and whose influence no country can escape. Third, in the sociological field. The two aforementioned transformations make a clean slate of the traditional prerogatives of the nation-state and invalidate a certain conception of political representation and power. This, once hierarchical, vertical and authoritarian, today tends to adopt a reticular, horizontal, and thanks to the manipulation of consciences facilitated by the great mass media consensual structure. Disoriented, societies launch a desperate search for meaning and models, since these three great changes occur simultaneously, which accentuates the shock effect. Communication and market. At the same time, two of the pillars on which modern democracies rested, progress and social cohesion, are replaced by two others: communication and the market, that distort their nature. Communication, converted into the first superstition of the present time, is offered to us as a means capable of regulating everything, including interpersonal conflicts, both within the family and in the school, the company, the factory, or the state. It is the universal peacemaker. However, it is to be feared that its very abundance will give rise to a new form of alienation and that its excesses, instead of freeing consciences, will end up imprisoning them. Currently, the market tends to manage, to regulate all human activities. In the past, certain areas, culture, sports, religion, were kept out of their reach. Now, they are absorbed into the market sphere. The governments gradually cede ground to it and abandon public sector activities, electricity, railways, post office, education, etc., through privatization. However, the market continues to be the main enemy of social cohesion, and global cohesion, since its logic only conceives of a society divided into two groups, the solvent and the insolvent. The latter, which neither produce nor consume, do not interest him at all, they are, so to speak, out of the game. By nature, the market is a producer of inequalities, which does not prevent it from displaying an astonishing arrogance. It is enough to show the following anecdote. Some time ago, the same advertisement covered the corridors of dozens of airports throughout Europe, imitating the graphic style of images of the Chinese Cultural Revolution. It depicted a line of smiling protesters advancing at the head of a march, brandishing multicolored banners flapping in the wind and shouting, "Capitalists of the world, unite." It was an advertisement for Forbes, the American magazine of millionaires. Parodying the famous communist slogan, "Proletarians of the whole world, unite," was an ironic way for this magazine to celebrate the 150 years since the appearance of the Manifesto of the Communist Party by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, too young. Marx was 30 years old and Engels, 28, as well as the Revolution of 1848, which imposed universal male suffrage and the abolition of slavery, and the Revolt of May 68. It was also a way of affirming, without fear of being denied. The posters were neither torn nor smudged. Two things: communism no longer inspires fear, capitalism has gone on the offensive. How to explain this new arrogance of capital? An illusion destroyed. It began after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the disappearance of the Soviet Union, in a context of political stupor that manifested mourning for the destruction of an illusion. The sudden revelations of all the consequences of decades of state control in the East had shocked and shaken consciences. The system without freedoms or market economy showed all its tragic absurdity and its corollary of injustices. In a way, socialist thought then collapsed in a lasting way. The same as the paradigm of progress as ideology. Who aspired to the absolute planning of the future and the mathematical programming of happiness. Within the left, four new convictions took shape that conditioned the hope of radically transforming society. No country can seriously develop without a market economy. The systematic nationalization of the means of production and exchange causes waste and shortages. Austerity in the service of equality does not in itself constitute a government program. Freedom of thought and expression has as a necessary condition a certain degree of economic freedom. The failure of communism and the retreat of socialism have provoked, by rebound, the ideological dismantling of the traditional right, whose only doctrinal basis, as has been seen, was anti-communism, and have consecrated neoliberalism as the great winner of the East-West confrontation. This, whose dynamics had been slowed down at the beginning of the 20th century, has witnessed the disappearance of its main adversaries and today unfolds on a planetary scale with doubled energy. He dreams of imposing his vision of the world, his own utopia, as a single thought, on the entire earth. This enterprise of conquest is called globalization. It is the result of the increasingly close interdependence of the economies of all countries, linked to the absolute freedom of movement of capital, the abolition of tariff barriers and regulations and the intensification of trade and free trade, advocated by the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, and the WTO. Between the financial economy and the real economy a disconnection has been established. Of the almost €1.5 trillion represented by daily financial transactions worldwide, only 1% is dedicated to the creation of new wealth. The rest is speculative in nature. This spectacular rise of neoliberalism brings with it, even in the most developed countries, a significant reduction in the role of public actors, starting with parliaments, ecological depredation, the accentuation of inequalities and a noticeable rise in poverty and unemployment, as well as its social consequences, the explosion of violence, crime, and insecurity. All this represents the negation of the modern state and of citizenship. Technosciences and society. We are also witnessing a radical disconnection between the evolution of new technologies, on the one hand, and the notion of progress in society on the other. The advances made in molecular biology since the early 1960s, combined with the computing power now provided by computers, have shattered the general stability of the technical system, which is increasingly difficult for public authorities to control. Result: political leaders are unable to assess the threats that this acceleration of technosciences entails for the future of humanity. Once again, capital decisions have been made by unelected experts, who have not consulted the citizens and who, from the shadows, have dictated government decisions. The future of humanity. Seen from afar, the planet Earth seduces by its beautiful blue color, dotted with the cottony white of the clouds, and by the impression of richness and opulence that it gives off. A luxuriant vegetation, an exuberant flora and an abundant fauna. For millennia, this generous, paradisiacal, fertile nature has prevailed as owner and mistress. Since his appearance on the planet, man has been nurtured in the bosom of Mother Nature, with whom he has lived in symbiosis for centuries. But since the second half of the 19th century and the Industrial Revolution, in the name of progress and development, man seems bent on the systematic destruction of the natural environment. The lands, waters, and atmosphere of the planet have been and are victims of devastation and looting of all kinds. Galloping urbanization, tropical deforestation, pollution of seas and rivers, climate warming, depletion of the ozone layer, acid rain. Today, pollution produces effects that endanger the future of our planet. In addition, the human being now has the power to modify genetically. The scientific adventure accelerates and allows us to glimpse the moment in which that cloning the human species will be a reasonable option for some. And this when the limits that must not be crossed have not yet been set, either on an international or national scale. In the spring of 1997, the case of Dolly, the cloned sheep, who has now reached adulthood, provided definitive proof to those who still doubted it. On the other hand, the arrival on the European market of genetically manipulated products such as corn or soybeans raises many questions about possible risks. By whom have genetically modified organisms, GMOs, been developed, and for what purpose? Was it really necessary? Was it sensible? In the year 2003, half of the world's population could face a serious shortage of drinking water. In 2010, the world's forest cover will have decreased by more than 40% compared to 1990. In 2025, the world population could range between 7,500 and 9,500 million inhabitants compared to 6,000 million today. In 2040, the accumulation of gases that produce the greenhouse effect could have caused an increase of between 1 and 2 degrees Celsius in the average temperature of the planet and a rise in the level of the oceans of between 0.2 and 1.5 meters. Both the industrialized countries whose prosperity is largely based on excessive productivity and overexploitation of the environment, as well as the developing countries, must hurry to respond to the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to satisfy theirs. Ecological disasters. What are the main challenges facing humanity at the beginning of the 21st century? Avoid the drifts of a science that has largely become technoscience and is increasingly closer to the market, reduce pollution and fight global climate change, protect biodiversity and stop resource depletion, stop soil erosion and desertification, find a way to feed 8 to 10 billion human beings. Extreme productivism is primarily responsible for the current looting of natural resources. The proliferation of ecological disasters and the problems they cause are of increasing concern to all citizens of the world. The disappearance of numerous species of fauna and flora creates disturbing imbalances. To protect biodiversity, preserving the variety of life through sustainable development, has become an imperative. The problem of environmental protection raises the question of the survival of the human species. The degradation of the environment has long-term consequences and its effects may be irreversible. An example, it will take centuries, if not millennia, for certain nuclear waste to lose its radioactivity. The planet crumbles under the debris. On a global scale, each year more than 2 billion tons of solid industrial waste and close to 350 million tons of hazardous waste are generated, to which must be added the 7,000 tons of nuclear products with which we still do not know to do. The OECD countries, that is, the richest in the world, are responsible for 90% of the production of this dangerous waste. The concern for the safeguarding of nature goes back to very distant times, to the writings of Latin agronomists on the preservation of soils and to the first regulations from the 19th century after Christ destined to prevent forest depopulation due to deforestation. Demographic expansion. But it was not until the beginning of the 20th century that ecological thought took shape. In 1910, the Swedish chemist Svante Arrhenius formulated for the first time the hypothesis of global climate warming linked to the progressive accumulation of industrial gases in the atmosphere. Precursors such as the biologist Vladimir Vernadsky, in 1926, and later, in the 1950s, the economist Kenneth Boulding, were interested in the impact of human activities on the environment. Starting in 1970, public opinion began to worry about the long-term consequences of rapid economic and demographic expansion. Works such as We Only Have One Earth, B. Ward, 1964, and the 1972 Club of Rome report Stop Growth fueled fears of a major ecological catastrophe caused by overpopulation, pollution, and resource depletion. Natural. The Stockholm Conference of 1972 and, later, the World Conservation Strategy, IUCN, 1980, attempted to define the characteristics of a sustainable and environmentally friendly development model. After a relative eclipse during the years of the crisis, the issue of sustainable development or eco-development returned to the forefront of today in 1987 with the publication of the UN report Our Common Future, Our Common Future. The shortage of drinking water. In the 16th century there were 450 million individuals on Earth. In 1900, 1.5 billion, and 1 billion more in 1950. Today, the world's population is growing at an unprecedented rate. Our planet is home to 6.3 billion individuals. However, this figure can be expected to stabilize around 10 billion by 2050. In 2002, 95% of the newcomers to the planet were born in the least developed countries. If all the inhabitants of the Earth enjoyed the standard of living of the Swiss, the planet could hardly meet the needs of 600 million people. If, on the other hand, we agreed to live like the Bengali peasants, the available resources would be enough for between 18 and 20 billion human beings. In the last decade, 100 millions of people lacked firewood to cook 2 meals a day, and today 1.5 billion human beings live under the imminent threat of a lack of firewood for cooking and heating. It is estimated that 800 million people suffer from malnutrition. The scarcity of water on the planet is just as worrying. Inevitably, water will be a source of social and economic tensions that could become very serious and probably wars. North Africa and the Middle East are the most affected regions. According to the projections of the experts, the availability of water per capita will have decreased by 80% in a period equivalent to the duration of a human life. Between 1960 and 2025, it will have gone from 3,450 cubic meters per person at 667. The threats that weigh on fresh waters are multiple. In the first place, the diversion of rivers for irrigation causes the desiccation of the regions located in the lower part of the channel. This is the reason why, on the borders of Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, the Aral Sea, whose surface area decreased by 40% between 1960 and 1989, is gradually becoming a salty desert. Second, the construction of dams and reservoirs, whether for irrigation or hydroelectricity, floods entire regions, disrupts fish migrations, and can cause flooding downstream. In turn, these are caused by deforestation, which fills rivers with dirt and logs. Due to all these problems, the control of the rivers has become a reason for frequent conflicts between the peoples. Another major cause for concern, discharges related to agriculture and industry, as well as the lack of wastewater treatment. The Danube, to put just one example, it is the victim of numerous ecological attacks, especially in Germany, where it originates. There is no lack of evidence to suggest that water is on its way to becoming a scarce wealth or a rare commodity. To be sure, the tensions it stirs up here and there are just early signs of more serious conflicts. Fresh water is one of the most obvious challenges of the 21st century, unless an inexpensive way to desalinate seawater is discovered in the next decade. But, to a much lesser degree, seas and oceans will soon to become challenges of the same order. The depletion of fish wealth is already a source of multiple frictions, such as those that have recently occurred between Spain and Morocco. In the future, the pollution of certain seas, among which the Mediterranean cannot be forgotten, could end up pitting the coastal countries against each other. The Earth Summit held in Rio de Janeiro in 1992 and the World Climate Conference held in Berlin in April 1995 ratified the idea that the market is not in a position to respond to global threats to the environment. And the Kyoto Protocol, signed in November 1997, as well as the World Summit on Sustainable Development held in Johannesburg from August 26 to September 4, 2002, showed that the greenhouse effect could have catastrophic long-term consequences. It is not a certainty, but if we wait for scientific certainties, or quasi-certainties, it will be too late to act. By then, the rise in the level of the oceans may have already caused irreparable damage and the desertification of entire regions may have been completed. Because of desertification, 6 million hectares of arable land disappear every year. Around the world, erosion, overharvesting, and overgrazing are depleting the area of fertile land at an accelerating rate. As a result, arid and semi-arid areas are transformed into deserts. The land cannot continue to feed the inhabitants of those regions. The fauna and flora are impoverished. The death of the forests. The main cause of the destruction of biodiversity and the great threat to humanity is deforestation. In the last 10 years, 14 million square kilometers of forests, 30 times the surface of Spain, have been transformed into deserts and more than 30 million square kilometers are at the same risk. The phenomenon could be curbed by putting an end to indiscriminate logging, cultivation of fragile land and overgrazing. The ecological balance of the planet weighs, fundamentally, the threat of industrial pollution from the countries of the north, but also, at a regional level, the poverty of the countries of the south. This does not mean that we have reached the physical limits of production and the number of inhabitants of the planet. It just means that a series of absurd social, economic and political conditions allow many human beings to continue to starve. According to other sources, every year between 10 and 17 million hectares of forests disappear. 4 times the size of Switzerland. Every year, some 6,000 animal species are erased forever from the face of the planet. Biodiversity loss is at a terrifying rate, 34% of fish species, 25% of mammals, another 25% of amphibians, 20% of reptiles, 11% of birds and 12.5% of all plants. At the same time, the decrease in the vegetal layer accelerates the erosion of millions of hectares of land. Forest fires send large amounts of carbon dioxide, CO2, into the atmosphere. The trees that could absorb excess CO2 have disappeared. Conclusion: Deforestation is one of the fundamental causes of the greenhouse effect. The most affected forests are the tropical ones, which lose 1.5 to 2% of their area per year. Thus, in Indonesia, almost 80% of the rainforest on the island of Sumatra has disappeared since the 1970s. And in Borneo the number of felled trees has almost quintupled in the last 16 years. This devastation is mainly due to the rapid growth of the population, which uses wood as fuel for cooking and dedicates land to agriculture. Forest exploitation destined for rich countries represents 20% of the felling carried out in the Third World. Deforestation destroys a unique biological heritage. Tropical rainforests are home to 70% of the species registered on our planet. Certainly, international trade accelerates soil degradation and deforestation. The notion of sustainable development continues to make progress. The general idea is simple: development is sustainable if future generations inherit an environment of at least equal quality to that received by previous generations. However, it is worth asking whether the current logic of development, based fundamentally on the market, is really compatible with sustainability. In this respect, the example of agriculture in Western Europe is instructive. In the name of productivism, many peasants have become a kind of industrialist without the slightest direct relationship with nature, since currently livestock and agriculture can do without the land. This breaking of an ancestral bond has opened the way to all kinds of transgressions, in particular to the objectification of the animal, to the transformation of herbivores into carnivores, obligate consumers of the remains of their own congeners, both healthy and contaminated. This perversion of the natural food chain, in the name of deregulation and liberal dogmas, and aggravated by the laxity of the health controls of the authorities, has allowed the appearance of the so-called mad cow disease, which spreads a new great dread throughout the old continent and beyond. In all probability, in the next 10 years, two contrary dynamics will play a determining role on the planet. On the one hand, the interests of large global companies, which are governed by purely financial criteria and use technoscience for the sole purpose of obtaining benefits. On the other, an aspiration to ethics, responsibility, and a more equitable development that knows how to impose restrictions in favor of the environment, undoubtedly vital for the future of humanity. The known loses the north, uncertainties accumulate, the world becomes opaque and history avoids any interpretation. Citizens are caught in the heart of the crisis, in the sense that Antonio Gramsci gave to that term, when the old is dead and the new is not yet born. Or, as Tocqueville would say, when the past ceases to illuminate the future and the spirit advances in darkness. Hypertechnology. To all this must be added the computer revolution, which has destructured contemporary society, unhinged the circulation of goods and favored the expansion of the informational economy and globalization. This has not yet tipped all the countries of the world towards a single society, but it pushes them towards convergence in a single and identical economic model by networking the entire planet. It creates a kind of liberal social bond entirely made up of networks that divide humanity into individuals isolated from each other in a hyper-technological universe. Consequence, the logic of competitiveness has been elevated to the rank of a natural imperative of society, when the truth is that it leads to the loss of the sense of living together, of the common good. Since the benefits of productivity are redistributed in favor of capital and to the detriment of labor, inequalities deepen. In the United States, for example, 1% of the population owns 39% of the country's wealth. The cost of solidarity is considered unbearable, and the edifice of the welfare state is demolished. 7. Neo-fascisms. In this economic context and on this social humus, made of fear and confusion, the parties that emerged from the fascist current experienced a considerable boom. Of the roughly 380 million people in the European Union, if we add to the 15 member states, for a whole host of good reasons, Switzerland and Norway, 8.5% have voted for some variety of the extreme right. Although not very high, this figure hides enormous variations at the national level. Thus, Switzerland, Italy and Austria have registered the same percentage of votes in favor of the extreme right, around 25%. They are followed by Norway, France, and Flanders, with approximately 15% of the vote. In Denmark, during the legislative elections of November 20, 2001, the Danish People's Party, DPF, extreme right, xenophobic, obtained 12% of the votes and 22 deputies. In the Netherlands, the Pim Fortuyn list obtained 34% of the votes in the municipal elections in Rotterdam in March 2002, and triumphed in the legislative elections on May 15, after the assassination of its leader on May 6. In France, both the National Front, FN, of Jean-Marie Le Pen and the National Republican Movement, MNR, of Bruno Magritte propose the cult of blood and soil, the restoration of the nation, in the ethnic sense of the term, the establishment of an authoritarian regime under the pretext of fighting insecurity, the drastic reduction of income tax, the return to economic protectionism, the seclusion of women in the home and the expulsion of 3 million foreigners to free up jobs work intended for the French. According to a survey, more than 1 in 4 French people agrees with the ideas of the Front National. 9. Heirs of Pétain and collaborationism, fueled by the resentment of those nostalgic for French Algeria, these two parties, with no roots in the resistance, have not stopped exhibiting their racism, their xenophobia, and their anti-Semitism, despite some facade precautions. They embody the very negation of the values of the Republic. But, unlike most of the rest of the political formations, they are interclass parties, in whose ranks the bourgeois and the proletarian, small businessmen, and the unemployed rub shoulders. Its militants give frequent evidence of the zeal and self-sacrifice that used to characterize the communists of yesteryear. This, among other considerations, explains why their candidates obtain a significant percentage of popular votes in all elections, and why in some regions, Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur or Alsace, their influence continues to grow. In December 2001, despite the discreet pre-campaign of his party, the polls already awarded Jean-Marie Le Pen 11% of the intention to vote for the presidential elections of May 2002, thus making him the third best candidate. As for Bruno Magritte, opinion polls gave him between 1 and 3% of voting intentions. In total, the vote forecasts for the neo-fascist candidates showed the very impressive result of 15%, almost 1 in 6 voters, equivalent to what they had achieved a few months earlier, on the occasion of the cantonal elections. 12. The Le Pen earthquake. But the result exceeded what was feared. More than 5.5 million French people, almost 20% of the electorate, voted on April 21, 2002 for the extreme right, provoking a political earthquake that shocked the whole of Europe. Especially since, in that first round of the presidential election in France, Jean-Marie Le Pen obtained more votes than the Prime Minister and Socialist candidate, Lionel Jospin, and eliminated him from the race for the presidency. This earthquake must be related to the rise of national populism in Italy, Austria, Switzerland, Portugal, Belgium, Denmark, Norway, and the Netherlands. It is a phenomenon that is essentially based on the fact that our societies have known in the last 10 years a whole series of traumas and convulsions that have radically modified them without all citizens having benefited from them and without even having understood exactly the nature of these changes. That is to say, the end of the Cold War, of the Industrial Age, the emergence of new technologies, liberal globalization, American hyperhegemony, the appearance of an economic superpower that determines political power, European integration, the disappearance of national currency, the abolition of borders, the loss of sovereignty of states, the destruction of the welfare state, massive privatizations, the massive arrival of immigrants belonging to distant cultures, etc. All this has taken place in just 10 years and has radically transformed the political, economic, social, and cultural environment. Due to globalization, in many European countries, uncertainty is today the dominant parameter, as well as economic and social insecurity, and insecurity in the face of rising crime and violence. Many people relate this to the recent installation, within our societies, of immigrants with very different cultures. All of this has created a literally terrifying environment for many citizens who have seen the world they were used to collapse. Many are afraid, feel new fears and threats. In addition, after September 11, 2001, the idea has spread that Muslims, and consequently Maghreb immigrants, are terrorists and that Islam is a threat to European countries. In such a way that, to the fears that already existed, new dreads have been added. In addition, many voters consider that the rulers are not in control of the situation. Governors, on the other hand, constantly accused by the media of being rotten, corrupt, thieves, liars. Therefore, when many people have the feeling that the world is sinking, political leaders do not seem fit to respond to the challenge of the new times. And these people are, in general, the most vulnerable in our societies, that is, the unemployed, workers, young people, poor people, retirees, the elderly, etc. All of them think that the extreme right, which proposes authority, severity, a strong hand, identity, patriotism, can be the solution. In fact, this national populism proposes simple solutions for complicated problems in our societies, military or police solutions for problems politicians and problems of insecurity and delinquency. These people who vote for the extreme right are not militants of the extreme right, they are just voters. Terrified by what is happening to them, these voters, by voting for the extreme right, want in turn to terrorize a political system as a whole. What they put in the ballot box is literally a bomb with which they plan to blow up a political system that, according to them, does not defend them. In Italy, as has happened in other periods of contemporary history, they have a certain advance in these matters. In this country, the extreme right in its renewed version and with Silvio Berlusconi at its head came to power for the first time in 1994 and conquered it again, with an absolute majority, last year. Many European commentators had ridiculed this phenomenon, practically attributing it to the folkloric character of an Italy of tambourine and carnival. They forgot that already in the 1920s this country had served as a social and political laboratory for the creation of fascism, which later, under slightly different forms such as Nazism or Phalangism, spread throughout Europe and would end up causing the tragedy of the Second World War. National populism. After the Le Pen scare in France and the rise of the xenophobic extreme right in the Netherlands, many commentators have realized that, once again, Italy has been the forerunner of a political phenomenon that is spreading throughout Europe and already concerns Norway, Denmark, Austria, Switzerland, Belgium, Ireland, Portugal, and France. Sometimes, due to intellectual laziness, all these movements are described as fascist. It's a mistake. These new parties of the hard right are rather national populist, they have abandoned the cult of the state, a main characteristic of traditional fascism, they accept the democratic game, and they are much more regionalist, like the Northern League of Umberto Bossi, or the Vlaams Bloc of Flanders, than nationalists, are ultra-liberal in economics and at the same time fierce protectionists and supporters of the abolition of direct taxes. They are also in favor of national preference over foreigners and, with respect to the latter, if some parties advocate their expulsion, such as Le Pen's Front National, others only demand that the arrival of clandestine immigrants be put an end to and are committed to the integration of foreigners already settled in the country, although they are opposed to family reunification, that is, to the coming of the rest of the family, husband or wife and children, who had stayed abroad. All these movements are ardent supporters of the restoration of authority, they ask for greater severity with delinquency and they demand swift justice that punishes without hesitation. All are also opposed to multiculturalism, that is, to the coexistence within the same society of different cultures coming from abroad. The presence of Islam above all horrifies them and everything that this presence entails, construction of mosques, religious festivals, traditional clothing, etc. Its voters belong to two very different social categories, the poorest, those hardest hit by globalization, and on the other hand the richest, who fear social democratic programs of wealth redistribution and tax increases. They all have a very traditional and very homogeneous conception of their respective societies, and they fear, as a crime of impurity, any modification of the ethnic and religious composition of their country. For this reason, immigrants symbolize for these new far-right parties the sum of all evils and all fears: job theft, delinquency, sexual rivalry, drugs, religious threats, ethnic degeneration. Even regular voters on the left vote for these neo-fascist parties, and militants from the traditional right do not hesitate to join them either. Various studies have established that only 1% of the FN cadres come from the extreme right, compared to 40% from the Gaullist movements. 13 Certain political personalities already openly seek the support of the neo-fascists, arguing of François Furet's theses and Stéphane Courtois' Black Book of Communism, that the Socialist Party has never had any qualms about allying itself with the communist. It is more immoral. Michel Poniatowski, for example, has come to affirm to accept the votes of the communists, who have murdered millions of people in Europe, than those of the National Front. 14. In Germany in the early 1930s, this kind of reasoning led the traditional right to embrace as an ally the National Socialist, Nazi, Party, which presented itself in its most seductive garb. 15 Needless to say, what happened to the right-wing parties? And with democracy? In Italy, Silvio Berlusconi, an old protégé of the Socialist Party and a friend of his former boss, Bettino Craxi, has not hesitated to ally himself with the post-fascist National Alliance Party and with the xenophobic Northern League to win legislative elections twice, in 1994 and 2001. Everywhere, regardless of the electoral consultations, abstention increases, as well as blank votes and non-registration on electoral lists. In France, 1 in 3 young people under the age of 25 was not registered on the eve of the presidential elections in May 2002. The percentage of affiliation to political parties does not exceed 2% of voters, and only 8% of active wage earners belong to a union. These last two figures are the lowest in the entire Western world. Stagnation of the left. On the left, the Communist Party no longer has a political identity and has even lost much of its sociological identity. As for the Socialist Party, it practically no longer has cadres from the popular layers. Socialism, which has been one of the great unifying myths of humanity, has also been betrayed by the European social democratic leaders. The resignation of Oscar Lafontaine, German Minister of the Economy, on March 12, 1999, had already spectacularly revealed the social democratic stagnation and the inability of this ideological current to propose a replacement solution to the neoliberal hegemony. In their eyes, even Keynesianism, which in the 1930s enabled President Franklin Roosevelt to lift up a crisis-ridden United States, would today be too far to the left. His own socialist comrades accused Oscar Lafontaine of having committed 5 sacrileges, advocating a policy of European revival, defend a fairer tax system, criticizing the European Central Bank, demanding a reform of the international monetary system, and having asked the Bundesbank, in the past, to lower interest rates to make loans cheaper, in order to encourage consumption and combat unemployment. Another example of the intellectual resignation of social democracy was provided by the war in Kosovo, which began on March 23, 1999. Let us not forget that it was Javier Solana, the then Secretary General of NATO, who announced the decision to end the negotiations with the regime in Belgrade and start bombing Serbia. Javier Solana, as the historic leader of the Spanish Socialist Workers' Party, PSOE, was able to count on the invaluable support of Gerhard Schroeder, Lionel Jospin, Massimo D'Alema, and Anthony Blair for this war in Kosovo, the then heads of government of Germany, France, Italy, and the United Kingdom respectively, and all of them eminent members of European social democracy. In order to get out of the impasse of the Rambouillet peace negotiations, they all accepted the military route proposed by Washington as the only solution, when none of them was unaware that recourse to NATO and the bombing of Serbia would lead to the death of many innocent civilians and the destruction of an entire country, and would not prevent the extension of the conflict to the Balkans, as the Macedonian War in 2001 demonstrated. How could the social democratic leaders, heirs of Jean Jaurès and of a long tradition of international legalism, give in to that extent to pressure from Washington and embark on the military adventure in Kosovo in 1999, without the slightest international legitimacy? No United Nations resolution relating to that region explicitly authorized the use of force and, before initiating the bombardments, the Security Council, the world's supreme body on conflict matters, was not consulted, and therefore could not give its approval. Good to the use of arms against Serbia. Finally, before unearthing the hatchet, none of the aforementioned social democratic leaders thought of explaining themselves to their parliament, much less asking for authorization to commit the nation's armed forces to said conflict. How not to see in these examples additional signs of the ideological collapse of social democracy and its conversion to social liberalism? Lacking compass and theoretical footholds, unless we call theory those catalogues of renunciations and polynodes that are the third way, by Anthony Giddens, advisor to Tony Blair, and The Good Choice, by Bodo Ombake, inspiration for Gerhard Schroeder, social democracy sails adrift, obsessed with urgency and immediacy. The modern right. For the social democracy, which rules alone in several large European countries, politics is economics, the economy, finances, and finance, the markets. Consequently, it strives to favor privatizations, the dismantling of the public sector and the concentrations and mergers of macro companies. No matter how much, here or there, it passes important social laws. 16 Deep down, social democracy has agreed to convert to social liberalism and has given up setting full employment and the eradication of misery as its priority objectives, as a response to the needs of the 18 million unemployed and the 50 million poor who live in the European Union. In France, the plural left government of Lionel Jospin has promoted several great laws that represent undeniable social advances: youth employment, the 35-hour week, universal health coverage, CMU, and the personalized autonomy subsidy, APA. Social democracy won the intellectual battle after the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. The conservative parties lost it, and are preparing to abandon history as the aristocracy had to do after 1789 and radicalism after 1945. On the political spectrum, the left today is about to reinvent itself, and the witness of conformism, of conservatism, has passed into the hands of social democracy. It is the modern right. 17 Due to theoretical emptiness and opportunism, it has accepted the historical mission of acclimatizing neoliberalism. In the name of realism, no longer wants to change anything, and least of all the social order. A need for utopia. For many citizens, the ultra-liberal thesis that the West is ripe for living in conditions of absolute freedom is as utopian as dogmatic as the revolutionary ambition of absolute egalitarianism. They wonder how to think about the future. And they express the need for another utopia, for a new rationalization of the world. They await a kind of political prophecy, a sensible project for the future, the promise of a reconciled society, in full harmony with itself. But, is there any space left today, between the ruins of the socialist dream and the rubble of our societies destructured by neoliberal barbarism, for a new utopia? A priori, it seems unlikely, because distrust of large political projects has become widespread and, at the same time, we are experiencing a serious crisis of political representation, enormous discredit of the technocratic and intellectual elites, and a profound divorce between the media of the masses and their public. There are many citizens who would like to add a bit of humanity to the neoliberal machine. They look for ways to get involved responsibly, they feel the need for collective action. They would like to see their faces with well-defined political leaders, flesh and blood people on whom to unload their reproaches, their concerns, their anguish and their disorientation, when the truth is that power has become something abstract, invisible, distant, and impersonal. They would like to continue to believe that politics has answers for everything, when the truth is that they are seen and desired to propose simple and clear solutions to the complex problems of society. All in all, everyone feels the need for a dam against the neoliberal tide, for a global counter-project, for a counter-ideology, for a conceptual edifice capable of opposing the currently dominant model. Setting up such a counter-project is far from easy, since we are starting from a situation of a clean slate, since the previous utopias of progress too often incurred in authoritarianism, oppression, the suppression of freedoms and the manipulation of consciences. Once again, the need for dreamers who think and thinkers who dream is palpable in the environment, in order to find, not a project for society to use, but a way of seeing and analyzing society that allows timely replacement, through a new architecture of concepts, liberal ideology. Citizen responses. Favoring fragmentation and division, this ideology creates a selfish society. Consequently, it is essential to reintroduce collective values pregnant with the future. 18 And collective action currently passes through associations and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, as well as through parties and unions. In recent years, Europe has witnessed a multiplication of associations and NGOs, from Attica Droit au Logement, DAL, Right to Housing, to Agir Ensemble contre l'Écomage, AC, Acting Together Against Paro, to ACT UP, passing through the local branches of large international NGOs such as Greenpeace, Amnesty International, Doctors of the World, Transparency or Media Watch Global, International Media Observatory. The parties have, among others, two characteristics that make them less credible: they are generalist, they try to solve all the problems of society, and local, its radius of action ends at the borders of the country. On the contrary, associations and NGOs have two attributes that are symmetrical and inverse to those mentioned. They are thematic, they tackle a single social problem, financial power, unemployment, housing, the environment, etc., and transnational, their area of intervention extends to the entire planet. Over the past decade, the two forms of commitment, global commitment and immediate commitment to a specific cause, have turned their backs on more than one occasion. At present, however, a convergence movement is perceived, the consolidation of which is essential. It is one of the equations to be solved to restore politics. Because, although the associations are born from the base, as a testimony to the richness of civil society, and palliate the deficiencies of trade unionism and parties, sometimes they are nothing more than simple pressure groups lacking the democratic legitimacy of the ballot box to carry out their claims. Sooner or later, political action takes over. Thus, it is of paramount importance that the link between associations and parties is consumed. Citizens' associations, basing themselves on a radical conception of democracy, continue to believe that another world is possible. Without a doubt, they constitute the embryos of a renaissance of political action in Europe. In all likelihood, its militants once again believe in positive utopias as announced by the words of Victor Hugo, "Utopia is tomorrow's truth," and Lamartine, "Utopias are nothing more than premature truths." They meet every year, since 2001, at the World Social Forum in Porto Alegre, which is the People's Assembly. 5 billion people of the 6 billion on the planet are represented there. The Porto Alegre Forum represents humanity. What gathers there every year at the end of January, for the first time in history, is humanity. 20. And it does so, among other objectives, to demand the re-establishment, at the heart of international law, of a United Nations capable of deciding, acting, and imposing a permanent peace project, to support the international courts of justice that will judge crimes against humanity, against democracy, and against the common good, to condemn mass media manipulations, to end discrimination against women, to establish new ecological rights, to establish the principle of sustainable development, to outlaw tax havens, to stimulate a solidarity economy, etc. Dare to walk paths that no one has traveled, dare to think ideas that no one has thought, could be read on the walls of the Odeon Theatre in Paris in May 1968. If we want to found an ethic for the 21st century, the situation current invites such daring. 11, 2001. World War Against Terrorism. It was a September 11th. Diverted from their planned route by determined pilots, the planes hurtle into the heart of the big city, determined to topple the symbols of the hated political system. Everything happens very fast: explosions, facades that shatter, the infernal din of collapses, the terror of the survivors, who flee covered in dust. And the media broadcasting the tragedy live. New York, 2001? No, Santiago de Chile, September 11, 1973. With the complicity of the United States, General Pinochet's coup against the socialist Salvador Allende, and systematic bombing of the presidential palace by the Air Force. Dozens of deaths and the beginning of a 15-year reign of terror. Beyond the legitimate compassion for the victims of the heinous attacks in New York in September 2001, how can we not agree that the United States is not a more innocent country than the others? Has he not participated in violent, illegal, and often clandestine political actions in Latin America, in Africa, in the Middle East, in Asia? With the balance of a tragic multitude of dead, of disappeared, tortured, imprisoned, exiled. The attitude of Western leaders and media, their pro-American fervor in the wake of the criminal attacks of September 11, must not hide from us the cruel reality. Throughout the world, and in particular in the countries of the South, the sentiment expressed most frequently by public opinion in the face of this tragedy was, what has happened to them is very sad, but they deserved it. In effect, and paradoxically, in many regions of the planet these horrific attacks have not raised waves of sympathy towards the United States. Quite the contrary. So much so that President George W. Bush went so far as to declare, "I am impressed that there is such a lack of knowledge about what our country is and that there are people who can hate us. I'm like most Americans, I can't believe it, because I know we're good." The Black Book of the Cold War. To understand these hostile reactions towards the United States, which have astonished many North Americans, beginning with its president, George W. Bush, it is perhaps worth remembering that, already during the Cold War, 1948 to 1989, the United States he embarked on a long crusade, back then against communism. A crusade that, in certain cases, reached the proportions of a war of extermination: thousands of communists eliminated in Iran, 200,000 leftist opponents exterminated in Guatemala, more than 500,000 communists annihilated in Indonesia. The most abominable pages of the Black Book of U.S. imperialism were written throughout those years, also marked by the horrors of the Vietnam War, 1962 to 1975. Even then it was good versus evil. But, at that time, according to Washington, supporting certain terrorists was not necessarily immoral. Through the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, the United States organized attacks in public places, disappearances of opponents, hijacking of planes, sabotage and assassinations. In Cuba against the regime of Fidel Castro, in Nicaragua against the Sandinistas, or in Afghanistan against the Soviets. It was there, in Afghanistan, with the support of two very undemocratic states, Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, that the United States sponsored, in the 1970s, the creation of Islamist brigades recruited from the Muslim Arab world and made up of what the media called freedom fighters, fighters for freedom. As is well known, these were the circumstances in which the CIA recruited and trained the now famous Osama bin Laden. Hyperpower and terror. Since 1991, the United States has been installed in a position of unique hyperpower and has, in fact, marginalized the United Nations. In compensation, he promised to establish a more just international order. In the name of that project, he directed and won, in 1991, the Gulf War against Iraq. However, with the conflict over, it has continued to maintain a scandalous bias in favor of Israel and to the detriment of Palestinian rights. 21 As if that were not enough, turning a deaf ear to international protests, it has maintained an implacable embargo against Iraq, killing thousands of innocents and leaving the regime unscathed. This new world order does not seem much fairer in the eyes of thousands of inhabitants of the poor countries of the south. And all this has particularly outraged the sentiments of the Arab and Muslim world and facilitated the creation of the breeding ground for that radical and anti-American Islamism has emerged. Like Dr. Frankenstein, on September 11, 2001, the United States saw its former creation Osama bin Laden rise up against it with insane violence. And he decided to fight it by relying on the two states Saudi Arabia and Pakistan that have contributed most in the last 30 years to spreading radical Islamic networks throughout the world, with the help of terrorist methods when they have deemed it appropriate. The Pakistan threat. If there is a country with a tragic political tradition, it is Pakistan. No chief executive of the state of 140 million people has ever voluntarily relinquished power. Born in 1947 from the partition of the British Empire in India, during which millions of Muslims and Hindus fled in apocalyptic conditions from the regions in which they were respectively a minority, Pakistan, the country of the pure, is the first state created, artificially, on a confessional basis, that of Islam. Over time, this religious cement has proven incapable of binding a nation together. In 1971, the secession of East Pakistan, which had become Bangladesh, proved that ethnic criteria could be stronger than religious ones. The other element of cohesion, the hatred of India, also showed its limits in the three wars waged by both countries, in 1947, 1965 and 1971, and ended with two defeats for Pakistan. Before the tensions of spring 2002, the last major confrontation took place in July 1999, over control of the Kargil Heights in Kashmir. The Muslim-majority region has been divided by an armistice line since 1948. The south of Kashmir is under the administration of India, which faces strong resistance in that area from Islamic separatist organizations, supported clandestinely by the Al-Qaeda network of Osama bin Laden. Also instigated by the secret services of Pakistan, these organizations, Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed, do not hesitate to resort to the most extreme violence and commit bloody attacks, such as the one perpetrated against the Indian Parliament on December 13, 2001, which cost the lives of 14 people and brought the two countries, once again, to the brink of war. New Islamist attacks, in May and June 2002, provoked a new and brutal rise in war fever. Each country mobilized, along the border of Kashmir, more than 1 million soldiers ready to face each other in an all-out war. The combined population of India and Pakistan reaches 1,200 million people, or 1/5 of the world's population. The entire planet was terrified by the prospect of that clash, since for the first time in history two nuclear-capable countries. An eventual use, by the two adversaries, of their respective atomic bombs would cause, in the first days, about 12 million deaths. The wounded would have occupied all the beds of all the hospitals in all the countries from Japan to Egypt. The consequences in terms of increased general radioactivity would have been disastrous for all of humanity. And that tragic war, moreover, would send millions of new Indian and Pakistani emigrants fleeing the nuclear horror to neighboring states and rich countries. All this would cause formidable cascading consequences. Both Islamabad and New Delhi consider Kashmir a central, vital issue, on which the identity of both nations would hang. The Pakistani military defeat in the summer of 1999, followed by the humiliating withdrawal of the invasion forces demanded by Washington, an old ally of Islamabad, undoubtedly determined the fall of Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif, who was overthrown on October 12, 1999 by General Pervez Musharraf. It was the first time since the end of the Cold War that a military coup d'état had taken place in a major country and, more seriously, in a state in possession of nuclear weapons. The only Islamic country that has an atomic bomb, Pakistan, a decomposing state led by the military, also has missiles capable of transporting nuclear charges at a distance of 1,500 kilometers. To make matters worse, it is a power located in an extremely dangerous area, he must face the hostility of two of his neighbors, India and Iran, and the growing mistrust of a former ally, China. Before the attacks of September 11, 2001 and the U.S. response, Pakistan tolerated the extremist activism of a friendly state, a quasi-protectorate, Afghanistan, which welcomed and protected Islamist networks such as Bin Laden's, Al-Qaeda, directly or indirectly favored by Saudi Arabia, another Islamabad ally. The influence of these terrorist networks extended to ex-Soviet Central Asia, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and the North Caucasus, Dagestan and Chechnya, which are part of the Russian Federation. On the verge of bankruptcy, Pakistan is one of the main platforms of Muslim fundamentalism. On the inside, it's a powder keg. It is divided by religious divisions between Sunnis and Shiites, 20% of the population, ethnic clashes between Pashtuns, Baluchis, Sindhis, and Punjabis, and social inequalities. 40% of the population lives below the poverty line, and the number of child slaves amounts to about 20 million. In addition, it is one of the most corrupt countries in the world, with a criminal economy that, according to the UN, exceeds, in absolute value, the legal economy. All this has not prevented that, after September 11, 2001, the U.S. administration of President Bush, abandoning all scruples, made Pakistan its main ally in South Asia. At last an adversary. And it is that, veterans of the Cold War, the men and women who surround President George W. Bush cannot complain about the turn of events after the 11th of September. One can even imagine them rubbing their hands together. Because, miraculously, the attacks have restored a fundamental strategic element that the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991 had deprived them of for a decade, an adversary. Finally, under the name of international terrorism, the chosen adversary is radical Islamism. That justifies all authoritarian measures and all excesses, including a modern version of McCarthyism, which would target, beyond terrorist organizations, all those who oppose U.S. hegemony, and even opponents of liberal globalization. Embarked on the first armed conflict of the 21st century, the United States immediately set itself several military objectives. The first was announced the day after September 11, to dismantle the Al-Qaeda network and capture, dead or alive, Osama bin Laden, responsible for crimes some 3,000 dead that no cause can justify under any circumstances. An empire against a man. This objective, easy to formulate, was not so simple to achieve. However, a priori the disproportion of forces between the two adversaries seemed abysmal. To tell the truth, the military situation could not be more unusual, since it was the first time that an empire declared war not on a state but on an individual. Using its overwhelming military means, Washington threw all its forces into battle and could not help but win it. At first, however, many doubted the American victory, as examples abound of great powers unable to account for weaker adversaries. Military history teaches, in effect, that in an unequal combat he who can do the most cannot always do the least. For almost 30 years, British power has been unable to put an end to an army like the IRA, historian Eric Hobsbawm reminds us. Of course, the IRA has not won, but it has not been defeated either. Like most armies, the United States is organized to fight other states and not to face an invisible enemy. But, in the century that is beginning, wars between states are on their way to becoming anachronistic. The landslide victory of 1991 in the Gulf conflict is not a good reference. It may even be misleading as an example. Our 1991 offensive in the Gulf was victorious, explains former Marine General Anthony Zinn, because we were lucky enough to find the only bad guy in the world stupid enough to take on the United States in one-on-one combat. The same could be said of Slobodan Milosevic in relation to the 1999 Kosovo War. This new type of conflict, in which the strong confronts the weak or the crazy, is easier to start than to end. And, no matter how massive, the use of ultramodern military means does not necessarily guarantee that the objectives pursued will be achieved. It is enough to remember the American failures in Vietnam, in 1975, and in Somalia, in 1994. By attacking Afghanistan under the convincing pretext that the Taliban regime in that country was harboring bin Laden, the US government knew full well that it was entering the easiest phase of the conflict, and that he would complete it satisfactorily and with a minimum cost in a matter of weeks. But victory against one of the most hateful regimes on the planet did not ensure the achievement of the first objective of this war, to capture bin Laden. What is terrorism? The second objective seems too ambitious, to end international terrorism. Firstly, because the term terrorism is imprecise. For 2 centuries, it has been used indistinctly to designate all those who resort, rightly or wrongly, to violence in an attempt to change the political order. Experience shows that, in certain cases, such violence was necessary. Sic semper tyrannies, Brutus already exclaimed when he stabbed Julius Caesar, who had brought down the Republic. All means are legitimate to fight against tyrants, said the French revolutionary Gracchus Babeuf in 1792. Many former terrorists have become respected statesmen over time. For example, and not to mention all the French leaders who emerged from the resistance, described as terrorists by the German occupation authorities, Menahem Begin, former head of the Irgun, who became Prime Minister of Israel, Abdelaziz Bouteflika, former head of the Algerian FLN, who has become President of Algeria, or Nelson Mandela, former head of the ANC, who became President of South Africa and Nobel Peace Prize winner. The current global war on terrorism and its accompanying propaganda may give the impression that there is no terrorism other than Islamist terrorism. Obviously, it is not so. At the very moment when this new world war, various terrorist organizations continue to operate in almost all corners of the non-Muslim world. ETA in Spain, the FARC and the paramilitaries in Colombia, the Tamil Tigers in Sri Lanka, etc. And until very recently, the IRA and the Unionists in Northern Ireland. At the mercy of the circumstances, almost all political families have claimed terrorism as a principle of action. The first theoretician who proposed a doctrine of terrorism was the German Karl Heinzen, in his essay Der Morde, The Murder, from 1848, where he affirms that all means, including the suicide attack, are good to accelerate the advent of democracy. As a radical Democrat, Heinzen writes the following: if, in order to destroy the party of the barbarians, it is necessary to blow up half a continent and provoke a bloodbath, do not have any scruples of conscience. Whoever is not willing to willingly sacrifice his life for the satisfaction of exterminating 1 million barbarians is not a true Republican. The absurdity of this example shows that even the best ends do not justify all means. Citizens would do well to fear the worst from a republic, secular or religious, built on a bloodbath. At present, it is generally accepted that the use of terrorist violence in a context of authentic political democracy, as in Northern Ireland, the Spanish Basque Country or Corsica, is inadmissible. Goodbye freedoms. It is also to be feared that the universal hunt for terrorists that Washington announces as the ultimate goal of this endless war lends itself to dangerous abuses and attacks on fundamental freedoms. Because, if we admit that the tragic events of September 11, 2001 have inaugurated a new period of contemporary history, we cannot help but wonder what other cycle these same events have closed and what are the consequences. The era that is ending had begun on November 9, 1989 with the fall of the Berlin Wall and confirmed with the disappearance of the Soviet Union on December 25, 1991. Constantly celebrated, the fundamental characteristics of that stage which saw, for on the other hand, the takeoff of liberal globalization will have been, the exaltation of the democratic system, the apotheosis of the rule of law and the glorification of human rights. Both in domestic and foreign policy, this modern trinity was a kind of categorical imperative constantly invoked and, although it was not without ambiguities, can liberal globalization and planetary democracy really be reconciled, it had the support of the citizens, who saw in her a victory of right over barbarism. In this respect, September 11, 2001 marks a clear break. In the name of the just war against terrorism, all those generous ideas seem suddenly forgotten. To begin with, before attacking Afghanistan, Washington did not hesitate to establish alliances with leaders who until yesterday were considered undesirable, the coup plotter General Pervez Musharraf of Pakistan or the dictator of Uzbekistan, Islam Karimov. The cries of the legitimate Pakistani president, Nawaz Sharif, and the defenders of Uzbek freedoms failed to penetrate the walls of their dungeons. Values once described as fundamental quietly leave the political scene, and democratic states collapse, from the point of view of law, in regression. Liberticidal measures. Proof of this is the avalanche of liberticidal measures adopted by the U.S. government, which, the day after the attacks, introduced exceptional justice in the country. The branch minister, John Ashcroft, passed an anti-terrorist law, dubbed the Patriotic Law, which allows the authorities to detain foreign suspects for an almost indefinite period of time, deport them, lock them up in isolation cells, monitor their mail, their telephone conversations and their communications via the internet, and search their address without judicial authorization. Under the aforementioned law, no less than 1,200 foreigners were secretly detained, of whom more than 600 were still in prison at the end of December 2001, in many cases without having appeared before a judge or received assistance of a lawyer. 25 The United States government also expressed its intention to interrogate some 5,000 men between the ages of 16 and 45, who had come to the country on tourist visas and were suspected for the simple fact of being from the Middle East. 26. In May 2002, the U.S. government granted unlimited powers to the Federal Bureau of Investigations, FBI, which can now spy on Americans, interfere in their meetings even if they take place in a church, a synagogue, or a mosque, attend their political rallies and snooping through their emails and chats under the guise of looking for terrorists. The new FBI thus becomes a kind of internal CIA, an internal security and espionage agency with unlimited powers to knock on the door of anyone who raises suspicions, even if there is no one or nothing that links it to a terrorist plot. 27. Along the same lines, on June 6, 2002, after the revelations about the mistakes made by the FBI and the CIA before September 11 that prevented the tragic attacks from being avoided, President Bush announced the most important reform of the security system since 1947, when President Harry Truman created the Pentagon, the CIA, and the National Security Council. "We know that thousands of professional assassins are conspiring against us to attack us," said George W. Bush, "and this tremendous realization forces us to act differently. The United States, as the leader of the civilized world, must continue and make more effective its titanic fight against terrorism. Consequently, the President has decided to create a super-ministry against terrorism, a new department that will bring together 22 agencies and services, will have 170,000 officials and a budget of more than 37 billion euros. Although the ordinary courts of the United States are perfectly competent to judge foreigners accused of terrorism." 29 On November 13, 2001, President George W. Bush had already created military courts with special procedures. These secret processes may be held on ships of war and military bases. The sentence will be pronounced by a commission made up of Army officers. Unanimity will not be necessary to sentence the accused to death. The verdict will be unappealable. The defendant's conversations with his lawyer may be eavesdropped on. The judicial procedure will be kept secret and the details of the process will not be made public for decades. Resort to torture? Officials from the Federal Bureau of Investigations, FBI, have come to propose that certain defendants be extradited to friendly countries with dictatorial regimes so that the native police can interrogate them using violent, expeditious, and effective methods. The use of violence and torture has been openly called out in the columns of the major magazines. 31 On CNN, the Republican commentator Tucker Carlson was very explicit: torture is not right. But terrorism is worse. So, under certain circumstances, Torture is a lesser evil. For his part, Steve Chapman recalled in the Chicago Tribune that a democratic state like Israel does not hesitate to apply torture, moderate physical pressure, to 85% of Palestinian detainees. 32. In the flagship program of the CBS channel 60 Minutes, devoted, on Sunday, January 20, 2002, to the topic "Is the torture of Taliban detainees justified or not?", the testimony of French General Paul Azaresses was offered, who has admitted having used torture against Algerian patriots during the Algerian War, 1954–1962, convicted by the justice of his country for complicity in advocating war crimes. CBS justified itself by saying the following: General Azaresses defends a method torture to prevent the death of innocents at the hands of terrorists. Kill them all. After reversing a 1974 decision that prohibited the CIA from assassinating foreign leaders, President Bush gave the agency carte blanche to carry out all necessary covert operations for the physical elimination of al-Qaeda leaders. Forgetting the recommendations of the Geneva Conventions, the war in Afghanistan was conducted in that same spirit: execute al-Qaeda members even if they surrendered. U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld was adamant and rejected any possibility of a negotiated solution and surrender. "We don't want any al-Qaeda terrorists to get away," Rumsfeld said. "We want to prevent the network from being reconstituted elsewhere in the world. We will clean the Tora Bora caves one by one if necessary." He then made a clear call for the killing of all Arab and non-Afghan prisoners fighting alongside the Taliban. More than 400 of these fighters were exterminated following the uprising of the fortress of Kalihangi, and a number undoubtedly higher after the capture of Tora Bora. Everything indicates that the Americans simply did not want to leave any of the members of the al-Qaeda terrorist sect alive. Not even when they surrendered and became prisoners. On several occasions, in Kandahar and Tora Bora for example, U.S. officers on the ground were adamant and refused to accept surrender pacts and agreements made between members of al-Qaeda and allied anti-Taliban forces. They demanded that the fighting continue until the total liquidation of the survivors. All al-Qaeda fighters must be killed, and they must be killed now. Nothing to accept that they lay down their arms, CIA members demanded of the alliance fighters on the Tora Bora front. Another crime was also constituted by the indiscriminate use, prohibited by the Ottawa Convention, of fragmentation bombs. Very controversial, these bombs, cluster bombs, are like Russian dolls that contain smaller ones inside. Each B-52 releases about 30 large bombs, CBU-87, each of which scatters more than 200 small bombs, LU-97, and each of them, in turn, releases 300 large yellow grenades. Like a can of beer. Consequently, each fragmentation bomb disseminates more than 60,000 explosive devices, and a single B-52 aircraft can drop, at one time, more than 1,800,000 bombs. And let's think that these planes were bombing, in some areas, without rest for weeks. Each CBU-87 bomb destroys everything, people and material, in an area equivalent to a dozen football fields. An average of 10% of the small yellow bombs fail to explode on landfall. Thus, hidden in the sand or in the bushes, they function as anti-personnel or anti-vehicle mines, and continue to sow death among innocent peasants long after they have been launched. To prevent the prosecution of U.S. military for operations carried out abroad, Washington refuses to ratify the agreement that would establish the International Criminal Court, ICC. To this end, the Senate has approved, in first reading, the ASPA, American Service Members Protection Act, law, which allows the United States to take extreme measures which can go as far as the military invasion of a country to recover any threatened U.S. citizen. With being summoned before the future CPI. Taking advantage of the global war against terrorism, other countries, the United Kingdom, Germany, Italy, Spain, France, have also reinforced their repressive legislation. Thus, the defenders of public rights have every reason to worry. The general movement of our societies, which tended towards an ever greater respect for the individual and his freedoms, has been brutally stopped. And everything indicates that the drift towards an increasingly police state has begun. In its annual report on the state of human rights in the world, presented on May 28, 2002, Amnesty International confirms this drift and denounces that several governments took advantage of this horror and the wave of indignation it provoked to get on the anti-terrorism train, and used the brutal moment to increase repression, undermine the protection of human rights and repress political dissidents. A radical geopolitical change. From this point of view, we are witnessing a profound geopolitical change that is going to irremediably affect our lives. It all begins that fateful Tuesday, September 11, 2001, with the discovery of a new weapon, a commercial plane, loaded with fuel and transformed into a destruction missile and a gigantic incendiary bomb. Until then ignored, this monstrous new weapon exploded by surprise that day in the United States repeatedly and in a short period of time. The violence of the impact is such that it manages to shake the entire world effectively. What changes, to begin with, is the very perception of terrorism. Immediately, there is talk of hyper-terrorism to underline that it will not be like before. An unthinkable, inconceivable limit has been exceeded. The excessiveness of the aggression makes it an unprecedented event. To the point that no one knows what to call her. Attempt. Attack. Act of war. The limits of extreme violence seem to have been extended. And there is no turning back. We all know that the crimes of September 11 inaugural will be repeated. 36 perhaps elsewhere, and certainly under different circumstances, but they will be repeated. The history of conflict teaches that when a new weapon appears, no matter how horrible its effects, it is always used again. This is confirmed by the use of combat gases after 1918, or the destruction of cities by aerial bombardment after Guernica, in 1937. In short, that is the fear that perpetuates, 50 years after Hiroshima, the nuclear threat. Hit consciences. At the same time as an unusual cruelty, the aggression of September 11 reveals in its authors a very high level of complexity. They wanted to hit hard, to hit the most alive, but above all to hit consciences. And they intended to produce at least three types of effects: enormous material damage, a symbolic impact and a great media commotion. The results are well known: destruction of some 3,000 human lives, of the two towers of the World Trade Center, of a wing of the Pentagon and, if the fourth plane had not crashed in Pennsylvania, probably also destruction of the White House. But it is clear that these ravages were not the main objective. Otherwise, the planes would have been launched, for example, against dams, reservoirs or nuclear power plants, and would have caused apocalyptic disasters and tens of thousands of deaths. The second objective was to impress the collective imagination by discrediting, offending, and humiliating the fundamental signs of the greatness of the United States, the symbols of its imperial hegemony in economic matters, the World Trade Center, military, the Pentagon, and politics, the White House. The third objective, less obvious than the previous two, was related to the media. Through a kind of television coup d'état, Osama bin Laden, alleged mastermind of the aggression, tried to occupy the screens, impose on them like a diabolical director his images, the scenes of his work of destruction. In this way, and to the serious detriment of the U.S. administration, he took control of all television screens in the United States, and, beyond, the entire world. This allowed him to unveil, demonstrate, evidence the unusual vulnerability of the first hyperpower, exhibit his own evil power inside American homes, and personally stage the choreography of his crime. Media mechanism. A display of narcissism that completes the other dominant image of the beginning of this crisis, that of bin Laden himself. Against the background of an Afghan cave, the self-portrait of a man with a strangely sweet look. Overnight, this image turned a practically unknown man on the eve of September 11 into the most famous person in the world. Ever since a global technical device made it possible to broadcast live images to the entire planet, it was known that the world was ripe for the appearance of a media mechanism. Diana of Wales, in particular, showed that the media, much more numerous than before, are more unified and uniform than ever. And that this state of affairs would sooner or later be exploited by some kind of electronic profit. 40. Osama bin Laden is the first. The aggression of September 11 allowed him to access all the world's screens and transmit his planetary message. Genius of evil or modern Dr. Mabuse for many, he was able to appear in the eyes of millions of people, especially in the Arab Muslim world, as a hero. And, even more than as a hero, as a Messiah, the one who, chosen and sent by God, comes to rid humanity of evil. And that, to that end, and as paradoxical as it may seem, he does not hesitate to invent a new type of terrorism. It is obvious that from now on we will have to deal with global terrorism. Global in its organization, but also in its scope and objectives. And that does not raise very precise claims. Neither the independence of a territory, nor specific political concessions, nor the establishment of a particular type of regime. This new form of terror manifests itself as a kind of punishment or lesson against a general behavior, without further specification, of the United States and, more widely, of Western countries. Both President George W. Bush, who spoke of a crusade only to retract later, and Osama bin Laden have described this confrontation in terms of a clash of civilizations, even a war of religion. The world has split into two camps, bin Laden has affirmed, one under the banner of the cross, as affirmed by the leader of the infidels, Bush, and the other under the banner of Islam. Attacked for the first time within its borders, in the heart of its own metropolis, and in a particularly bloody way, the United States decided to react by breaking the deck of international politics. Fearing, at first, a rash and impulsive response, the world held its breath. However, under the influence of Secretary of State Colin Powell, who has proven to be the most lucid figure in the U.S. administration, the United States managed to keep its cool. And he knew how to take advantage of the international emotion and solidarity expressed by almost all foreign ministries, with the sole exception of Iraq, to reinforce his planetary hegemony. Undisputed supremacy. Since the demise of the Soviet Union in December 1991, it was known that the United States had become the only hyperpower. But, here and there, some recalcitrants, Russia, China, France in their own way, etc., were reluctant to admit it. The events of September 11 swept away all reluctance. Moscow, Beijing, Paris, and many other capitals explicitly recognized U.S. supremacy. Numerous leaders, first of all, French President Jacques Chirac, hurried to Washington, officially to offer their condolences, actually to pay unconditional allegiance. They all realized that the time for evasiveness had passed. Whoever is not with us is with the terrorists, President Bush had warned, before adding that he would remember all those who had remained passive at that particular moment. Once universal compliance was verified, which included those of the UN, NATO, and the European Union, Washington behaved in a sovereign manner, that is, without taking into consideration the recommendations or wishes of the addict countries. The constituted coalition obeyed a variable geometry, in which Washington chose its partner at all times, unilaterally set the mission it had to fulfill, and left it no room for maneuver. Europe's participation in this war, an American analyst notes, is done on a unilateral basis that presupposes the clear acceptance of a single authority, the American command. And not only in the military field. In the information war, the invisible war, more than 50 countries also put their intelligence and counterintelligence services under the orders of the CIA and the FBI. As a result, in just a few weeks, more than 360 suspects around the world were arrested, accused of links with Osama bin Laden's Al-Qaeda network. The supremacy of the United States was great, now it's crushing. At the beginning of the year 2002, the world finds itself in a situation unprecedented in the history of mankind, notes the American political scientist William Pfaff. A single nation, the United States, enjoys unrivaled military and economic power and can rule virtually anywhere. Even without resorting to nuclear weapons, the United States could destroy the military forces of any other nation in the world. Planet. If it wanted, the United States could impose complete social and economic bankruptcy on any other country. No nation has ever had such power, or comparable invulnerability. At his side, the other Western powers, France, Germany, Japan, Italy, Canada, and the United Kingdom, are Lilliputian figures. The most spectacular proof of America's awesome power of intimidation was offered to us the day after September 11. Bin Laden's strategy. By assassinating Commander Massoud, the military chief of the Afghan Northern Alliance, on September 9, Osama bin Laden believed he had eliminated one of the decisive assets that Washington could have used after the attacks. The United States, he told himself, could no longer rely on the Northern Alliance. If he persisted in doing so to overthrow the Taliban regime, protectors of Al-Qaeda, he would find himself facing Pakistan, a fearsome military power, with a population of 150 million and in possession of nuclear weapons. Islamabad would never accept, bin Laden thought, the dismantling of the Taliban regime, which had allowed Pakistan to realize an ancient ambition, to finally control Afghanistan and reduce it, in fact, to the rank of a protectorate. Further north, Russia, tense with Washington due to its serious disagreement with the anti-missile shield project cherished by President Bush, would also not collaborate with the Americans, nor would it offer them any intermediation with its close allies in Central Asia, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan. According to this common-sense reasoning, after September 11 the United States would have had to resign itself to bombing Afghanistan from far away, with Tomahawk cruise missiles, as William Clinton had to do in 1998 after the attacks on the American embassies in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam. A spectacular response, without a doubt, but without real consequences. As the course of events has shown, Osama bin Laden was wrong. In less than 24 hours, faced with the inescapable dilemma of to help the United States or to take considerable risks in such high-priority strategic areas as Kashmir, the rivalry with India and the possession of nuclear weapons, the Pakistani High Command and President General Pervez Musharraf did not hesitate for a second. They chose, as is well known, to sacrifice Afghanistan. As for Russia, he did not waver for a moment either. On September 11, Vladimir Putin was the first to contact Bush to express his solidarity. This one went so far into Central Asia that the U.S. military hierarchy couldn't help but be moved. Washington's reward has been twofold: American silence on the atrocities committed by the Russian army in its fight against terrorism in Chechnya, and acceptance of Russia joining, in fact, NATO. Scary warning. Moscow's new attitude clearly means that there is no longer any chance of building a military coalition capable of acting as a counterweight to U.S. might. Today its military predominance is absolute. From that point of view, the punishment that he inflicted on Afghanistan since October 7, bombing it day and night for several months, represents a terrifying warning to all the countries of the world. Whoever is against the United States will find himself alone in front of them, without any allies and exposed to being bombed back to the Stone Age. The list of potential next targets is publicly announced in American newspapers: Somalia, Yemen, Sudan, Iraq, Iran, Syria, North Korea. And President Bush, in his State of the Union address, on January 29, 2002, with the nickname Axis of Evil, it has explicitly designated three next targets: North Korea, Iran, and above all Iraq. Another post-9/11 lesson is that globalization continues and takes hold as the main feature of the contemporary world. However, the current crisis has revealed their vulnerability. For this reason, the United States maintains that it is urgent to constitute what could be called the security apparatus of the globalization. With the accession of Russia, the entry of China into the WTO, and the pretext of the global fight against terrorism, which allows freedoms and the perimeter of democracy to be cut everywhere. 48 At present all the conditions seem to be in place for this global security device is finalized. either under the auspices of the new NATO or, more likely, under the direct control of the US military. That they are already acting directly, with the argument of fighting terrorism, on fronts as scattered as the Philippines, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Georgia, Yemen, Somalia, and Colombia. The idea is opening up that we have entered a new period of contemporary history in which, once again, it is possible to give military solutions to political problems. Because of globalization. Voices are also heard that hold liberal globalization partially responsible for the events of September 11, because it has aggravated injustices, inequalities, and poverty on a planetary scale. 49 And because, consequently, it has sharpened the desperation and resentment of millions of people ready to rebel, of people determined, in the Arab-Muslim world, to support the most radical Islamic groups, including Al-Qaeda, which resort to the most extreme violence. By weakening the states, devaluing politics, and dismantling the main regulations, globalization has favored the development of organizations with a flexible, non-hierarchical, non-vertical, reticular structure. Both global companies and NGOs, for example, have taken advantage of this new status quo and multiplied. The rule of law stopped for a moment after September 11 in the United States and Europe, said Friamet Duva, a press freedom representative at the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE. But, under these same conditions, parasitic organizations have also proliferated, chaotically taking advantage of spaces degraded by globalization, mafias, criminal organizations, criminal networks of all kinds, sects, and terrorist groups. From this point of view, the Al-Qaeda network sect is an organization perfectly adapted to the era of globalization, with its multinational ramifications, its financial networks, its media and communication connections, its economic resources, its sources of supply, its educational and training centers, their humanitarian organizations, their propaganda organs, their branches and sub-branches. In the manner of Bin Laden and Al-Qaeda, certain global companies will appropriate a hollow, empty, unstructured state, prey to endemic disorder and chaos, to use it at their whim. Also from this point of view, Osama bin Laden will have been in a certain way a terrifying precursor towards the individual state. Throughout history, the world has known city-states, Athens, Sparta, Venice, Hong Kong, Singapore, region states, in feudal times, but also in contemporary times, with decentralization, autonomies and neo-federalism, party states, the Fascist Party in Mussolini's Italy, the National Socialist Party in Hitler's Germany, or the Communist Party in Stalin's Soviet Union, and nation-states, in the 19th and 20th centuries. But, with globalization, we are witnessing the appearance of the network state and even the individual state, of which Osama bin Laden is the first obvious example. Although, for the time being, the latter continues to need as the hermit crab needs an empty shell, an empty state, Somalia, Afghanistan, to appropriate it and put it at the full service of its ambitions. Globalization favors this phenomenon, as the appearance of company states will probably favor tomorrow. Middle East. The New 100 Years' War. In September 2002, 1 year after the tragic attacks of September 11, 2001, when the crushing U.S. offensive in Afghanistan against the Taliban regime and against Osama bin Laden's Al-Qaeda network ended, the 100-year war between Israelis and Palestinians continues to rage in the Middle East. The war between Israel and Palestine is inextricable and, for many, is the black hole of international politics. The Second Intifada and its repression had already surpassed, in February 2002, the barrier of 1,000 deaths, more than 260 Israelis and around 915 Palestinians. Not counting the tens of thousands of wounded in both camps, disabled for life in many cases. In dramatic circumstances and while rivers of blood continue to flow, how can we not remember the words spoken by Isaac Rabin, before falling in turn under the bullets of a fanatic Jew? We, the soldiers who have returned from combat stained with blood, we, who have fought against you Palestinians, say to you today with a loud and clear voice, enough of blood and enough of tears. Enough? However, in the 7 years that have passed, how much blood and how many tears have continued to be shed on the martyred lands of Israel and Palestine. The provocation of General Ariel Sharon when he appeared on September 28, 2000, protected by dozens of policemen, on the esplanade of the mosques, the Temple Mount for the Jews, set in motion a new tragic mechanism: protests by Palestinian civilians, brutality, disproportionate repression, 51 Palestinian children and adolescents gunned down, horrific lynching of 2 Israeli soldiers, reprisals against Israeli Arabs, suicide bombings in the streets of Israeli cities, military reoccupation of Palestinian autonomous cities, provocations by extremist settlers, new and hideous attacks against Israeli civilians, etc. The spiral of violence seemed endless. The planetary shock of September 11, 2001 did not break the cycle of revenge and retaliation. Rather, it seems to have relaunched and intensified it, especially after the retaining wall operation launched in March and April 2002 by the Israeli army, following particularly cruel Palestinian attacks, and which was characterized, in particular, by the destruction of part of the West Bank city of Jenin. 52. Everyday barbarism. Political regression towards an ethnic-religious conflict like those in Bosnia, Kosovo, or Chechnya. With calls, among fanatics in both camps, for ethnic cleansing or segregation of populations. 53. A return to the desperation of Palestinian civilians, whose living conditions have become hellish due to the successive blockades of the cities. 54. And a return of unease and fear within Israeli society, which, traumatized and martyred, nevertheless continues to be mostly in favor of a peace agreement. 55. What a tragic disappointment for those who thought they saw the end of a century of confrontation in the 1993 Oslo Accords. Setbacks. The assassination of Yitzhak Rabin was the first major setback to the peace project. Later, in 1996, the tight election of Benjamin Netanyahu by a population in a state of shock after a series of unspeakable Islamist attacks, meant his definitive ruin. As Prime Minister, Netanyahu blocked the negotiations, sabotaged the Oslo agreements, violated UN resolutions and, through a policy of blockades and promotion of colonization, aggravated the material situation of the Palestinians to unbearable limits and, in many cases, pushed them into the arms of armed organizations, hostile in turn to the Oslo Accords and supporters of terrorism. In Gaza, for example, 1 million Palestinians live in overcrowded conditions of indescribable misery, while some 6,000 extremist Jewish settlers, protected by soldiers armed to the teeth, occupy a third of the territory, made up of the best irrigated land. In Arab Jerusalem, in contempt of international law, Netanyahu promoted the implantation of Jewish populations, in many cases from overseas. Regarding the Palestinians, he practiced a policy of humiliation and repression, and did not hesitate to resort to torture, which earned him the condemnation of the UN and the denunciation of the Israeli Organization for the Defense of Human Rights B'Tselem. The newspaper Haaretz then did not hesitate to present Israel as the only state in the world to legally legitimize torture, in a completely official way. Israel, a moral project. It goes without saying that this colonial and repressive attitude of the authorities is repugnant to many Israeli citizens. Because this unique state is unlike any other. Certainly, it is the fruit of the Zionist theses formulated in 1896 by Theodor Herzl. However, according to the Israeli historian Zeev Sternhell, deep down Zionism, it would be nothing more than a classic variant of that closed nationalism that appeared in Europe at the end of the century. It has not the slightest inconvenience in denying others the same elementary rights that it demands for itself with absolute aplomb. The State of Israel also arises, indisputably, from European anti-Semitism, the Russian pogroms and the Nazi genocide. It constitutes the port and the refuge to which millions of persecuted and discriminated against have taken refuge in search of a space of peace and freedom. Thus, for all of them, and in particular for the survivors of the extermination camps, Israel is not only a national project, but also a moral project. A betrayed moral project, as even those who obstinately turn a blind eye to the terrible abuses of the Israeli authorities must admit. The calls. Israeli new historians were able, irrefutable evidence in hand, to question the legend of the innocence of their state. 58. Discrimination and retaliation. Chilling documents have revealed the reality of the massacres committed in 1948 by Israeli soldiers in order to terrorize Palestinians and make them flee. Those who remained in Israel are today more than 1 million, of which 15% profess Christianity, that is, a sixth of the country's population. Less subject to discrimination than before, they remained subject to military authority until 1966, they continue to be second-class citizens, despite what was promised by the Declaration of Independence, read by David Ben-Gurion on May 14, 1948, that the State of Israel will guarantee the fullest social and political equality to all its inhabitants, without distinction of religious creed, race, or sex. This commitment has never been put into practice. And the rights of Arab Israeli citizens have never been respected, as the racist reprisals in Galilee in early October 2000 tragically demonstrated. For having protested against the repression in the West Bank and Gaza, Arab Israelis were victims in Nazareth and other places, both from the shooting with live bullets by the military, which caused 13 deaths, and from authentic pogroms organized by henchmen of the Likud and the extreme right-wing parties. However, on the night of his successful election in May 1999, Labour Prime Minister Ehud Barak had promised to return to the path of peace. Had he not dared to declare, in April 1998, to the great scandal of the right, "If I were a young Palestinian, I would also choose violence." Withdrawal from South Lebanon. And indeed, Barak made the decision to end the military occupation of southern Lebanon. In that strip of territory, the hasty withdrawal of the Israeli army and the inglorious abandonment of the South Lebanon Army, SLA, militia were interpreted by Hezbollah, the Shia Islamist militia supported by Iran, and by Arab public opinion as a major military victory over Israel, the first in half a century of Israeli-Arab fighting. For a moment, it even seemed that the hope of seeing the end of the peace negotiations receded, and that the region was preparing to enter a new cycle of instability and tension. Things, as always in this area, could get worse. But appearances were deceiving. The Middle East was hungry for peace. In Israel, public opinion demanded it loud and clear. And in most of the Arab countries, realism prevailed, at the same time that it was time for the leadership to be replaced. In Jordan and Syria, a new generation has taken the reins of the state. In Saudi Arabia, in Egypt, and within the Palestinian Authority, the question of succession remains crucial. And no old leader wants to leave the war to his dauphin. Reforms in Iran. For their part, in Iran, the country that protects the Lebanese Hezbollah, the supporters of the reforms have not stopped gaining ground. If solidarity with the Palestinians remains a national cause, the form that, according to the reformists, that solidarity can take is not necessarily through exclusive support for the armed struggle and terrorism against Israel. Indeed, a wind of freedom has blown over Iran since the overwhelming victory of the Participation Front in the legislative elections of February 8, 2000. Most of the seats in parliament went to the reformist friends of President Mohammad Khatami. After the victories in the presidential, May 1997, and municipal, March 1999, elections, this tidal wave confirmed the intensity of the demand for change expressed by Iranian society, 23 years after the Islamic Revolution. The events taking place in that country, 3 times larger than Spain and populated by 66 million people, are of planetary importance and directly concern the Muslim world as a whole, that immense crescent that stretches from Morocco to Indonesia and from Kosovo to Nigeria, encompassing more than 1 billion human beings. Political Islam. Fueled by egalitarianism, third worldism, anti-Zionism and anti-Americanism, the ideas of Iranian Islam spread throughout the Muslim world after 1979. In all countries, and particularly in the most disadvantaged circles, Tehran tried to establish networks to favor the conquest of power by Islamic fundamentalists. Iran thus aspired to become the leader of a combative political Islam, opposed to the traditionalism of Saudi Arabia. The project failed. And today, internally, the revolutionary regime is immersed in complete confusion. Vilified by widespread corruption, denigrated by the dimensions of the economic disaster, torn apart by serious internal conflicts, discredited by its excesses in repression and censured by its reactionary conformism in matters of customs. His three great successes are of a social nature. The revolution benefited the disinherited, educational, literacy campaigns, generalization of free education, more than 2 million students, mostly women, in higher education, and democratic. The elections of May 1997, March 1999, and February 2000 were developed with full transparency. Paradoxically, these three achievements aggravate the discredit of the regime. Deeply transformed, educated, and politicized, the young generations are the first to express their frustrations. Once again, Alexis de Tocqueville's famous axiom is confirmed: the great revolutions that succeed make the causes that produce them disappear, and consequently their very success makes them incomprehensible to new generations. Women, youth, intellectuals, the entire reformist camp demands a revolution within the revolution. In his own way, President Mohammad Khatami reminds Mikhail Gorbachev, who, at the head of the Soviet Union, called for transparency, glasnost, and restructuring, perestroika, for the regime that emerged from the 1917 revolution. However, Khatami's supporters do not deny the events of 1979, much less dream of restoration. If they say no to the mullah's regime, it is because they oppose the hijacking of the revolution by a Shia clergy incapable of giving the country a new impetus. The end of a theocracy. The reconsideration of the theocratic character of the Islamic Republic constitutes the axis of the debate between conservatives and reformists. And it interests the entire Muslim world. The latter maintain that the institution of the Wilayah Faqih, literally the magisterium of the religious guide, which establishes the authority of an unelected supreme guide, currently Ayatollah Ali Khomeini, above that of the President of the Republic designated by the ballot box, does not have divine legitimacy. This is the position not only of the laity, but also of numerous leading religious personalities who, aware that the mosques are emptying and the clergy is losing prestige at times, fear seeing Islam itself suffer the consequences of the unpopularity of the regime. Consequently, the reformists campaign for the end of the all-embracing power of religious dogma, the establishment of a rule of law, multi-party politics, freedom of opinion, the right of intellectuals and creators to criticize, and the expansion of access to women to positions of responsibility. They can express themselves, not without risk, in the hundreds of new newspapers and magazines that attest to a formidable intellectual effervescence and creativity. In economic matters, the projects are more vague, even though the situation is alarming, with 20% unemployment, more than 50% of the population below the poverty line, and a foreign debt that exceeds $22,000 million. If there are supporters of preserving a strong public sector, particularly in hydrocarbons, others advocate the privatization of all nationalized companies and even the liquidation of state monopolies in transport, telecommunications, energy. The reformist camp, united against the conservatives, it is divided on essential issues. So the swords are still up. The conservatives, with the supreme guide Ali Khomeini at the head, continue to control the judiciary, the big media, radio and television, the economic power and the police, the armed forces and the paramilitary militias. A confrontation between the two camps cannot be excluded. Khatami and his modernizing friends will have to remember this. Experience teaches that the most dangerous moment for a government emerging from a long period of conservatism is often the very moment when it begins to make reforms. On the other hand, the attacks of September 11 and the war in Afghanistan facilitated the reinsertion of Tehran's diplomacy in the international arena. Contrary, always, to the Taliban regime and protector of the Hazara, Shiite, minority in Afghanistan, Iran is, in fact, one of the beneficiaries of the new situation created after the overthrow of the Taliban, which, objectively, favored some rapprochement between Tehran and Washington. An approach that was brutally interrupted on January 29, 2002, when, in his State of the Union address, President Bush surprisingly singled out Iran, along with Iraq and North Korea, as one of the member countries of the axis of evil. This transformed context, although it does not imply a reduction of the Iranian commitment in favor of the creation of a Palestinian state, should lead Tehran to privilege, in the pursuit of such an end, diplomatic action to the detriment of exclusive support for Hezbollah and other organizations supporters of violence and terrorism against Israel. Negotiate with Syria. Why, after thinking about it for 22 years, did the Israeli government suddenly decide to implement United Nations Resolution 425, which called on it to withdraw its troops from southern Lebanon? First, because, following his successful election in May 1999, Prime Minister Ehud Barak had promised to end a highly unpopular occupation in Israel. Secondly, because, from a strictly military point of view, said occupation did not at all guarantee the security of Israel and its population. Lastly and above all, because the withdrawal of troops would allow negotiations with Syria to be relaunched. These were Ehud Barak's priority after his election. He was willing to return to Damascus the essential part of the Golan Heights, an offer already made by his predecessors that confirmed his desire to move towards an agreement with Syria. But, as is well known, the compromise ran afoul of former President Hafez al-Assad's will to obtain moreover, in accordance with Security Council Resolution 242, a return to the ceasefire lines of 4 June 1967 and, consequently, Syria's access to the eastern shore of Lake Tiberias. By withdrawing from southern Lebanon without having reached an agreement with Damascus, Barak had three goals in mind. It gave another proof of his desire for peace to the international community. It deprived Damascus of the prestigious political role of protector of Hezbollah, an ally of Iran, whose beatings of Israel's troops were celebrated throughout the Muslim Arab world. And, finally, it highlighted the other occupation of the country of the Cedar, that of Syria, which maintains 35,000 soldiers in Lebanon. Suddenly, it forced the Syrians to reflect: if they allowed Hezbollah to act inside Israel, they risk suffering the consequences. However, Damascus could hardly afford it. The state of deterioration of the country was considerable. Any major crisis could have disrupted gravely the fundamental project of President Assad, to transfer power to his son. On the other hand, an agreement with Israel would have had many advantages for Syria, which would have recovered the Golan Heights, preserved its strategic interests in Lebanon and had access to Western credits. Thus, on both sides, everything pushed for a compromise. The missed opportunity. As for Israel-Palestinian relations, despite the bloody clashes of May 2000, various signs indicated that, 7 years after the Oslo Accords, we were on the eve of a historic compromise. And, furthermore, on the three fundamental disputes: territories, Jerusalem, and refugees. The secret negotiations held in Stockholm since the beginning of May between Shlomo Ben Ami, then Israeli Minister of Internal Security, and Ahmed Koreh, Abu Allah, President of the Palestinian Legislative Council, had considerable surprises in store for both parties. Israel would have ceded between 90 and 92% of the West Bank, and not between 60 and 75%, as was presumed, excluding the Jerusalem region. Thus, the Palestinians had to leave the territories where approximately 80% of the Jewish settlers resided. With regard to Jerusalem, the Palestinians would have been able to install their capital in Abu Dis, a neighborhood of the Holy City recently returned by Israel that would have been renamed Al-Quds, the Arabic name for the city, and would remain in communication with the Holy Places Muslims through a corridor under Palestinian control. East Jerusalem, where 200,000 Palestinians live, would have remained under Israeli sovereignty, but under Palestinian municipal administration. Lastly, as regards the delicate problem of refugees, nearly 4 million Palestinians, Israel reportedly allowed the symbolic return of a few dozen people and compensated the rest. It was this point, and especially the appeal of the Palestinians to the principle of the right of return advocated by Resolution 194 of the United Nations General Assembly of December 11, 1948, which ended up becoming the main stumbling block. And the possibility of refer the matter to future negotiations between the Palestinian state and the State of Israel. Peace within reach. After his courageous decision to end the occupation of southern Lebanon and his no less courageous intention to return the Golan to Syria in exchange for peace, Ehud Barak seemed determined to end the injustices committed against the Palestinians. Everything suggested that peace was within reach and that a compromise on the main issues in dispute, restitution of territories, East Jerusalem, and refugees, would not be long in coming. This necessarily involved, for both parties, but above all for the Palestinians, a series of concessions, which the extremists of both camps were quick to describe as unacceptable, if not sacrilegious. All in all, and despite its imperfections, the draft agreement seemed solid enough to finally relaunch, 7 years after Oslo, a genuine dynamic of peace. By eradicating violence from the region, this dynamic would guarantee Israel's legitimate aspiration to security, recognize the no less legitimate right of Palestinians to live in a sovereign state, and thus allow the entire Middle East to devote itself to what is essential: democratic development, economic and social. After coming so close to peace, how is it possible that, at the beginning of this 21st century, Israelis and Palestinians find themselves immersed in this hellish war? New revelations about the secret negotiations held in July 2000 in Camp David, United States, have allowed us to verify that the Palestinians, outraged by the constant violations perpetrated by the Israeli authorities, were not willing to make substantial additional concessions. It is true that, by recognizing Israel on November 15, 1988, its National Council had accepted that the Jewish state would occupy 78% of mandatory Palestine, contenting itself with the remaining 22% for the Palestinian state. In such conditions, how to also grant 10% of the West Bank, a percentage that apparently did not include the Jerusalem region or the Jordan Valley, over which Barak intended to maintain Israeli sovereignty? With the aggravating circumstance that, according to the map drawn up by the Israeli delegation, the settlement blocks annexed by Israel would have divided the West Bank of the Jordan into 3 discontinuous zones. However, does not United Nations Resolution 242, adopted by the Security Council in 1967, require Israel's withdrawal from the occupied territories? And the Oslo Agreement, isn't it based on the delivery of land in exchange for peace? But the Palestinians were also unwilling to compromise on East Jerusalem, which they intended to make their capital. They considered that international law was on their side, since United Nations Resolution 242 instructs Israel to withdraw to its borders prior to the 1967 war. However, as a sign of goodwill, they agreed to cede full sovereignty to Israel on the Wailing Wall, as well as a fundamental concession on the Jewish quarters of the Old City. Feeling he was the repository of the wishes of a part of his people, for whom reunified Jerusalem must continue to be the eternal capital of Israel, Ehud Barak could not bend to recognize Palestinian sovereignty over the eastern part of the city. Considering himself invested by the whole of the faithful and the Muslim states with the duty to keep the holy places of Islam under Arab safeguard, Yasser Arafat could not give his arm to twist either. This double impasse, on a question that was certainly political, but with a strong religious component, was destined to frustrate the negotiations. The latest proposals by Barak, who at the end of September 2000 offered to accept that, under the name of Al-Quds, the Palestinian capital be installed less than 2 kilometers from the esplanade of the mosques, which would continue under tutelage, but not under sovereignty, Palestinian, were not enough to stop the gears of violence, which the coming to power of General Ariel Sharon only aggravated. Right of return? Another burning issue, the fate of the refugees of 1948 whose forced exodus the Israeli new historians reconstructed in 1967. International law assisted the Palestinians in this regard as well. On December 11, 1948, Resolution 194 of the United Nations General Assembly established their right to return, which was recognized by the State of Israel itself. Indeed, on May 12. In 1949, within the framework of the Lausanne Conference, Israel signed a protocol with its Arab neighbors that assumed both the 1947 partition plan and the Resolution 194. But that same May 12, 1949, the entry into the UN of the Jewish state turned what was agreed in Lausanne into a dead letter. Walter Eiten, co-director general of the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs, will acknowledge the following: "My main objective was to begin to undermine the protocol of May 12, which we had been forced to sign in the framework of our struggle to be admitted to the United Nations." United. 52 years later, the State of Israel has forgotten this episode. In its eyes, the return of the refugees constitutes a threat to its Jewish character, even to its very existence. Consequently, Prime Minister Ehud Barak could not be expected to take any steps in the direction of Yasser Arafat at Camp David. However, intellectual honesty forces us to recognize that, in this dispute as in others, the Palestinian Authority bears its share of responsibility. He was unable to clearly state either his proposals or his objections to those of the Israeli delegation before, during, or after the Camp David summit. Certainly, the Israeli leaders and media instrumentalized the right of return. Even a great Israeli writer and veteran of the peace field like Amos Oz has gone so far as to write that the recognition of that right is equivalent to abolishing the right to self-determination of the Jewish people. It will turn the Jewish people into an ethnic minority at the mercy of the Arabs, into a protected minority, as Muslim fundamentalists would like. The recognition of the right of return entails the annihilation of Israel. Instead of 2 states for 2 nations, what will ultimately be on this earth will be 2 Arab states 63. But would it have been the same? How effective would this bogey be if, following the example of Leila Shahid, General Delegate for Palestine in France, the Palestinian leader had said publicly, like his closed-door negotiators, "It is clear that no one wants to change the Jewish character of the Israeli state. It is clear that the right of return will not apply to all refugees. Consequently, its application will have to be negotiated, but it is no less evident that the right must be recognized." Tubba's commitment. However, these mistakes are not enough to justify the judgment of various observers, for whom Ehud Barak would have made a generous offer at Camp David that Yasser Arafat would have been obstinate in rejecting. Unquestionably, the Israeli Prime Minister went further than any of his predecessors. But not enough to satisfy the demands of international law and create the conditions sine qua non for the establishment of an independent and viable Palestinian state. It was impossible, respond those same observers. In this regard, it suffices to refer to history. After the publication of the suggestions of U.S. President William Clinton in December 2000, the Israeli government and the Palestinian Authority ended up agreeing to resume on these new bases the negotiations begun in the United States in the Egyptian city of Tubba. And today we know that this negotiation served to draw the main lines of a possible agreement on all the points in dispute, including the right of return, the principle of which Israel recognized for the first time, in exchange for a flexible application 65. Meanwhile, the resignation of the Israeli Prime Minister, Ehud Barak, had led to the calling of early elections, which were to be held on February 6, 2001. Given the foreseeable victory of Ariel Sharon, in Barak's eyes the Israeli-Palestinian entente left from being the instrument of a possible re-election to becoming a heavy burden. Consequently, he withdrew his negotiators. What if, instead of throwing in the towel, Barak had given himself a few months and, once the agreement had been polished and signed, had defended it before public opinion in his country. The available data suggests that a clear majority of Israelis would have ratified it, provided that it offered a perspective of peace, insecurity and respect for the right of both countries to freely decide their destiny. Unfortunately, this is mere conjecture. The election of Ariel Sharon, president of Likud, led the confrontation, already bloody, to the dramatic impasse in which the region has been immersed since the end of 2001. Responsibility of the United States. The United States bears a great responsibility in the evolution of this process. Instead of playing the role of mediator, it has constantly shown bias in favor of Israel. And it has not stopped threatening military action against several Arab countries, Yemen, Sudan, and especially Iraq, accused by Washington, after the attacks of September 11, 2001, of hosting, protecting and helping Islamic terrorist organizations. At the end of 2001, in the midst of the military offensive against Afghanistan and for several weeks, the U.S. media circulated the rumor that the Pentagon was about to launch an attack on Iraq, accused, unfairly, of being the cause of the wave anthrax scare that spread across the country in the days following 9/11. It gave the impression that the United States intended to take advantage of the international crisis situation to settle a problem pending a solution since the end of the Gulf War. Many staunch friends of Israel encouraged the U.S. administration to take this path. They knew that, in our unipolar world, the United States is the most powerful country in the international arena and can exercise its hegemony in an authoritarian manner. In effect, the United States subjugates the world in a way no other empire has done in all of human history. After its victory in the Gulf War in 1991, did not Washington propose to build a new world order designed in its image? With prophetic accents, President George Bush, Sr., then declared, "The United States is called to lead the world out of the darkness and chaos of the dictatorship and lead it towards the promise of better days." This desire to effectively exercise world leadership, to intervene in crises and tilt the balance to the side most favorable to their interests, only confirmed itself from 1994 to 2001, during the term of President William Clinton. The United States considers itself invested with a mission that it has given itself, due to its weight on the world stage, stated Hubert Védrine, then French foreign minister. We are facing a phenomenon of hyperpower. And the former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright had already recalled, following the confrontation with Iraq in February 1998, that she represented an America totally convinced of having global responsibilities, which means that, when we can change things, we must do it. 67 Without going through the UN, to which Washington, by rejecting the election of Boutros Ghali in 1996, imposed that the new Secretary General should not be a politician, the Secretary General of the UN, Mrs. Albright, decreed must be just an administrator. It is possible that he will have a more political role in a future historical stage, but not in the next 5 years. 68 The irony of history has wanted this administrator to be Kofi Annan, who has shown, with his actions in the face of various crises, the necessity of politics, and the United Nations. No strategy for the Middle East. But aside from continued support for Israel, the United States has no comprehensive strategy for the Middle East. Washington has done nothing decisive to revitalize the peace negotiations between Israelis and Palestinians, not even after the attacks of September 11. The sending of General Anthony Zinni as mediator was a minor diplomatic measure. However, the current situation in the Arab world differs from that in 1991, during the Gulf War. The brutality of the embargo imposed on Baghdad, for 11 years, an Iraqi child has died every 6 minutes, and the successive U.S. bombings of 1992, 1993, 1996, and 1998 give the impression of a fierce anti-Iraqi attack whose main victims are civilians. In contrast, the attitude of the United States is exceptionally lenient with regard to the authorities of Israel, a country that continues to occupy, with grave disregard for international law, a part of Syria, the Golan, and the territories of Gaza and the West Bank, in addition to from East Jerusalem. A country in which the government of Ariel Sharon, turning a deaf ear to the protests, decided to put an end to peace negotiations with the Palestinians and intensify colonization and repression. In short, a country that possesses all kinds of weapons of mass destruction, chemical, biological and atomic, and that violates for 30 years all the UN resolutions that affect it, without ever having been punished. On the contrary, Washington continues to grant him aid worth $3 billion year after year. These facts are perceived as a deep injustice by Arab public opinion, which, in return, expresses with increasing force its sympathy towards the Iraqi population. Without forgetting that the Baghdad regime is a dictatorship based on terror and repression, the most influential intellectuals in the Arab world have taken the lead in a crusade of solidarity with Iraqi society. Fearful of the strength of this movement, and to protest the Israeli government's intransigence, most of the region's leaders refused to endorse plans to bomb Iraq after the January 2002 U.S. victory over Afghanistan. If carried out, such an action would undoubtedly have sparked massive anti-American demonstrations almost everywhere. And, in an Arab world where there is no real democracy, and where some leaders are among the oldest on the planet, the unrest could have led to the destabilization of more than one regime, especially those closest to Washington. Middle East denial of justice. The United States has never known how to be firm in the face of the intransigence of the Israeli authorities. Not even when, in March 2002, the Arab Summit, meeting in Beirut, unanimously proposed the adoption of the peace plan proposed by the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, which essentially consisted of trading peace against territories. All peace against all territories. Although Washington officially endorsed that plan, and President Bush spoke of the need for a Palestinian state, he did not protest when Prime Minister Sharon, in response to that proposal, unleashed his retaining wall offensive, launching 75,000 soldiers in to reoccupy the West Bank, causing dozens of deaths and destruction without number. So the game is not the same. And all those who frantically demand a balance in the media treatment of this contentious do not intend anything other than to mask the pure truth. This could not be more clear. In the West Bank and Gaza we are facing a blatant denial of justice regarding the fundamental rights of Palestinians. In our view, this denial of justice in no way justifies resorting to blind terrorism and indiscriminate attacks on innocent Israeli civilians. Palestinian leaders who wager on terrorism continue to ignore the democratic nature of Israeli society, which freely chooses its rulers. The more terrified they feel, the more likely Israelis are to vote for their more hawkish, tougher, and more uncompromising leaders. It is time for a powerful nonviolent movement to emerge within Palestinian society that could ally with the Israeli peace movement. All the surveys show that there is, in both towns, a majority of citizens who, despite everything that has happened, want to move towards peace and reconciliation. In any other region of the world, a similar situation of oppression would have provoked the just indignation of intellectuals who, in similar cases, raise their voices against human rights violations, call for the creation of international tribunals and alert public opinion, when they do not demand, as in Kosovo, Chechnya, or East Timor, a military intervention. Many intellectuals, note, for example, Daniel Ben Said, Roni Berman, and Marcel Francis Kahn, committed to defending the national rights of Bosnians, Chechens, and Kosovars, remain strangely silent, at best, when it comes to Palestinian refugees and camps. When it comes to this conflict, the obsession with balance, with equal treatment, seems to have taken over the mainstream media, when the norm established during the wars in the Gulf, Rwanda, Somalia, Bosnia, Kosovo, Chechnya, and Afghanistan was that of a most primary Manichaeism: Saddam Hussein is Hitler, or Milosevic is Hitler. Manichaeism was so reprehensible then, as it is now irrational to demand balance in a manifestly unbalanced situation, in which the military superiority of Israel over the Palestinians is overwhelming from any point of view. It is worth remembering here the following reflection by Jean-Luc Godard, the democratic debate dishonors itself when it is conceived like this: 1 minute for Hitler, 1 minute for the Jews. Israel, a military superpower close to the hyperpower of the United States, must prove that it knows how to be fair. A part of its political class, lacking in imagination, audacity, and heart at the same time, seems incapable of facing the challenges of post-Zionism. Will you have the courage to make the necessary concessions? Dismantle entrenched colonies, like in Hebron and Gaza, illegally created by extreme right-wing, racist fanatics armed to the teeth? Abandon the illusion that the Palestinians are always willing to accept anything because the balance of power is unfavorable to them. Admit that the Palestinians are fighting for their freedom and independence, and that the occupation, unfair to them, is suicidal for the future of the Jewish state itself. Truth and reconciliation. For many reasons, the Middle East cannot afford to continue postponing the resolution of the conflict. In Israel as in Palestine, public opinion demands it. The solution, political, passes through the coexistence, peaceful and even constructive, of both states, one Jewish and the other Arab. But it also requires the reconciliation of the two peoples, who must, among other things, assume their respective histories. Therein lies the importance, for example, of the call launched 4 years ago by Edward W. Said. The American intellectual of Palestinian origin replied as follows to Roger Garaudi's Arab friends: the thesis that the Holocaust is nothing more than a hoax by the Zionists circulates through various media in an unacceptable way. How can we expect the whole world to become aware of our suffering as Arabs if we are unable to become aware of that of others, even our oppressors, and if we are unable to accept the facts when they contradict the simplistic view of right-thinking intellectuals who refuse to see the connection between the Holocaust and Israel? Saying that we must become aware of the reality of the Holocaust, Said continues, does not at all mean accepting the idea that the Holocaust excuses Zionism for the evil it has done to the Palestinians. On the contrary, acknowledging the history of the Holocaust and the madness of the genocide against the Jewish people makes us credible when it comes to our own history, allows us to ask the Israelis and the Jews to make a link between the Holocaust and the Zionist injustices meted out to the Palestinians, that they establish a link and at the same time question it for what it hides of hypocrisy and moral deviation. And the Palestinian intellectual does not hesitate to add, exploring the meaning of Roger Garaudi and his Danir friends in the name of freedom of expression is an idiotic ruse that only serves to discredit us in the eyes of the world. It is proof of fundamental ignorance of the history of the world in which we live, a sign of incompetence and inability to fight a worthy battle. Other intellectuals have responded to this call in the Arab world who, standing up to the anti-Semitic resurgence fueled by the degeneration of the conflict, have opposed those who deny the genocide of the Jews of Europe committed by the Nazis. It can be seen in it something like a hand stretched out over the river of blood that currently separates both peoples, to favor the arrival of the day when the truth will finally dispel hatred and establish a lasting peace. And, in doing so, save both peoples of an announced destruction. Globalization/anti-globalization. Planetary social war. Known as the phrase of Karl Marx, "Give me the windmill and I will give you the Middle Ages." Paraphrasing it, we might add, "Give me the steam engine and I'll give you the industrial age." Or, applying it to the contemporary era, "Give me the computer and I will give you globalization." Although such determinisms are necessarily excessive, they sum up this central idea quite well. At crucial moments in history, a brilliant invention which never arises by chance upsets the order of things, changes the trajectory of a society and unleashes a new movement. Long-lasting. Imperceptibly, for a long decade, we have entered into such a movement. At the end of the 19th century, the steam engine, by causing the Industrial Revolution, changed the face of the world, development of capitalism, emergence of the working class, birth of socialism, expansion of colonialism, etc. However, that machine ultimately only replaced the muscles. With its vocation to replace the brain, the computer is on the way to causing, before our eyes, even more formidable and unprecedented mutations. Anyone can see, in fact, that everything has begun to change around us: the geopolitical framework, the economic context, the political coordinates, the ecological parameters, social values, cultural criteria, and individual attitudes. Information and communication technologies, together with the digital revolution, have ushered us, nolens volens, into a new era, whose fundamental characteristics are the instantaneous transmission of immaterial data and the proliferation of electronic links and networks. The Internet is the heart, the crossroads, and the synthesis of the great ongoing mutation. Information superhighways are to the current era what the railway was to the industrial age: powerful drivers and intensifiers of exchanges. New economy. With such parallelism in mind, numerous speculators recalled that the economic advantages of a transport system increase in broken lines, with sudden jumps, when certain connections are established. And that, in the 1840s, the construction of the lines railways constituted by itself the most important engine of industrial growth in Western Europe. 73 Consequently, since the mid-1990s, the neo-capitalists bet, in this take-off phase, on the exponential growth of all activities related to railways, information highways, virtual network technologies, and the Internet. In 1999 and 2000, this speculative fever was called the new economy. Many investors were convinced that, faced with one of the most rapid mutations the world has ever known, companies would be forced to adapt by investing heavily in computer equipment, digital telephony, satellite telecommunications, networks, etc. The growth prospects seemed limitless. In France, for example, the rate of computer equipment in homes and offices doubled between 1997 and 2000. Moreover, more than 10 million people bought mobile phones in those 3 years. As of December 31, 2001, the mobile telephony penetration rate had reached 61.6% and 37 million French people had portable devices. In addition, it estimated that the number of Internet users, estimated at 142 million in 1998, would exceed 500 million in 2003. The great economic battle of the future would see American, European and Japanese companies confront each other for control of the networks and dominance of the market for images, data, entertainment, sound, game consoles and, ultimately, contents. But also, if not especially, by the hegemony in the exponentially developing sector of electronic commerce. The Internet was to be transformed into an immense shopping gallery. 74 Embryonic in 1998, with some 8 billion euros in transactions, electronic commerce reached 40 billion in 2000 and could exceed 80,000 in 2005. In a raging rush of opulence, dreaming of easy enrichment, and spurred on by most of the media, swarms of investors, veterans and greenhorns, swarmed into stock markets almost everywhere in the world during the 2-year tech boom. 1999 to 2000, like the gold diggers of the past on El Dorado or the Klondike. The prices of certain securities linked to the Internet galaxy skyrocketed. In 1999, a dozen companies saw the value of their shares multiply by 100. Others, like American Online, AOL, fared even better. Their stock market value increased 800-fold from 1992. Nasdaq crash. A saver who had invested only 1,000 euros in shares of each of the 5 big internet companies, AOL, Yahoo, Amazon, At Home, and eBay, on the day of their listing on the stock market would have earned, from April 9, 1999, €1 million. The Nasdaq Index, the stock exchange where most high-tech securities are traded in New York, announced a gain of 85.6% for 1999. But getting rich quickly, without effort and without work is usually not a little mirage. Starting in March 2000, the Nasdaq crashed, dragging down most technology and telecommunications stocks worldwide. Paradoxically, inequalities continued to deepen even during the years of the technological boom, reaching, at the beginning of the Nasdaq crash of March 2000, levels unprecedented since the Great Depression. The prosperity of the new economy turned out to be so fragile that it brought to mind for many the economic boom of the 1920s, years, like 1999 and 2000, of weak inflation and high production. To such an extent that, given the vertiginous takeoff of the Nasdaq index, certain analysts did not hesitate to predict a technological crash and announce a risk of bankruptcy that allowed the specter of 1929 to hover. At present, it is estimated that barely 25% of the companies in the net economy will be able to survive in the medium term. First-rate financial authorities had put savers on guard from a very early date. Let's be cautious about the shares of internet companies, warned for example, as early as March 2000, Arnout Wellink, president of the Dutch Central Bank, who compared operators to crazy horses running one after another in search of a gold mine. 76. It is often said of political revolutions that they devour their children. The same can be said of economics. Globalization/anti-globalization, Argentina, a textbook case. Thus, the economic cyclone that hit Argentina at the end of December 2001 not only caused bloody riots, 30 deaths, and plunged the country into chaos, he also reported on the government and 5 presidents in less than 2 weeks. This crisis is sobering from several points of view. Since 1989, Argentina followed the recommendations of the IMF and all international financial institutions to the letter. It had privatized all of the state assets, oil, mines, electricity, water, telephone, highways, rail network, metro, airlines, even the postal service, totally liberalized foreign trade, abolished exchange controls and fired or cut wages and pensions to tens of thousands of civil servants to reduce the public deficit. He had even put the currency at par, incorporated into the constitution, with the dollar to prevent a future government from devaluing it. However, the amount of the sale of the entire state estate, amounting to tens of billions of dollars, simply evaporated due to gross corruption. And it didn't even pay off the country's foreign debt. More unusual if possible, this debt, which was $8 billion before privatization, after the sale of state assets multiplied by 16, reaching a total of $132 billion. However, Argentina continued to be considered the best student of the IMF. And in March 2000 its economy minister, Domingo Cavallo, architect of privatization and dollarization, was awarded the title of Liberal Hero of the Year by the New York Times. Thus, Argentina was an example cited by all the defenders of ultraliberalism, who never tired of extolling the Argentine model. The same model that, after 4 years of economic recession, tragically collapsed in December 2001. Elected on the night of January 1, 2002, the Peronist Eduardo Duhalde abjured that liberal model in his own investiture speech. "My commitment as of today is to put an end to that exhausted model," he assured, "which has plunged the vast majority of our people into despair. This model," Duhalde specified, "has driven 2 million compatriots into poverty, destroyed the middle class, ruined our industries and reduced the work of Argentines to nothing." 78. Rarely had the evils of ultraliberalism. The disaster that raged in Argentina, like the one that several Southeast Asian countries suffered in 1997, threatens others around the world, in particular Turkey, Russia, Brazil, South Africa, and the Philippines. Although it is true that the Argentine bankruptcy had been anticipated by the markets, the slowdown in the world economy reinforces investors' aversion to taking risks and opens a period of acute economic uncertainty. Giant companies, dwarf states. The Argentine case demonstrates once again that the globalization of financial capital is on the way to pushing the peoples into a state of generalized insecurity. It eludes and lowers nations and their states as proper places for the exercise of democracy and guarantors of the common good. Furthermore, financial globalization has created its own state. A supranational state that has its own apparatus, networks of influence and means of action. This is the IMF, World Bank, OECD, and WTO constellation. These four institutions speak with a single voice amplified by almost all of the major media to exalt the virtues of the market. This world state is a power without a society, which leaves that role to the financial markets and the macro companies of which it is the president, and turns the really existing societies into societies without power. It is a phenomenon that worsens by the moment. After succeeding the GATT in 1995, the WTO has become an institution endowed with supranational powers and exempt from the control of parliamentary democracy. Once consulted, it can declare national labor, environmental or public health legislation contrary to free trade and demand its repeal. 80. Not a week goes by without the media announcing new mergers and purchases, a new marriage between large companies, a colossal rapprochement, a mega concentration from which a new macro company emerges. Let us recall, for example, the purchase of the automobile manufacturer Chrysler by Daimler-Benz, for a total of €43 billion, of the Citicorp Bank by Travelers, 82,900, of the telephone company Ameritech by SBC Communications, 60,000, of the pharmaceutical company Ciba by Sandoz, 36,300, which gave rise to Novartis, of the operator MCI Communication by WorldCom, 30,000, from the Bank of Tokyo by Mitsubishi Bank, 33,800, and of the Société de Banque Suisse by the Union de Banques Suisses, 24,300. As well as the merger agreement between the two historic giants of the German steel industry, Thyssen and Krupp, whose turnover will amount, according to their directors, to €63 billion. But the largest operation on a world scale to date has been the purchase of the cable operator AT&T Broadband by the U.S. telecommunications group Comcast, for a total of €73 billion. In 1997 alone, for example, the purchase and merger operations of companies carried out throughout the world reached the sum of more than €1,600,000 billion. And in 2001, despite the general economic recession and the collapse of the technology stock market, the amount of mergers and acquisitions on a global scale rose to €1,958 billion. The sectors most sensitive to this race to gigantism are banking, pharmaceuticals, chemicals, the media, telecommunications, agriculture, and the automobile. Why so much effervescence? In the framework of globalization, the great groups of the Triad, United States, European Union, Japan, taking advantage of the deregulation of the economy, want to have a planetary presence. They intend to become important players in all the big countries and capture significant parts of their markets. For the rest, the drop in interest rates, which implies the transfer of capital from bonds to investments, the masses of capital withdrawn from the stock markets of Asia or Latin America, after the Asian crisis of 1997 and the Argentine crisis of 2001, the colossal financial capacity of the main American and British pension funds and the higher profitability of companies, in Europe and the United States, activated the Western stock markets in 1999 and 2000 and provoked a fever of mergers. They face fewer taboos every day. Thus, the automobile, once considered by most governments as a sector no less strategic than the steel industry and telecommunications, ceased to be so in the United Kingdom 20 years ago and, after the purchase of Chrysler by the German company Daimler-Benz, also in the United States. This is also proven, in Germany, the leading economic power in the Eurozone, by the decision of Gerhard Schröder's government to abolish taxes on capital gains obtained by companies in case of transfer. In force since January 1, 2002, this measure aims to speed up the mutation of Rhenish capitalism towards Anglo-Saxon capitalism and encourage mergers of companies operating in the same strategic sectors, as was also shown during the summer of 2001 by the purchase of Dresdner Bank by the insurance company Allianz, for an amount of €19,700 million. Employers today have no inhibitions, says an expert at the Boston Consulting Group. The locks of traditional capitalism have burst and the mutual non-aggression pacts are dead paper. It is no longer forbidden to bang on the door of a group, even if its board of directors rejects the idea of a rapprochement. An eloquent example was offered to us in France in March 1998, on the occasion of the merger absorption of Havas by Jean-Marie Messi's General Water Company, which gave rise to the Vivendi Group, which in turn became, after the acquisition of the American Universal, in Vivendi Universal. Colossal dimensions. In the eyes of predators, mergers have innumerable advantages. They make it possible to reduce the effects of competition by uniting companies wishing to dominate their sector in an almost monopolistic manner. 82 They offer the opportunity to alleviate the backwardness in research and development by absorbing technologically advanced companies. And, finally, they allow massive reductions in the workforce under the pretext of moderating costs. The merger of the British pharmaceutical companies Glaxo and Wellcome, for example, resulted in the elimination of 7,500 jobs in the first year work, or, what is the same, 10% of its workforce. Certain companies have reached colossal dimensions. In many cases, their turnover is higher than the GNP of many developed countries, thus, that of General Motors outperforms Denmark's GNP, that of Exxon, the GNP of Norway, and that of Toyota, the GNP of Portugal. 83 The total financial resources available to these companies often exceed the income of the states, including the most developed ones, and above all to the exchange reserves guarded by the central banks of most large states. 84 As if it were communicating vessels, as companies grow larger through mergers, states shrink due to the abandonment of the economic heritage that privatizations represent. Ever since Margaret Thatcher embarked on privatization in the early 1980s, everything, or almost everything, is for sale. Everywhere. Most governments, right or left, north and south, unhesitatingly dismantle the patrimony of states and public services. During the 1990s, states around the world divested, for the benefit of private companies, a part of their assets valued at more than 513 billion euros, of which 215,000 corresponded to the European Union. Privatized companies are particularly attractive to investors, because they have previously benefited from a state-financed restructuring, which, moreover, has wiped out their debts. They are extraordinarily attractive bets. In particular, companies in the basic needs sectors, electricity, gas, water, transport, telecommunications, health, etc., in which the state has made previous investments that could otherwise last for years, guarantee very regular profits. Profitable and risk-free. Thus, we are witnessing the unusual spectacle of the increase in power of global companies, before which the traditional counterpowers, states, parties, and unions, seem increasingly powerless. The fundamental phenomenon of our time, liberal globalization, escapes the control of the states, which continue to lose prerogatives to the macro companies. The citizens helplessly attend a kind of planetary coup d'état of a new type. And they confirm simultaneously that, in the north as in the south, social scourges that we thought had been eradicated, such as the exploitation of children, are in full resurgence. Broken childhoods. Indeed, certain signs do not deceive. To the reappearance of begging, of unemployment, of popular soups, of the dangerous classes in the barrios and the cities of the outskirts, the social figure of the working child has been added as supplementary proof of the dehumanization caused by economic globalization at this turn of the century. Already in the 19th century, the aggravation of inequalities was reflected particularly in the exploitation of children, whose participation in the world of work had become widespread. Describing in a famous report 85 from 1840 the situation of working children in France, where the working day was 14 hours, Louis Villerme evoked that multitude of children, some barely 7 years old, emaciated, haggard, covered in rags, who they go to the factories walking barefoot on the mud, pale, weakened, offering the very image of misery, suffering and discouragement. Far from being impressed by this reality also denounced by novelists such as Charles Dickens, Victor Hugo, Hector Malot, Jules Valles, Émile Zola, and Edmond de Amicis, certain liberals considered it a necessary evil. "This misery," wrote one of them, "offers a salutary spectacle to a whole portion of the less fortunate classes that remains healthy. It is the most appropriate to instill terror in them." He exhorts them to the difficult virtues that they must practice in order to attain a better condition. Faced with such cynicism, how can one not understand the indignation of, for example, Karl Marx, who in the manifesto of the Communist Party of 1848 denounced big industry, which destroys all the family ties of the proletarian and transforms children into simple articles of commerce, in simple working instruments, and will you call for the abolition of child labor in factories as it is practiced today? History has shown that the progressive abolition of child labor and the establishment of compulsory education were the indispensable conditions for development in Western Europe and North America. However, it was not until 1990 that, once ratified in the UN framework except by the United States, the Convention on the Rights of the Child would enter into force and establish, as requested by the International Labour Organization, ILO, since 1973, a minimum age for entry into the world of work. However, it is estimated that some 200 million children work in the world, some under the age of 5. While most live in the poor countries of the South, many are exploited in the states of the North. In the European Union as a whole, their number would exceed 2 million. Particularly in the areas hardest hit by ultra-liberal restructuring, such as the United Kingdom. But the phenomenon of the working child has made its reappearance even in countries considered socially advanced, such as Denmark or the Netherlands. France too, says an expert from the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, has several tens of thousands of children who do paid work under the guise of apprenticeships, and 59% of apprentices work more than 40 hours a week, in some cases, up to 60. Slaves and serfs. The number of child laborers continues to grow globally. In some countries, such as Pakistan, it is a scourge of enormous proportions. Tens of millions of children under the age of 6 are victims of exploitation. 89 In Latin America, 1 in 5 children works, in Africa, 1 in 3, in Asia, 1 in 2. In agriculture, the sector that employs the most children, slavery is often practiced by debts. Children must pay with their work the debts contracted by their parents or grandparents. Slaves. In fact, these children will never be able to escape this condition. They will spend the rest of their lives on the plantation, where they will marry and bring new slaves into the world. Many children work in the informal economy, crafts, small businesses, begging. Domestic work, in the Maghreb, the Middle East, West Africa, or Latin America, is one of the most harmful, because it exposes the child to all kinds of humiliation and violence, especially sexual. The fundamental cause of this abandonment is poverty, a poverty that economic globalization generalizes and aggravates. Of the 6 billion people on the planet, 5 billion live in poverty. Based on this reality, more and more associations are mobilizing, around the ILO and UNICEF, to put an end to one of the most notorious scandals of our time and claim the sacred right of all children to a decent life. They are addressed in the first place to the heads of state and government of all the countries of the world. And they find that, in the era of globalization, many of these political leaders, even the highest level ones, allow themselves to be won over by the rush of easy money and speculation, and succumb to corruption. Harassed presidents. In almost the whole world, in one way or another, presidents, sometimes in office and democratically elected, are persecuted, accused, harassed, without the slightest respect for their role, which until recently was considered almost sacred and made them in little less than untouchables. All of that is over. Those who speak of the definitive end of the old regime are not completely misguided, because it is, so to speak, the majesty of the presidential function that has been literally decapitated before our eyes. Re-elected in France with 82.5% of the vote, to rule out the far-right candidate, Jean-Marie Le Pen, on May 5, 2002, Jacques Chirac, persecuted by the judges and vilified by the media, did not. He is the only president harassed. Not much less. Today, not even the owners of the world escape harassment. The president's meeting in Genoa from 20 to 22 July 2001, on the occasion of the summit of the 7 richest countries on the planet, G7, and, with Russia, G8, they had to face manifestations of anger on an enormous scale. Directed, not against them personally, but against the faceless globalization they embody. These heads of state and government offered their public opinion the detestable image of a club of arrogant rich people, entrenched aboard a luxurious ocean liner, sheltered behind militarized walls, sheltered from popular anger, protected by a state police who did not hesitate to kill a young protester, Carlo Giuliani, 23 years old. Besieged by some 200,000 protesters and visibly overwhelmed, the G7 presidents limited themselves to repeating a single argument in their defense. We have been democratically elected, as if that had some magical virtue. As if that were not, nowadays, a no-brainer. Because having been democratically elected does not in any way authorize a president to betray his electoral promises and the general interest, or to privatize and liberalize at all costs, nor to satisfy at all costs the demands of the companies that finance their electoral campaigns. For the rest, at least 2 of the 7, George W. Bush and Silvio Berlusconi, are the representatives of the financial circles of their countries rather than of their fellow citizens. Harassment of rulers particularly affects heads of state or government accused of committing war crimes or crimes against humanity. Like General Augusto Pinochet, the former dictator of Chile, arrested in London in 1998 at the request of the Spanish judge Baltasar Garzón and returned to his country in March 2000, where he was indicted again by Judge Juan Guzmán, to see the actions definitively suspended. Taken against him on July 9, 2001, in response to the alleged degradation of the mental health of the former dictator. Moral requirement. The Pinochet case radically changed the situation regarding the fight against impunity for political leaders on an international scale. Since then, we have been able to see more than one former political leader before the judges. Like the Algerian General Nezar, accused by a Parisian judge of war crimes committed in your country during the dirty war against Islamic fundamentalists. Or the former U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, summoned by an investigating judge in Paris for his alleged involvement in the coup against the socialist President Salvador Allende in Chile in 1973. Or the Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, forced to avoid Belgium, where he is accused of complicity in the Sabra and Shatila massacres perpetrated in Beirut in 1982. Likewise, on February 3, 2000, we witnessed the indictment and house arrest of the former president of Chad, Hissène Habre, in Senegal, the country where he had taken refuge, for complicity in acts of torture. More recently, on July 10, 2001, Argentine General Jorge Videla, author of the 1976 coup d'état, was accused and sent to preventive detention for his alleged participation in the Condor Plan, the death pact established by Latin American dictatorships in the 1970s to systematically disappear their opponents. And, finally, on June 29, 2001, we witnessed the controversial appearance of former Yugoslav President Slobodan Milosevic before the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, ICTY, in The Hague, to answer for crimes against humanity. But the perpetrators of blood crimes are not the only ones persecuted. Currently, democratically elected presidents are forced to answer to justice, mainly due to their corruption. In this regard, the moral requirement is manifested on an international scale. Thus, in June 2001, before being definitively acquitted, Argentine President Carlos Menem was arrested and placed under house arrest on charges of illegal arms sales and receiving hidden commissions worth several tens of millions of dollars during his mandates. 1989 to 1999. just as his neoliberal accomplice and economy minister, Domingo Cavallo, who imposed the peso-dollar parity and privatized at close range, has also been arrested. Also democratically elected, Alberto Fujimori, former president of Peru, took refuge in Japan in November 2000 fleeing justice, which accuses him of corruption and murder. For his part, Vladimiro Montesinos, his former right-hand man and strong man of the regime, was arrested in July 2001 and confined in prison. In the Philippines, on January 20, 2001, popular pressure ousted President Joseph Estrada from power following a corruption-related scandal. Estrada was arrested on April 25, 2001, accused of embezzling €80 million from public funds. In Indonesia, President Wahid was impeached on July 23, 2001, accused of corruption. On December 28, 2001, the former president of Congo-Brazzaville, Pascal Lasuba, was tried in absentia and sentenced for high petro-financial treason and embezzlement of public funds to 30 years of hard labor. And we could go on citing examples. The persecution of political leaders is not exclusive to the democratic and developed countries of the North. As can be seen, today it extends to many countries of the South, as if a globalization of moral demands responded to financial globalization. And the phenomenon is growing at a speed almost as great as that of the anti-globalization movement, which in less than 2 years, between Seattle and Genoa, has ceased to be a picturesque and isolated protest to become the revolt of a generation, the social war planetary. Disarm the markets. For these protesters, the disarmament of financial power must become a priority civic objective if the world of the 21st century is to be prevented from becoming a jungle where predators dictate their law. Speculations on the variations of the foreign exchange market move around €1,600,000,000,000 daily. The instability of prices is one of the causes of the rise in real interest rates, which slows down domestic consumption and business investment. It aggravates public deficits and, on the other hand, encourages pension funds, which move hundreds of billions of euros, to demand higher and higher dividends from companies. The first victims of this race for profit are wage earners, whose massive dismissal, stock exchange layoffs, multiplies the stock market value of the shares of his former employers. Can democratic societies continue to tolerate the intolerable indefinitely? It is urgent to put obstacles to these devastating movements of capital. Of 3 types: abolition of tax havens, increased taxation of capital gains, appraisal of financial transactions. Tax havens are so many areas where banking secrecy reigns, which only serves to camouflage embezzlement and other mafia activities. Through them, billions of dollars escape control for the benefit of the powerful and the financial establishments. Because all the big banks in the planet have branches in tax havens, from which they obtain the greatest profits. Why not decree a financial boycott of, for example, Gibraltar, the Cayman Islands, Monaco, or Liechtenstein, prohibiting banks that work with the public authorities from establishing subsidiaries in them? The imposition of taxes on financial returns is a minimum democratic requirement. They should be taxed the same as income from work, something that does not happen anywhere, including the European Union. Total freedom of movement of capital destabilizes democracy. To remedy this, it is necessary to create dissuasive mechanisms. One of them is the Tobin tax, so named in honor of the American Nobel laureate in economics, James Tobin, who proposed it as early as 1972. It involves modestly taxing all stock market transactions to stabilize them and at the same time provide income to the international community. At a rate of 0.1%, the Tobin tax would produce about €166 billion annually, twice the annual amount needed to eradicate extreme poverty in 5 years. Numerous experts have shown that the implementation of this tax does not offer any technical difficulty. 91 Its application would ruin the liberal creed of those who do not stop proclaiming the lack of a replacement solution to the current system. To this end, in April 1998, the non-governmental organization Action pour une taxation de transactions financières pour l'aide auxiliary citoyens, AUDIOBOOks, Action for an appraisal of financial transactions to help citizens, which already has nearly 40,000 members in France. In conjunction with trade unions and associations for cultural, social, and ecological purposes, AUDIOBOOks acts as a formidable civic pressure group on parliamentarians and governments to encourage them to demand the definitive implementation of this global solidarity tax. But AUDIOBOOks also has a vocation as a popular educator. With other associations, it organizes training seminars for the critical analysis of financial economics throughout the world. In this regard, AUDIOBOOks was at the origin of one of the most bold intellectual and social response to globalization, the Porto Alegre World Social Forum. Porto Alegre. The 21st century began in Porto Alegre. Indeed, all those who, in one way or another, oppose or criticize neoliberal globalization met from January 25 to 30, 2001 and from January 31 to February 5, 2002 in the city in the south of Brazil, headquarters of the first two World Social Forums. 92. Not to protest, as in Seattle, Quebec, Genoa, and other places, against the injustices, inequalities, and disasters caused throughout the world by the excesses of neoliberalism. But to try, this time with a positive and constructive spirit, to propose a theoretical and practical framework that allows us to propose a different globalization and affirm that another world less inhuman and more supportive is possible. This kind of rebellious international met in Porto Alegre at the same time that, in Davos, Switzerland, in 2001 and New York in 2002, the World Economic Forum was being held, which for decades has brought together the new owners of the world and in particular to those who specifically lead globalization. These, unable to continue hiding their concern, take very seriously the citizen protests that, from Seattle to Genoa, have been systematically taking place on the occasion of each summit of the great institutions that govern the world. In fact, the WTO, the IMF, the World Bank, the OECD, the G7 and even the European Union. The events in Seattle managed to deeply impress the leaders gathered in Davos as early as 1999. Each year said, for example, a journalist, a theme or a personality is the star of the World Economic Forum. In 2000, the star of Davos was undoubtedly Seattle. What has been talked about the most has been Seattle. Aware of the democratic deficit inherent in globalization, other defenders of the dominant model are beginning to demand that serious reflection be made to modify, in a more democratic sense, the rules and processes of globalization. Alan Greenspan himself, President of the United States Federal Reserve, has come to affirm, societies cannot prosper when significant sectors perceive their operation as unfair. Coming from the four corners of the planet, these significant sectors that oppose the current economic barbarism and reject neoliberalism as impassable horizon tried to lay the foundations for a real counterpower in Porto Alegre, with an enthusiasm that could be described as revolutionary. Dreamers of absolutes. Why precisely there? Because for some years Porto Alegre has become an emblematic city. Capital of the state of Rio Grande do Sul, the southernmost state in Brazil, near the border with Uruguay, Porto Alegre has something of a social laboratory to which international observers turn their eyes with fascination. Originally governed for 13 years by a left-wing coalition led by the Workers' Party, PT, the city has experienced spectacular development in many areas: housing, public transportation, roads, garbage collection, clinics, hospitals, sewage, environment, social housing, literacy, schools, culture, security, etc. The secret of such success? The participatory budget, participation ornament, that is, the possibility for the inhabitants of the different neighborhoods to define very concretely and democratically the use of municipal funds. In short, to decide what type of infrastructure they want to create or improve and to follow step by step the progress of the work and the evolution of the financial commitments. In this way, misappropriation of funds and abuses are practically impossible, and the investments correspond exactly to the wishes of the majority of the residents of the neighborhoods. It is necessary to underline that this political experience takes place in an atmosphere of total democratic freedom, despite the strong political opposition from the right. The PT does not control the big local newspapers, nor the radio nor, of course, television, media in the hands of large groups allied to the local business community, hostile to the Workers' Party. In addition, the PT, obliged as it is to respect the Brazilian federal constitution, has few margins of political autonomy and, especially in matters of taxation, cannot legislate at will. Despite this, citizen satisfaction is such that, in October 2002, the PT candidate was re-elected to mayor with more than 63% of the vote. In this unique city, where a democracy like no other flourishes, in 2001 and 2002 the World Social Forum tried to launch a globalization that does not exclude the poor. Capital and the market have been repeating for 10 years that, contrary to what the socialist utopias affirmed, it is they and not the people who write history and create well-being. In Porto Alegre, in this 21st century that is beginning, some new dreamers of the absolute have reminded us that the economy is not the only thing that can be global. The protection of the environment, the fight against social inequalities and respect for human rights must also be global endeavors. And it is up to the citizens of the planet to assume them once and for all. The war in Kosovo and the New World Order. On March 24, 1999, for the first time since its creation in 1949, NATO went to war with a country, the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, that had not committed any aggression outside its borders. It was the first time since 1945 that European forces had bombed another sovereign European state. This decision was described as a moral duty by Javier Solana, then Secretary General of NATO. From the beginning of the bombing, the NATO forces demonstrated an improvisation as incredible as it was shocking. The war in Kosovo had been launched prematurely and with, so to speak, complete unpreparedness. What were the war objectives pursued at the beginning of the crisis? Essentially two: the re-establishment of substantial autonomy for Kosovo, which had been totally dispossessed of it in 1989, and respect for freedoms. Political, cultural, religious, linguistic, etc., of the Kosovars by Belgrade. The achievement of these two objectives by peaceful means was the priority aspiration of the Rambouillet Conference, held from January to March 1999. And, on the other hand, the parties involved, Serbs and Kosovars, represented by members of the Liberation Army of Kosovo, UQK, had reached an agreement on these two fundamental points. Slobodan Milosevic's regime had explicitly agreed to grant extensive autonomy to Kosovo. Following free elections, the province would have its own autonomous government, legislature, president, judiciary, and law enforcement. If the two parties to the conflict had reached an agreement on the essentials, what was the reason for the failure of the Rambouillet Conference? To a single reason: the obstinacy of the Western powers, and particularly the United States, in imposing the presence of NATO forces in the territory of Kosovo and in the Yugoslav Republic as a whole, to supervise the correct application of the agreements. Presence to which it was perfectly known that Belgrade would oppose. And that opposition, more than predictable, was considered a casus belli. The dispatch of other European interposition forces, from the west and the east, was not proposed, nor, for example, of the Blue Helmets of the United Nations. No, it was NATO or war. It was the war. And a war, especially by the Croatian Ustashi and the Serb Kaniks. The nationalists vanished. Demonstrating that the ancestral hatred thesis was absurd, Tito opted for cohesion. Yugoslavia, he said, has 6 republics, 5 nations, 4 languages, 3 religions, 2 alphabets, and 1 party. After his death in 1980, the authority of the Communist Party, which had known how to stand up to the Soviet Union and build the homeland of workers' self-management, began to waver. The beginning of the rotating annual presidency among the six republics had as a consequence the weakening of the federation. Added to this was the foreign debt crisis, which was to provoke thousands of strikes for a decade and strong tensions between the rich regions, Slovenia and Croatia, and the rest of the country. A hasty dismemberment. The peoples of the Balkans are still paying dearly for the blindness of the European Union and the West, which in 1991 tolerated the hasty dismemberment of the former Yugoslavia by the nationalists. How could such a blunder occur, which someone has described as the greatest collective mistake of the West in security matters since the 1930s, 101, an error that cost more than 100,000 deaths and that was avoidable? Leader of the resistance, after 1945, Tito reunited the peoples of Yugoslavia despite the atrocities committed during the Second World War. Instruments of hate. Fueled by the media, these disagreements favored the resurgence of nationalist egoisms. In his memoirs, a former ambassador to Belgrade recalls the following: the TV virus spread inter-ethnic hatred throughout Yugoslavia like an epidemic. The images on television induced a whole generation of Serbs, Bosnians, and Muslims to hate their neighbors. Another witness notes, after watching Belgrade radio and television in 1991 to 1992, I can understand that Bosnian Serbs came to believe that they risked being victims of Ustashi forces or Islamic fundamentalists. It was as if all American television was controlled by the Ku Klux Klan. When in 1989, on the occasion of the 6th centenary of the Serbian defeat against the Turks and on the very scene of the Battle of Merle's Field, Slobodan Milosevic delivered a wild speech in front of 1 million people, nationalist hatreds took hold. Other leaders, Franjo Tudjman in Croatia and Elijah Izetbegovic in Bosnia, responded with equally heated harangues. Western countries, clouded by the fall of the Berlin Wall, the agony of the Soviet Union and the military victory in the Gulf War, were unable to prevent the disaster. By rushing to recognize the independence of Slovenia and Croatia, Germany and the Vatican even encouraged it. The war in Slovenia broke out on June 27, 1991, followed by those in Croatia and Bosnia, with their respective trains of crimes. The European Union demonstrated its immaturity and ineptitude in seizing that opportunity to assert itself, on its own continent, as a power capable of imposing, by force if necessary, a fair and equitable solution for all. Through the agreements signed in Dayton in 1995, the United States restored a peace that was too precarious, as subsequent events proved. A poor and overpopulated region. Inhabited by Albanians, non-Slavs and mostly Muslims, in a 90%, Kosovo is poor. It has the highest rates of underemployment and illiteracy in Europe. It is overcrowded, 2 million inhabitants in 10,900 square kilometers, a birth rate of 40% and more than half of the population under the age of 20. Because of its distinct cultural personality, Kosovo has claimed since time immemorial the status of a fully fledged republic within the Yugoslav Federation. The 1974 constitution had only granted it the status of a province of Serbia, albeit with fairly extensive autonomy, which made it a quasi-republic with the right to veto. But the abolition of the statute in 1989 brought with it, among other things, the dissolution of the Kosovar parliament, the ban on teaching in Albanian, the dismissal of more than 150,000 Albanian speakers from public administrations and public companies, and the establishment of a true martial law that, in fact, granted unlimited powers to the repressive forces of Belgrade to multiply the humiliations and brutalities to which they subjected the Albanians of Kosovo. For a decade to force them to emigrate. Inevitably, all these circumstances pushed them to revolt. The resistance, passive among the supporters of Ibrahim Rugova, was growing in violence among the militants of the ULK, who throughout the years 1997 and 1998 multiplied the bloody attacks against the Yugoslav forces of order and the Serb minority. Spectacularly inflated by the Serbian media, these actions provided the pretext sought by the Milosevic regime's propaganda to inflame the Serb crowds by playing the chord of nationalism. Kosovo, cradle of the Serbian nation, sacred territory, solar of our ancestors, Serbs, victims, etc., to stir up anti-Albanian racism. Prior to the 1999 war, fighting in Kosovo had killed some 2,000 Kosovars, destroyed 300 villages, and caused more than 200,000 refugees to flee. In October 1998, under threat of NATO intervention, Slobodan Milosevic signed an agreement agreeing to withdraw his army and authorizing the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, to station some 1,600 unarmed observers from the Kosovo Verification Mission, KVM. In order not to encourage the fragmentation of Europe into microstates and prevent the conflict from spreading to the entire region, the closest focus was in Macedonia, populated by 30% of Albanians. The European Union refrained from supporting the independence of Kosovo and advocated the signing of an agreement that would grant the greatest possible autonomy to the province. Cascading consequences. As can be seen, the situation was extremely complex, like all geopolitical issues in the Balkans. The search for a compromise was a delicate and arduous task. Consequently, the Rambouillet Conference, January-March 1999, should have been extended for a few more weeks, since the presence of several thousand OSCE monitors in Kosovo partially limited the violence against Kosovars. History teaches that in this explosive region any untimely political action triggers cascading consequences, as was tragically confirmed in 1989, when Slobodan Milosevic unilaterally abolished autonomy. Kosovo and Vojvodina, or in 1991, when Germany and the Vatican recognized Slovenia's independence too hastily. With the NATO air offensive, launched at the end of March 1999, it was confirmed once again. Intended initially to destroy the repressive machinery of the Milosevic regime, the bombing immediately provoked predictable retaliation by the Belgrade authorities against the Kosovo Albanians. It is difficult to understand the myopia of the NATO leaders, who with their initiative plunged the Kosovars into a situation of risk similar to that suffered by the Armenians of Turkey during the Russian offensive of 1915. Considered by the Turkish Central Power of fifth column potential, were, as is well known, victims of the first genocide of the 20th century. NATO, which never tired of presenting Milosevic as a bloody dictator, could not ignore that there were Serb plans to carry out a large-scale ethnic cleansing in Kosovo, and that Slobodan Milosevic's ultranationalist allies were dying to take them to practice. But the bombings caused other unforeseen casualties. Decided without the express authorization of the UN Security Council, they aggravated the discredit of the United Nations. Decreed, in most countries, by the executive power, without consultation or vote of the national representation, they also discredited the parliaments. On the ground, nolens volens, the bombardments hit the Serbian, and sometimes Kosovar, civilian population hard, the victim of many misfires, while the destruction of factories and economic infrastructure left hundreds of thousands unemployed and gradually turned into hell the life of the ordinary citizen. Contrary to what was apparently expected, the bombings did not provoke the abhorrence of Slobodan Milosevic by the population. Rather, the feeling of being victims of collective punishment reinforced the national unity of Serbian citizens around their government. In this exalted atmosphere, which proclaimed the fatherland in danger, the NATO victims forced the Serbian Democrats hostile to the regime to react as patriots and mute the criticism against Milosevic. As if that were not enough, by destroying the Chinese embassy in Belgrade, the attacks accentuated the hostility of Beijing, a permanent member of the UN Security Council, towards NATO policy. On a diplomatic level, they also humiliated Russia, which for 2 centuries has been an inescapable actor in the geopolitics of the Balkans. The zero casualties principle. The Balkan conflict was, also in terms of its conduct, a war of a new kind. Never in all of military history has a confrontation been led in the way that General Wesley Clark, NATO's supreme commander, has done. The zero casualties principle became an absolute imperative. After 2 months of bombing, not a single alliance soldier had been killed in action. It was an unprecedented event. Material losses were also insignificant. Although the number of air missions exceeded 25,000, only 2 aircraft were lost, whose pilots were recovered safely on enemy ground by infiltrated commandos, in accordance with General Clark's plan to wage a war without loss of aircraft. 105 No alliance ships, tanks, or helicopters were disabled in the course of the operations. On the other hand, the material damage inflicted on Yugoslavia was considerable. Military and industrial infrastructure, including power plants, were severely damaged or rendered useless, as were the main communication routes, bridges, railways, and highways. The Allies interfered with all the electronic systems and permanently tapped the telephone lines. Although, as it turned out later, the Serbian army managed to bury itself effectively and successfully employed ingenious decoys, several thousand Yugoslav servicemen perished under the bombs. According to some U.S. generals, the bombing set the country back 2 decades. The military relationship between NATO and Yugoslavia was so unequal that it is almost inappropriate to speak of war. It was, rather, a punitive action. A punishment such as no country has ever suffered except for Iraq and, after September 11, 2001, Afghanistan. Because NATO's strategy forced Yugoslavia into impotent passivity in the face of alliance forces, which otherwise remained out of range at all times. 2 wars. But really, we should talk about 2 wars. 1, of the strong against the weak, of NATO against Yugoslavia, which was, as we have already said, rather a punitive action. The other, of the weak against the weak, of Serbia against the Kosovars, of the Belgrade forces against the UCK. On one side, ultramodern, electronic and technological warfare, on the other, massacres with hacksaws, mass deportations, rapes, and summary executions. Another originality of this conflict, NATO explicitly declared that it did not want to kill. Not even the Serbian military, let alone civilians. It was a war of devices against devices, of machines against machines. Almost a video game. And when civilians died due to a miscalculation, the alliance was full of excuses, regrets, remorse, chest-beating, and other pleas for forgiveness. Crush an abstract adversary, yes; kill a specific enemy, no. In the Neo-War, Umberto Eco pointed out, he who has killed too much loses in public opinion. 106. Such was the new law imposed by this war, over whose compliance the media watched closely. It goes without saying that the manipulation of these has become one of the main objectives of the parties in conflict. Friendly propaganda. In this regard, the war in Kosovo did not bring any fundamental innovation in relation to the Malvinas model perfected in 1982 and applied particularly in 1991, during the Gulf War. In essence, NATO launched in Kosovo a media device conceived in 1986 and corrected after the lessons learned in the Gulf War. It was, in a word, to make the war invisible and become the main source of information for journalists. These, undoubtedly more prudent, could not always avoid this new form of democratic censorship and affable propaganda, all the more so since in Belgrade traditional censorship and pure and simple propaganda did not help the manifestation of the truth. Thus, the media was reduced for 2 months to comment on a crucial missing image, that of the atrocities committed by the Belgrade forces against the civilian population of Kosovo. The testimonies of many deportees described crimes whose reality could not be doubted, but no image had shown them to us, no reporter had seen them with their own eyes. This constituted a failure for the media machine, especially the audiovisual one, which had spent 10 years trying to convince us that reporting consisted, essentially, of making us witness the event. Hence, also, the controversies between the defenders of the official truth of NATO and some dissident and iconoclastic observers. In the United Kingdom, for example, the Foreign Minister, Robin Cook, did not hesitate to publicly attack John Simpson, the BBC's Belgrade correspondent, accusing him of being an accomplice of Milosevic, for the simple fact of attracting the attention on the existence in Serbia of democratic opponents of the regime, on the schools destroyed by NATO bombing, etc. The British, Labour, government even pressured and demanded the journalists' repatriation, which the BBC rejected. In Italy, the Rai correspondent, Ennio Ramondino, who really harshly criticized the bombing of Belgrade and in particular the destruction of the Serbian television building, which caused the death of several editors, received fierce criticism from journalists and intellectuals, that they treated him as Milosevic's agent. Lastly, in France, the opinions expressed by the intellectual Regis Debray on his return from a brief visit to Kosovo earned him a veritable media lynching, because they did not square with the official truth. Moral and humanitarian reason. Thus, the balance of this first NATO war could not have been more disastrous. 110 And, as if that were not enough, the instability threatens to spread. In 2001 we witnessed its extension to Macedonia. Tomorrow it could affect Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, even Greece, Moldova, and Turkey. All these countries are, so to speak, on the front line, and both their foreign ministries and their public opinion, nearly 150 million people, followed the new Balkan wars with a mixture of horror and exaltation. Faced with such a disaster, one cannot help but wonder, why such a rush to unleash war? By way of justification, Javier Solana stated, "We must prevent an authoritarian regime from continuing to repress its people in Europe." 111. For moral reasons, other NATO officials added. Because reasons. Humanitarian, alleged certain commentators. All are respectable and certainly legitimate arguments, but insufficient to conclusively convince. Because there are so many moral and humanitarian reasons to intervene, for example, in Kurdistan, where since 1984 the Turkish authorities in Ankara have waged war on the Kurdish population, who are denied the right to autonomy and even to teach their language. An ongoing war that has caused nearly 29,000 deaths and more than 1 million refugees. Aren't there also moral and humanitarian reasons to repair the injustice committed against the Greek Cypriots in 1974? Victims of relentless ethnic cleansing, more than 160,000 were expelled in subhuman conditions from northern Cyprus by the Turkish invasion army, which continues to illegally occupy that part of the island, where it has encouraged the settlement of more than 60,000 settlers from Turkey. Finally, are there not moral and humanitarian reasons to intervene on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of Palestinians repressed, expropriated, and expelled by the Israeli authorities, who persist in emptying East Jerusalem of its Palestinian population while encouraging, with grave disregard for international agreements and United Nations resolutions, the Jewish colonization of the West Bank and Gaza? Is the situation of these three communities, Kurds, Greek Cypriots, and Palestinians, less outrageous than that of the Kosovo Albanians? Why does the West favor negotiation in some places, correctly, and choose to bomb others? For political reasons, not moral ones. Because Turkey and Israel are democratic states, with market economies, old military allies of the West and geographically very far from the center of the European Union. The strategic importance. Kosovo is another matter. Each on its own and for different reasons, the European Union and the United States found urgent reasons to intervene. The European Union did it for strategic considerations. But the strategic importance of a region is no longer what it used to be. In the past, an area was strategically important when its conquest and possession provided a considerable military advantage, access to the sea, a navigable river, a crucial elevation, etc., allowed the exploitation of decisive wealth, oil, gas, coal, iron, water, etc., or control vital trade routes, straits, canals, mountain passes, valleys, etc. In our age of satellites, globalization, financialization, and the new economy based on information technologies, this concept of strategic importance has receded into the background. For the rest, Kosovo does not offer the slightest strategic interest from that point of view. Its possession does not contribute to the conquering power or military advantage, or decisive wealth, or control of a vital trade route. So, what today determines the strategic importance of a territory for a rich entity like the European Union? Essentially, its ability to export disorder and conflict, political chaos, chronic poverty, clandestine emigration, criminal networks, terrorism, delinquency, drug or prostitution mafias, etc. From this point of view, after the fall of the Berlin Wall, there are two regions that have a strategic importance of the first order for Europe, the Maghreb and the Balkans. Real politics? The Kosovo crisis finally festered after the implosion of Albania in 1997, when that country was plunged into chaos and disorder, indirectly giving UQK fighters both the opportunity to procure thousands of weapons at bargain prices and to establish a secure base in the rear, a sanctuary from which to launch their bloody incursions into Kosovo. This liberation war of a territory fanatically claimed, with the same historical, religious, and cultural motivations, by two adversaries determined to go to the end, threatened to be long and cruel. Could the European Union afford to live for 5 or 6 years with such a conflict on its doorstep? With all the foreseeable repercussions in Macedonia and the rest of the Balkans? With tens of thousands of refugees trying to reach the rest of the Union via Italy? The answer to these questions has very little moral and humanitarian and a lot of realpolitik, insofar as it is based on the need to defend the higher interests of the states and, consequently, takes the form of the war and the bombings that we witnessed during the spring of 1999. New mission for NATO. Kosovo is of no strategic interest to the United States, neither in the old nor in the modern sense of the term. To the United States, which reluctantly entered. In the 1991 Balkan crisis, the Kosovo conflict provided the ideal pretext to shelve a priority issue, NATO's new legitimacy. This defense organization, set up at the time of the Cold War, was conceived to face the threat of a specific adversary, the Soviet Union. With the disappearance of the USSR in December 1991, the collapse of the communist countries and the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact, NATO should have dissolved and disappeared in turn. And to be replaced, in Western Europe, by an indigenous defense organization, whose embryo was the Franco-German Brigade, or so we were told. But Washington, which sees things differently, wants to remain a European power and has done everything in its power to strengthen NATO and extend its influence by welcoming 3 countries from the former Eastern Bloc, Poland, Czechia, and Hungary. Indisputably confirms an American analyst NATO has been maintained because of the political influence it provides the United States in Europe and because it blocks the development of a European strategic system rival to that of the United States. But that is not all. In the era of liberal globalization, to reinforce its logic and prevent its risks, the United States wants to turn NATO into the armed wing, into the security apparatus of that globalization, with the United Kingdom, Germany, and France as the main allies between the rest of the NATO countries, waiting to include, in a second phase, Japan and South Korea. Consequently, the United Nations has been excluded and reduced to a kind of moral instance, in a way, like the Council of Europe with respect to the European Union, or a kind of secular Vatican, with no real capacity to intervene in the event of crisis. So much so that some senior US officials wonder if, after all, it would not have been more effective to intervene under the mandate of the United Nations, as in the Gulf, rather than within NATO, with the complications which require permanent consultations by 19 governments. 114 It would have been even easier for the United States to act unilaterally. His military supremacy allows it to impose, under the rule of the market, a new global order. Is it something so extraordinary? No, says former Admiral William J. Perry, Secretary of Defense to President Clinton. As the United States is the only country with global interests, it is also the natural leader of the international community. 115. Kosovo provided the United States with an opportunity to implement NATO's new strategic concept weeks before its official adoption in Washington on April 26, 1999, to expand and strengthen the community of democratic nations. It goes without saying that the expansion of democracy presupposes, as an indispensable condition, the mandatory adoption of the Western model of liberal globalization, and the submission to the hegemony of the United States. Such were, deep down, the real motivations for the North American participation in the war in Kosovo. Chechnya. Due to certain characteristics that are tragically common to them: nationalism, ethnic hatred, radical Islam/Orthodox Christianity confrontation, secessionism, decolonization, independence. The war in Kosovo is often compared to the new war waged by Russian generals in Chechnya in September 1999. However, these are two very different cases, even though both wars were indeed particularly inhumane. As in Kosovo, since the beginning of the NATO bombing, more than a third of the Chechen population, that is, around 200,000 people, was forced to flee the fighting to seek a precarious refuge in Ingush. And, according to international humanitarian organizations, which the Russian authorities prevented from approaching the front, hundreds of civilians lost their lives during the indiscriminate bombing of the Federal Army. Army that, in some towns, also indulged in looting, rape and war crimes. Devastated by the previous conflict of 1994 to 1996, which caused more than 80,000 deaths, Chechnya witnessed once again the systematic destruction of its main infrastructures. As the war against the Chechen holdouts shows no signs of ending 2 years later, this small Caucasus republic risks being thrown back, developmentally, at the turn of the 20th century. How could a human, economic, and ecological disaster of such dire dimensions occur? How is it possible that the international community, so quick to invoke the right of interference and mobilize in favor of Kosovo in 1999, watched such a tragedy impassively? The most serious responsibility certainly falls on Moscow, which, at the time of the dismantling of the Soviet Union, was unable to propose to the entities that remained within the Russian Federation a statute of autonomy based on authentically democratic criteria. With the complicity of the West, which pushed Moscow to adopt the liberal economic model as soon as possible, the Kremlin improvised an à la carte federalism and, in exchange for political support, allowed the establishment in each of the regions of a kind of generalized of the most profitable sectors: oil, foreign exchange, alcohol, tobacco, caviar, drugs, weapons, etc., granted to local mafias or clans. This set of practices exacerbated social tensions. Above all in Chechnya, a country that, after having contributed 40% of the Soviet Union's oil until 1940, saw misery spread throughout its territory and experienced an unstoppable decline, given that its hydrocarbon production barely represents 1% of Russian whole. Wahhabi Islam. With the rise of the mafias there was also a resurgence of nationalist sentiment and a resurgence of Sunni Islam, latent in a country that had resisted Muscovite colonial expansionism for more than a century, to become in 1859 the last bastion of the Caucasus in surrender to the Russians. The disinherited were particularly sensitive to the discourse of the Wahhabi missionaries, who arrived from Saudi Arabia with abundant financial means to preach a fundamentalist Islam that had already seduced a part of the Afghan resistance fighters who defeated the Soviets in the 80s. The main independence fighters of the early 1990s belonged to this Islamic current, including the famous Shamal Basiev. After the attacks of September 11, 2001, the media hastened to link Chechnya with Afghanistan and insistently pointed out that numerous Chechens, protected by the Taliban, were training in Al-Qaeda camps under the direction of Osama bin Laden. After the unusual 1996 military victory over Moscow, the sacred union of the Chechens weakened. Subject to a territorial blockade by Russian forces, the Asian Mossadov government found itself without the means to rebuild the country. For their part, the Wahhabis established Islamist fiefdoms in which they imposed Quranic law, Sharia, against the will of numerous families. Taking advantage of the chaos, mafias and banditry proliferated. The country witnessed the development of an authentic economy of robbery and excess, looting of isolated farms, smuggling of all kinds of products and, above all, kidnapping hundreds of people, foreigners in many cases, for money. Chechnya gradually became, largely due to external causes, a chaotic and ungovernable entity, feared by its neighbors and from which its own inhabitants were beginning to flee. In this rotten context, 4 determining facts triggered the current conflict. Terrorist attacks. To begin with, in May 1999 the reopening, with Western acquiescence, of the oil pipeline linking Baku, Azerbaijan, with Supsa, Georgia, on the shores of the Black Sea, produced deep unrest in Russia. And, what is more serious, months later Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Georgia signed an agreement for the construction of another oil pipeline between Baku and the Turkish port of Ceyhan, in the Mediterranean, which would definitively avoid Russian territory. Moscow interpreted it as a geopolitical humiliation that could herald a serious loss of influence in the Caucasus, all the more so as the new oil pipelines automatically came under the protection of the NATO security system. Then, in August 1999, the incursion into Dagestan of the Chechen Islamist leader Basayev confirmed in Russian eyes the danger of contagion posed by the example of the possible independence of Chechnya. Quickly circumscribed and suffocated, this incursion caused undeniable concern in Moscow, which saw the threats against its control over a region as strategic as the North Caucasus multiply. Finally, in the early fall of 1999, a series of horrific bombings against residential buildings caused around 300 deaths among the civilian population in various Russian cities. Although it lacked conclusive evidence, Moscow did not have time to attribute the authorship to the Chechen bandits, which ended up stirring public opinion mired in social catastrophe for a decade. That Vladimir Putin took advantage of the situation to declare a merciless war against terrorism and impose himself as the strong man that the Russians expected is evidence. But this political dimension is inseparable from the strategic aspects of the war. For Moscow, it was a matter of preserving tight control over Chechnya and, at the same time, re-establishing Russia as the dominant power in the entire Caucasus, which is no less a simple regional ambition for a former world superpower. New global order. On the contrary, the war between NATO and the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia in the spring of 1999 opened a new stage in the history of international relations and heralded the dawn of a new world order. March 24, 1999, the date of the first bombings against the Belgrade regime, marked the beginning of a new era. We knew that the Cold War had ended in November 1989 with the fall of the Berlin Wall and that the disappearance of the Soviet Union had put an end to the post-war period in December 1991. Today we know that the Kosovo crisis closed a decade, 1991-1999, of uncertainties, disorder, and groping in international politics and charted a new framework for the 21st century. Economic globalization, by far the most powerful dynamic of our time, needed the complement of a global strategic security project. The Kosovo conflict provided the opportunity to draw its essential features. From that point of view, this first NATO war was indeed very inaugural. For the world community, it represents an authentic leap into the unknown, the incursion into unexplored territory that undoubtedly reserves many pleasant surprises, but also more than one ambush and more than one danger. Pretexting the atrocities committed in Kosovo by the Belgrade regime, NATO justified the conflict with humanitarian, moral, and even civilizing. It was a fight for civilization, then French Prime Minister Lionel Jospin declared. Overnight, history, culture and politics, causes of all conflicts since the Punic Wars 118 became obsolete references. What constitutes a revolution, not only of a military order, but also, and fundamentally, of a mental order? By launching the war in Kosovo in the name of humanitarian action, considered morally superior to everything since then, NATO did not hesitate to transgress two of the highest taboos in international politics, the sovereignty of states and the statutes of the Organization of United Nations. The principle of sovereignty. Under the old regime, sovereignty resided in the person of the king, by the grace of God. Under the influence of the philosophers of the Enlightenment, the American, 1776, and French, 1789, revolutions and all subsequent democracies make it reside in the people. The principle of all sovereignty resides essentially in the nation, says Article 3 of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen of August 1789. This principle of sovereignty authorizes governments to resolve their internal conflicts in accordance with their own laws, drawn up by their parliament, seat of the nation's representatives, and without anyone being able to interfere in the internal affairs of the state in question. Well, it was precisely this principle, which is 2 centuries old, that was blown up on March 24, 1999, the date of the first NATO bombing raids on Serbia. There are those who say, and not without reason, all the better, because, under this principle, which prevents other countries from coming to the aid of the victims, more than one tyrannical state has committed all kinds of abuses against its own citizens. And, in the case of Yugoslavia, there are many who consider that, although Slobodan Milosevic had been formally elected by democratic means, he was still a despot and the instigator of a hateful policy of ethnic cleansing. But the legitimacy of a despot, a tyrant, or a dictator does not come from the people, so that the sovereignty of their state is nothing more than a legal artifice that allows them to practice arbitrariness. Such sovereignty does not deserve the slightest respect, especially if the despot is guilty of human rights violations or crimes against humanity. We have recently been able to see that the sovereign decisions, taken by all the main political forces of the right and left, of a democratic country like Chile, with regard to its former dictator, General Augusto Pinochet, far from being respected, have not been able to avoid the arrest of the aforementioned in London and the request for his extradition from Spain to try him for crimes against humanity. For the rest, the project to create an international criminal court, to whose ratification the United States opposes, has the objective of judging the authors of crimes against humanity, infeasible, independently of any legal decision adopted by a sovereign state. Where does the sovereignty of a country reside today? Are we moving towards the establishment, on a planetary scale and under the aegis of the West, of limited sovereignties, like those that Leonid Brezhnev and the USSR tried to impose on the states of the socialist bloc in the 1970s? Is it possible to judge in this light the revival of the old colonial figure of the protectorate, foreseen as early as 1991 for Somalia and practiced in fact in Albania and, under the auspices of the UN, in Kosovo or in Afghanistan since December 2001, so-layer multinational force? In the late 18th century, sovereignty passed from God to the nation. Will it reside from now on in the individual? After the nation-state, will we witness the appearance of the individual state? Will the attributes and prerogatives that the states had until today pass on to specific individuals? Unquestionably, globalization and its ideology would not only tolerate, but would encourage such a transformation, made possible by communication and information technologies, as Osama bin Laden and his Al-Qaeda sect network have shown to a certain extent. See the first chapter, devoted to the events of September 11, 2001. Towards the individual state? In addition, globalization, which eliminates borders, homogenizes cultures, and reduces differences, does not go well with the identity and sovereignty of states. As Alain Joxe states, the constitution of a universal, American, empire through the generalization of the market economy provokes balkanizations, Lebanizations, by eliminating the regulatory prerogatives of the traditional states. 121. The UN out of the game. NATO decided to wage war in Kosovo without the explicit authorization of any UN Security Council resolution. For the first time in such a serious matter, we are witnessing the rejection of the UN, the only international platform for conflict resolution and peacekeeping. Since the beginning of the 1990s, numerous signs suggested that the United States wanted the UN to stop playing its role. The mandate of Boutros Boutros-Ghali was not renewed, replaced as Secretary General by Kofi Annan, presumably more docile to Washington's theses, signing of the Dayton Accords. On Bosnia under the aegis, not of the United Nations, but of the United States, the same with regard to the Palestinian-Israeli Y River agreements, unilateral decision to bomb Iraq without UN authorization, etc. In fact, everything indicates that the United States does not agree with the UN, nor does it accept, in its current hegemonic situation, being held back by the legalistic procedures of the United Nations. It is thus evident that their existence throughout the 20th century, in the beginning, in the form of the League of Nations, was not due, as we believed, to an achievement of civilization, but only to the existence simultaneously of powers of comparable magnitude that, at least militarily, could not impose themselves on the others. The demise of the Soviet Union upset that balance and, for the first time in 2 centuries, one country, a hyperpower, as former French Foreign Minister Hubert Védrine called it, overwhelmingly dominates the world. The United States sees no reason to share or limit its hegemony when it can fully exercise it without anyone, not even the UN, being able to contradict it. Executed in the name of humanitarianism, these 2 transgressions, of national sovereignty and of the United Nations magisterium, pose more than one problem. For example, how to reconcile humanitarian concern with the use of force? Can there be ethical bombing, especially when numerous misfires cause hundreds of innocent victims among the civilian population? Can we speak of a just war when the military and technological disproportion between the adversaries is abysmal? In the name of what morality can the legitimate protection of the Kosovars be equated with the destruction of the Serbs? War and ecology. These questions upset most of the current social democratic leaders, former 1968ists, former Trotskyists, former Maoists, former communists, former pacifists, who belonged to the love generation and flower power, shouted "Make love, not war," sang anti-militarist songs, see Donovan, Universal Soldier, and at the time fiercely opposed the Vietnam War, a just cause by today's standards. Some European environmental leaders, in particular the German Greens, had a hard time reconciling a rabidly warlike attitude with their traditional discourse on protecting the environment. They ended up realizing that the war in Kosovo, like any war, was in itself an ecological catastrophe, destruction of oil refineries with the corresponding emissions of toxic clouds, bombing of chemical companies that polluted the rivers and annihilated the fauna, use of graphite bombs that released carcinogenic powders, or radioactive depleted uranium bombs, launching fragmentation bombs that sow thousands of devices similar to antipersonnel mines. The United States refused to sign the Ottawa Treaty that prohibited their use, fall of activated bombs in the Adriatic posing a threat to fishermen, etc. Others wonder why NATO has not intervened, alleging humanitarian reasons, in other countries that keep the population subjugated. For example, in South Sudan, in Sierra Leone, in Liberia, in the Congo, in Angola, in Western New Guinea, in Tibet, etc. Others note that sometimes humanitarianism is not exempt from the principle of double standards, as in the case of Iraq, which the United States and the United Kingdom continued to bomb daily throughout 1999, without the support of a mandate international. Finally, with regard to the right of humanitarian intervention, there are those who point out that it should not only be a right of the strongest. But how could the weak use such a right? Is it conceivable, for example, that an African country invokes that right to humanitarian intervention in a certain American country to protect blacks who are victims of human rights violations? Or that a North African country intervenes in a European state in which North African immigrants are the object of systematic discrimination? And why not ask, as some ask, the right of social intervention? Isn't it scandalous that within the European Union there are 50 million poor people? Isn't that a monstrous violation of human rights? Can it be accepted that, worldwide, 1 in 2 human beings has to live on less than €2 a day? That a billion people live in abject poverty, with France, Russia, and China are in favor for humanitarian reasons of lifting the embargo decided by the United Nations. Yet the other 2 members of the Security Council, the United States and the United Kingdom, consistently oppose it, despite the fact that the embargo has directly or indirectly caused the deaths of more than 1 million innocent civilians since 1991. Less than €1 a day? At that price, what NATO spent daily bombing Yugoslavia, that is, €60 million, would have made it possible to feed 60 million people daily. The ecosystem in danger. New fears, new threats. In the history of collectivities, says historian Jean de la Meaux, fears change, but fear persists. Until the 20th century, the great evils of humanity had their origin in nature: cold, harsh weather, floods, devastation, fires, famine, and scourges such as the plague, cholera, tuberculosis, and malaria. Syphilis. In the past, the human being lived under the constant threat of the environment. Misfortune stalked him daily. The first half of the 20th century was marked by the horrors of the Great World Wars of 1914 to 1918 and 1939 to 1945. Death on an industrial scale, exodus, massive destruction, persecution, deportation, and extermination camps. After World War II and the atomic destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945, the world lived under the threat of nuclear holocaust. A fear that gradually subsided towards the end of the Cold War and after the signing of international treaties that prohibited nuclear proliferation. Nuclear terror. But the existence of those treaties did not eliminate all the dangers. On April 26, 1986, the explosion at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant caused a recrudescence of nuclear terror. More recently, on October 1, 1999, an accident occurred at the plant in the Japanese town of Tokimura. Stunned, international public opinion discovered that, even in a country like Japan, renowned for its technical rigor, elementary security principles are violated and the health and lives of hundreds of millions of people are at risk. Following that, on October 13, 1999, we learned that the United States Senate had made the incredible decision to reject ratification of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, CTBT, against the wishes of President William Clinton. This rejection, based on petty political reasons, is exceptionally serious and constitutes a real disaster for the security of the planet, all the more so since it can be interpreted as a tacit authorization for the general resumption of nuclear tests. It violates the principle of nuclear non-proliferation 124 and delegitimizes any future pressure from Washington to stop atomic tests. The same Washington that, at the end of 2001 and despite Moscow's disagreement, denounced the 1972 treaty limiting the deployment of anti-missile missiles, ABM, in order to guard against progress in ballistics by certain countries, among the including Pakistan, Iran, and North Korea. Following this rejection by the US Senate, Russia, and China, which have not yet ratified the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, have a good pretext to carry out new tests with a view to miniaturizing their arsenals, as France did in 1995. For his part, former French Prime Minister Lionel Jospin, taking into account the ballistic weapons and weapons of mass destruction with which certain powers are equipping themselves, declared himself willing to consider the modernization and modification of the French nuclear arsenal, in order to prevent the manifestation of a threat against our vital interests, whatever its origin, near or far, nature or form. 125 Among other countries, Jospin no doubt had Pakistan in mind. Recent nuclear power, whose civilian authorities, democratically elected, had been overthrown on October 12, 1999 by the army and General Pervez Musharraf. Threats against identity. In Western Europe, the second half of the 20th century was characterized by the gradual abatement of armed conflicts and the rise of almost general prosperity. Living conditions improved markedly and life expectancy reached unprecedented heights. The day historians of mentalities ask themselves about the fears of the early 21st century, they will discover that, with the exception of terrorism, which has obsessed Western societies since September 11, 2001, the new fears are less political or military, conflicts, persecutions, wars, than of an economic and social nature: stock market crashes, hyperinflation, business bankruptcies, massive layoffs, precariousness, resurgence of poverty, as well as industrial accidents as serious as the of Minamata, Sevso, Bhopal, or Toulouse, and ecological disruption of nature, deterioration of the environment, sanitary quality of food, pollution of all kinds. They affect both the collective and the intimate, health, nutrition, and identity, artificial procreation, genetic engineering. This last aspect in particular is of increasing concern, given that the ability to manipulate the genetic heritage continues to increase. And the production of transgenic animals, cloning, the sequencing of the human genome, gene therapy, the patenting of life, the genetic detection of hereditary diseases and the use of genetic tests produce a depth concern. Let us remember that in the United States, during the 1960s and 1970s, researchers such as Dr. José Delgado, one of the strongest supporters of mind control for the sake of a psycho-civilized society, affirmed that the essential philosophical question was no longer what is man, but what kind of man should we make. Professor Marvin Minsky, one of the fathers of the computer, predicts the following: by 2035, thanks to nanotechnology, the electronic equivalent of the brain could be smaller than the tip of your finger. That means you can have as much space inside your skull as you want to implant additional systems and memories. That way, little by little, you can learn more every year, add new types of perceptions, new ways of reasoning, new ways of thinking and imagining. For his part, the American essayist Francis Fukuyama argues that over the next 2 generations, the tools that biotechnologies will give us will allow us to achieve what social engineering specialists have not. At that point, we will have definitively ended human history, because we will have abolished human beings as such. From that moment on, a new story will begin, beyond the human. Science and fiction. Since the cloning of Dolly the sheep in February 1997, it has been known that man's is about to fall. Science has surpassed fiction, to the extent that it has dwarfed the Bokanovsky procedure imagined by Aldous Huxley in his novel Brave New World. Dolly is not the result of fertilization. Her embryo was created by simply fusing the nucleus of an adult cell with the nucleated ovum of a carrier sheep. Since then, mice have been cloned in Hawaii, sheep in New Zealand and Japan, goats in the United States, and so on. In 1998, the British scientific journal The Lancet opined that, despite the moral warnings voiced around the world, the creation of human beings by cloning was inevitable, calling on the medical community to admit it out of hand once for all. In the same spirit, the media announced the birth of a new era on June 26, 2000, the date of the deciphering of the 3 billion of base pairs strung along the 23 chromosomes that make up our hereditary heritage. This discovery will make it possible to sequence the genes involved in diseases. Potentially, the benefits for humanity are enormous, since the identification of a gene responsible for an inherited disease opens the way to the discovery of a possible treatment and its cure. But we are very far from knowing the exact scope of this discovery, which can encourage dangerous fickleness. From now on, genetics offers man the possibility of embarking on a savage appropriation of the world, a modern version of slavery or the uncontrolled exploitation of natural resources, as the colonial powers demonstrated. Because patenting genes is like privatizing a common heritage of humanity, and selling the information to the pharmaceutical industry which would reserve it for a privileged few could transform this revolutionary scientific discovery into a new instrument of discrimination. 130. Towards a new eugenics? As if that were not enough, genetic engineering prefigures a new eugenics oriented towards a kind of transhumanity. Can it not be interpreted as the resurgence of the ghost of the perfect child, selected on the basis of the excellence of his genetic code? Our societies hardly dare to confess it. An unspeakable fear begins to take shape. Are we heading towards a full-fledged serialization of the human species? Towards the massive resort to hard biotechnologies? To make a kind of human or transhuman Pokemon? Is the invasion of the HGMs, the genetically modified humans, coming? Liberalism and ecology. The ongoing genetic manipulations are not the only thing that worries citizens. The ecological warnings expressed during the Earth Summit, in Rio de Janeiro in 1992, and more recently at the World Summit on Sustainable Development, held in Johannesburg in August and September 2002, have also alerted them to the inherent risks to the current looting of the planet. In the hope of appeasing these fears and with the aim of discussing measures against global warming due to the increase in greenhouse gas emissions, representatives of 150 countries met in the Japanese city of Kyoto in December 1997. Let us remember that this crucial conference was held at a time when Asia was in the throes of a succession of financial and ecological disasters. Presented for a long time by the big economic bodies, the World Bank, the IMF, the OECD, and the WTO, and the thugs of ultraliberalism as the counterexample of the failure of the Third World and the model to imitate, the old. The dragons, Hong Kong, Singapore, Taiwan, and South Korea, and the new ones, Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, and the Philippines, suffered a series of extremely serious stock market disorders in the fall of 1997. After the collapse of the Hong Kong stock market, the financial markets of the 5 continents, beginning with Wall Street, were plunged into the storm and left the specter of a crash in the international monetary system hovering over the world. The growth model based on cheap labor, an overvalued currency, extreme exports, and raising interest rates to attract international investors, speculators, within the framework of the biotech age, creatures that live in grass, bushes, forests, caves, lakes. There are 150 different ones. They are unique beings with individualized genetic characteristics. Some are very rare, others, difficult to catch. The game consists of seizing the Pokémon. After capturing them, they must be tamed and trained to carry out a species mutation. From now on they can change their appearance, metamorphose, in a word, evolve. The game uses this Darwinian concept, and acquire new skills, more powers. In the era of the biotechnological revolution, of cloning and of the invasion of GMOs, is it any wonder that this epic of good mutants fascinates children? Authoritarian politician, proved to be, after the Asian disaster of 1997, more than exemplary, dangerous. To add insult to injury, some of the countries hardest hit by the stock market typhoons, Indonesia and Malaysia, suffered ecological disasters of exceptional scale. Out of control, thousands of gigantic fires devastated more than 800,000 hectares of forest on the islands of Sumatra, Borneo, Java, and Sulawesi. Immense clouds of toxic fumes, the size of half a continent, covered cities like Kuala Lumpur with soot, which were plunged into semi-darkness, and caused serious accidents. Airbus accident, 234 dead, maritime collision, 29 dead. Massive deforestation. Needless to say, these two catastrophes, stock market and environmental, are closely linked. If it is true that the fires were due in part to the drought caused by a cyclical climatic phenomenon known as El Niño, the main reason for the disaster lies in the massive deforestation policy practiced for decades on the basis of a speculative and suicidal hyperproductivist model, focused solely on exports. In the name of an interested confusion between growth and development, the states of the North and the South persist in the systematic destruction of the natural environment. The attacks against the soil, the waters, and the atmosphere follow one another without a solution of continuity. Rampant urbanization, tropical deforestation, pollution of groundwater, seas, and rivers, climate warming, depletion of the ozone layer, acid rain, ecological disasters that endanger the future of humanity. Every year 6 million hectares of arable land disappear due to desertification. Around the world, erosion and overexploitation are depleting arable land at a rapid rate. Industrial pollution in the countries of the North and poverty in the countries of the South, deforestation, abandonment of fallow land, etc., destabilize the ecological balance. Absurd economic and political logics allow millions of human beings to continue dying of hunger. Protect biodiversity. In 2010, the world's forest cover will have decreased by more than 40% compared to 1990. By 2040, the accumulation of greenhouse gases could cause a rise in the planet's average temperature of between 1 and 2 degrees Celsius, and a rise of the level of the oceans of between 0.2 and 1.5 meters. It is not a certainty, but if we wait for scientific certainties it will be too late to act. The rise in the level of the oceans will have caused irreparable damage. Every year between 10 and 17 million hectares disappear. Deforestation destroys an irreplaceable biological heritage. Humid tropical jungles are home to 70% of animal species, 6,000 of which are wiped off the face of the planet annually. According to the IUCN, in 10 years 20% of existing species will have disappeared. The climate conference in Berlin, held in April 1995, confirmed the idea that the market is not in a position to deal with global threats to the environment. Protecting biodiversity, the variety of life, through sustainable development has become an imperative. Development is considered sustainable if it allows future generations to inherit an environment of at least equal quality to that received by preceding generations. Western countries and especially the United States, responsible for half of the carbon dioxide emissions of industrialized countries, must respect the commitments signed at the Earth Summit held in Rio de Janeiro in 1992. For the moment, they do not. If the European Union forecasts a 15% reduction in gases by 2010, the US administration intends to go back to 1990 levels in 2012 no less and establish negotiable pollution permits as of 2008. President George W. Bush has been even more negative, since one of the first measures adopted by his administration, to the great scandal of the international chancelleries, was the denunciation of the Kyoto Treaty. For their part, many governments in the South refuse to accept that the degradation of ecosystems has tragic consequences for all of humanity. However, it is clear that we will not be able to relieve the planet without a collective effort. Both in the North and in the South, the time has come to abandon the model of development that we have followed for centuries, to the great misfortune of the Earth and its inhabitants. Catastrophes of an unknown amplitude. This attitude is characteristic of current selfishness, which stimulates globalization. Because globalization is also the ecological plundering of the Earth. A destruction that causes chain consequences. From Mozambique to Venezuela, from China to Turkey, from Mexico to India, catastrophes and cataclysms, floods and earthquakes have occurred in recent years on an unprecedented scale. Thousands of deaths, billions of euros in damage and unimaginable ecological disasters, devastated forests, decimated fauna, lost crops, polluted water, ruined arable land. In developed countries better protected against natural calamities as a general rule, the climatic disturbances have also been felt dramatically. Just think of Eastern Europe, hit in December 1999 by two real hurricanes that caused hundreds of deaths and colossal and unprecedented damage, and left the population of certain regions shocked. Those same developed countries, which thought they were protected from the disasters of the South, have also suffered an endless succession of new ecological disorders that are beginning to sow panic. Without going any further, let us remember what has happened in Europe in the course of the last 2 years. Annus horribilis. To begin with, the hair-raising oil slick that swept the French Atlantic coast in December 1999. Caused by the sinking of the oil tanker Erika, chartered by the Total company, it caused the death of thousands of birds, endangered hundreds of businesses, ruined several of the most beautiful regions of the country, and caused the carcinogenic contamination of all the volunteers who participated in cleaning the beaches. Other catastrophes, the successive floods of the Somme, in the north of France, and the innumerable problems related to food contamination, discovery of the use of human excrement for the production of animal meal intended for feeding animals for human consumption and fish for hatchery, new cases of mad cows, chickens with dioxins, Coca-Cola can contamination, proliferation of GMOs, contaminated mineral water bottles, multiplication of fatal cases due to the consumption of cheeses or sausages with listeria, etc. In the name of an erroneous conception of development, most northern states continue to practice a frantically productive policy that abuses pesticides and pollutants, to the detriment of traditional and organic agriculture. Meanwhile, many states in the South, unaware or powerless, continue to tolerate the systematic destruction of the natural environment. Throughout the world, all kinds of excesses and attacks against soil, water, the atmosphere, and the health of human beings take place. Galloping urbanization, tropical deforestation, pollution of seas and rivers, climate warming, depletion of the ozone layer, acid rains, etc. By their very excess, ecological disasters currently constitute a danger to the future of humanity. New plague. The plague, wrote Antonin Artaud, is the manifestation of a fund of latent cruelty that unites in an individual or in a people all the perverse possibilities of the spirit. Like the plague, the foot and mouth disease epizootic that swept through the British countryside in the spring of 2001 also revealed a background of latent cruelty and many perversions of the spirit. Because epidemics, as all historians confirm, are not only the cause, but also the consequence of a specific historical moment. So it is no coincidence that, in an England that had been serving as a laboratory for ultraliberalism for more than 20 years, the medieval glare of the bonfires where hundreds of thousands of animals burned uselessly multiplied and cries of despair and fear rose. Unfortunately for British citizens, this nightmarish reality came to crown a winter 2000 to 2001 prodigal in calamities, mad cows, floods, regions isolated by snow and without electricity, railway catastrophes, etc. And no divine curse, no conspiracy of fate explains such a disaster. The decisions that favored these dramas were made very consciously and obeying specific dogmas, extracted from the neoliberal catechism. The explosive expansion of the foot and mouth disease epizootic was due to the desire for profitability, which pushed operators to reduce costs and, consequently, safety, in order to increase their profit margins. In the name of deregulation, throughout the 1980s the governments of Margaret Thatcher turned their backs on the principle of prevention and ended up dismantling the National Veterinary Network. As if that were not enough, in 1991, in order to save €1 billion and favor exports, another disastrous decision was made, to prohibit the vaccination of animals. These two measures, characteristic of productive agriculture, created the conditions for the epizootic. And they forced to fight against its spread, since it is still prohibited to resort to the advances of Pastorian medicine, with archaic means, inspired by Hippocrates' maxim, I quote, lunge, late, immediately, far, for a long time, applied since ancient times to all epidemics. Adopted in the name of agriculture without frontiers, these measures in fact established a rigorous and paradoxical protectionism. Because an evidence had been forgotten, viruses do not know borders either. In the era of globalization, they move with a fluidity only comparable to that of capital movements. Guilty competition. The obsession of competitiveness, the unbridled race to obtain thicker and less expensive specimens are also at the origin of the mad cow disease. All the investigations show that there is a link between certain alterations in the manufacturing process of English animal meals and the appearance of the prion. In 1981, British manufacturers skipped a stage in the manufacturing process, they lowered the temperature, to save energy. And eliminated solvents, to save raw materials. These two modifications prevented the eradication of the prion and facilitated its development. The same logic led British governments to multiply privatizations after 1979. The sale of the railway network to the private sector was completed in 1994. Since then, successive accidents have caused 56 deaths and 730 injuries. The media accuse new entrants of sacrificing security to increase profits and please shareholders. Did anything change in 1997, with the coming to power of Tony Blair and Labour? Nothing essential. His social democratic third way has proved to be a simple variant. Under his mandate, the item of public spending within the gross domestic product is the lowest in the last 40 years. England offers the most violent social contrasts in Europe. The discreet privatization of public education has continued to advance. By raising college enrollment fees, Blair introduced selection based on money. When it comes to healthcare, a study by the World Health Organization places the United Kingdom at the bottom of the European Union. Inequalities between the richest and the poorest have increased. More than 5 million Britons live in absolute poverty. Close to half of salaried women work part-time. A quarter of the child population lives below the poverty line. Britain has the largest number of poor children of any industrialized country. Unkept promises. These new fears, particularly those related to mad cow disease and GMOs, are also born of disappointment, disenchantment with technical advances. The usefulness of scientific progress has ceased to be evident to the extent that its findings have been absorbed by the economic field and instrumentalized by companies eager to take advantage of them. The confusion between the public interest and industrial interests has been settled in favor of the latter on too many occasions. In the last 20 years, the rise of neoliberalism, the adoration of the market, the reappearance of situations of great precariousness and the worsening of social inequalities have contributed to reinforcing the feeling that technical progress has not fulfilled its promise of improving the lot of collective. No one is unaware that the institutions, parliaments, governments, and experts, that were supposed to guarantee security have failed in their mission time and time again, and in particular in the case of mad cow disease, which revealed their lack of foresight and negligence. In addition, the public authorities have made it a habit to compromise the collective destiny without consulting the interested parties, who are none other than the citizens, to the detriment of the democratic pact. Consequences: a tenacious suspicion has taken hold of consciences, which feel a growing reluctance to delegate to these responsible the power to compromise collective fate by authorizing practices based on risky and insufficiently verified scientific innovations. The sorcerer's apprentices of neoscientism have to face a new mistrust. Silent pests. Spectacular revelations about a number of silent plagues have in hindsight demonstrated the tragic incompetence of authorities and experts. We are referring not only to the case of contaminated blood, but also to that of asbestos, which in France causes about 10,000 deaths of workers a year. Or that of nosocomial infections, that is, those contracted during a stay in a hospital, which cause another 10,000 deaths per year. 139. Or that of air pollution, 60% due to road traffic, which in France causes a whopping 17,000 premature deaths every year. Or that of dioxin, a carcinogenic product emitted by household waste incinerators, which causes between 1,800 and 5,200 deaths per year. It is enough to read the report on the epizootic of bovine spongiform encephalopathy, BSE, made public in the United Kingdom on October 26, 2000 to understand the distrust of European societies regarding beef. Disregarding the laws of nature and the most elementary principles of precaution, aberrant measures were adopted, backed by experts. Then, when it became clear that the disease was spreading and spreading to humans, lies and subterfuge followed. As expected, the delays, evasions and denials, together with the irresponsible attitude of the authorities, ended up producing in the British population the feeling of having been deceived. Taking into account that the behavior of the governments of the rest of Europe was not different, why shouldn't all the citizens of the Union show the same distrust? Especially when they confirm, in France without going any further, that the commercialization of transgenic corn varieties is authorized, no matter how. It is a genetically modified organism. And it is not that citizens, legitimately concerned about the priority granted by public authorities to economic groups and corporatist selfishness to the detriment of the common good and general interest, cherish the hope of absolute security or zero risk. However, defining acceptable risk should be everyone's business and not just the experts. The pit of inequalities. We knew that the ditch of inequalities had deepened in the course of the two ultra-liberal decades, 1979 to 2001, But could we imagine to what extent? Because the truth is that the 3 richest people in the world have a fortune greater than the sum of the gross domestic products of the 48 poorest countries, that is, a quarter of all the states on the globe. In more than 70 countries, income per inhabitant is lower than it was 20 years ago. On a global scale, almost 3 billion people, half of humanity, live on less than €2 a day. The abundance of goods reaches unprecedented levels, but the number of those who lack shelter, work, and enough food is constantly increasing. About a third of the 4.5 billion inhabitants of developing countries do not have access to drinking water. 1/5 of children do not consume enough protein calories. And some 2 billion individuals, a third of humanity, suffer from anemia. Is it a fatality? Absolutely. According to the United Nations, 4% of the wealth accumulated by the 225 largest fortunes in the world would be enough to cover the basic needs, food, drinking water, education, and health, of the entire population of the globe. Subsidizing the universal satisfaction of health and nutritional needs would cost only €13 billion, little more than what the citizens of the United States and the European Union spend annually on perfumes. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the 50th anniversary of which we celebrated in December 1998, establishes the following: everyone has the right to a standard of living sufficient to guarantee his health, his well-being and that of his family, especially with regard to food, clothing, housing, healthcare, and necessary social services. However, these rights are increasingly inaccessible to a large part of humanity. Geopolitics of hunger. Take, for example, the right to food. It cannot be said that food is scarce. Food has never been more plentiful, and supplies should allow each of the 6 billion people on the planet to have at least 2,700 calories a day. But it is not enough to produce food. It is also necessary that all human groups can buy and consume them. And, of course, that is not the case. 30 million people die of hunger every year. And 800 million suffer from chronic malnutrition. There is nothing irremediable about that either. The ravages caused by the weather are usually predictable. When given the opportunity to intervene, humanitarian organizations such as Action contre la faim, Action Against Hunger, can tackle an incipient famine in a matter of weeks. Yet famine continues to decimate entire populations. Why? Because it has become a political weapon. At present, there is no random famine. Unscrupulous leaders or organizations, deprived of a source of income by the end of the Cold War, practice a genuine strategy of hunger. As Sylvie Brunel writes, it is no longer the enemy peoples, the peoples to be conquered, those subjected to hunger, but the very populations of those who want to capture for their own benefit that new bicoca of conflicts that are the media projectors and their corollary, the unleashing of international compassion, an inexhaustible source of money, food, and public forums to present their demands. 144. In Somalia, in Sudan, in Liberia, in North Korea, in Burma, or in Afghanistan, government officials or warlords kidnap populations and starve them to achieve political objectives. Sometimes with unprecedented cruelty, as in Sierra Leone, where the men of the Rebel United Front, RUF, led by former Corporal Fode Sanko, carried out a chilling campaign of terror for years, systematically amputating the hands of peasants to prevent them from cultivating. At present, the role of climate in great famines is marginal, it is man who starves his fellow man. Known for his work, in which he shows that the policies of certain rulers can cause the population to starve even when food is plentiful, Professor Amartya Sen, winner of the Nobel Prize in Economics in 1998, states the following: one of the most remarkable thing about the terrible history of famine is that there has never been a serious famine in any country with a democratic form of government and a relatively free press. Contrary to neoliberal theses, Professor Sen believes that the leading role in achieving the welfare of society corresponds to the state, not the market. A state that is sensitive to the needs of all its citizens and at the same time feels responsible, on a planetary scale, for the development of all humanity. Fear of disease. 100 years ago, scientists and doctors were optimistic about the bright health future predicted by progress in hygiene and the Pasteur revolution. Unquestionably, the world has made progress in improving collective health, but its progress is obscured by the existence of the most outrageous of scandals, the gross inequalities in access to health care. More than 1 billion people, said Gro Harlem Brundtland, Director General of the WHO, will enter the 21st century without having benefited from the health revolution. Their life is short and marked by disease. 146. In addition, the gap between rich and poor countries continues to widen in terms of access to available medicines and research into treatments for non-existent diseases or with low incidence in developed countries. Among the main threats that will affect the health of human beings throughout the 21st century are cardiovascular diseases, largely related to metabolic disorders, hypercholesterolemia, obesity, diabetes, etc., which are expanding due to generalization of the Western way of life, that is, high-fat diet and lack of physical exercise. But infectious diseases will be of growing importance, claiming tens of millions of lives every year, especially in the South. However, since the planet has become a village, there will be a boomerang effect and the return to developed countries of diseases endemic to poor countries. A third of the deaths that occurred worldwide last year were caused by serious infectious diseases such as tuberculosis, AIDS, cholera, childhood diarrheal disorders, malaria, etc. The rapid increase in world population, and in particular the growth of gigantic cities around which a universe of marginalized, immigrant and excluded people has been formed, favors the emergence and re-emergence of diseases. On the other hand, globalization accelerates the spread of infections. Today diseases travel, as do resistant bacteria. In the past, there was only a health risk where it arose, while today diseases spread with extraordinary speed. Thanks to globalization, germs travel at the speed of airplanes. Germs adapted to the living conditions of a resistant population can spread within poorly prepared and highly vulnerable populations. Viruses, which also circulate at charter and tourist speeds, spread cholera, yellow fever, dengue, influenza, and, unfortunately, AIDS. Geography of AIDS. AIDS is currently among the 10 leading causes of death in the world. And given the growth in HIV infection rates, it could become one of the top 5 causes of death worldwide. In the world there are currently about 36 million carriers of the AIDS virus, HIV, of which more than 24 million live in Africa. Most of them will die in the next 10 years and will have to join the 14 million Africans that the disease has killed to date. By the end of 2001, around 18 million people, adults and children, had died of AIDS since the onset of the disease. In 2001 alone, 2.5 million died. About 95% of new infections occur in the Third World, among people who do not have any means to stop the development of the disease, which portends that the number of deaths will increase in the coming years. It is estimated that in 2001 alone there were 5,600,000 newly infected, of which 570,000 were children under 15 years of age, 90% African, which is equivalent to about 15,000 daily infections. In Eastern and Southern Africa, 90% of infected people are unaware that they are infected. Around the world, around 11.5 million children are orphans of AIDS. 80% of them live in Africa. 55% of infected adults in sub-Saharan Africa are women, and a 15 to 19-year-old African girl is 5 to 6 times more likely to be HIV positive than for boys of the same age. The steepest curve of HIV infection obtained worldwide corresponds to the newly independent states of the former Soviet Union, which saw their seropositive population double between 1997 and 2000. In Eastern Europe, the number of infected has increased by more than a third and is now around 360,000 people. In Asia, at the end of 2001, about 7 million people were carriers of the virus, that is, 5 times more than the number of deaths from AIDS on the continent up to that date. It is estimated that in China, although the authorities hide it, there are already several million infected, and there has been an increase in intravenous drug use using shared syringes, which raises fears of an explosion in the number of infected. On the other hand, the prevention programs developed in India, Thailand, and the Philippines have favored a decrease or a fragile stabilization of the number of people carrying the virus. Planetary whip. The scourge of AIDS has progressed day after day for 2 decades, gradually ruining the hopes of those who hope to stop the disease after the discovery of the killer virus, HIV. In 1993, World Bank experts estimated that the number of infected people worldwide would rise to 26 million people in 2000. By then, the virus would kill about 1,800,000 patients annually. This forecast was criticized as pessimistic. However, reading the WHO reports, it can be seen that, unfortunately, the World Bank experts fell short and that the AIDS epidemic has spread faster and has caused more victims than expected. All the researchers confirm that the countries of the South concentrate the vast majority, around 95% of people infected with HIV. And there is no doubt that this proportion will increase, to the extent that the rate of infection increases in countries where poverty and inadequate health systems, health services and the resources allocated to anticipation and care favor the spread of the virus. Sub-Saharan Africa and developing Asian countries, which together account for less than 10% of GNP, are home to 89% of HIV-positive people. Only the countries of Black Africa concentrate 70% of the total cases, or, what is the same, 24 million infected. Average life expectancy in sub-Saharan Africa has dropped 7 years because of AIDS. In the 9 most affected countries, those in which more than 10% of the adult population is HIV positive, life expectancy has decreased by 10 years. AIDS has already killed more lives than all the conflicts and all the wars of the last 10 years combined. Most of the infected people in the countries of the South will die in the next 10 years. They will leave behind broken families. But, beyond the individual and family dramas, there is no doubt that the epidemic will end up causing profound socio-economic and political destabilization. To date, the development prospects of certain countries are nil. In some southern African countries, Uganda, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Botswana, Malawi, 1 in 5 people between the ages of 15 and 49 is HIV positive. In the continent as a whole, the population affected by the epidemic, counting children and dependent parents of infected people, exceeds 180 million. As it spreads, AIDS monopolizes public and private resources, destabilizes economic production, depletes savings, exacerbates poverty, and spreads misery. In Kenya, for example, economic output is estimated to have fallen by 14.5% due to the effects of the epidemic in 2005. In the same year, Ethiopia will have to spend 33% of its budget on treatment and care for its AIDS patients. Kenya, almost 50%. And Zimbabwe, more than 60%. The plague of the poor. Faced with such a panorama, international solidarity is laughable because it is simply insufficient. In practice, no decisive step is taken to organize a common struggle. A fight in which money and advances in diagnostics and therapeutics from industrialized countries come to the aid of the most dispossessed patients on the planet. The dream of a globalization of the fight against AIDS has no signs of becoming a reality. Who will mobilize in developed countries to stop a plague that mainly affects the poor inhabitants of the countries of the South? The sum dedicated worldwide to the fight against AIDS between 1990 and 1997 only increased from 165 to 273 million euros, while the number of infected more than tripled in the same period, going from 9,800,000 people to 30,300,000. According to the United Nations Common Programme on HIV/AIDS, UNAIDS, the amounts released by the development aid agencies of the countries of the North per infected person between 1988 and 1997 fell by more than 50% in absolute value. The cost of preventing the spread of AIDS in the countries of the South ranges between €1.30 and €3.50 per person per year, while basic treatment costs more than €7 per person per year. And, of course, the cost of effective treatment of an AIDS-infected patient is astronomically higher. According to the World Bank, the total sum needed for the prevention of AIDS in Africa fluctuates between €1,000 and €2,300,000. However, Africa currently only receives €160 million of official aid for the fight against AIDS. International action against this disease represents less than 1% of the annual public aid budgets for development in rich countries. AIDS dramatically symbolizes the gap between rich and poor countries in access to treatment. For the latter, the problem is threefold: the prohibitive cost of short treatments, fluctuations in the supply of medicines, and insufficient research on diseases that only affect the poorest countries. The cost of treatments makes them inaccessible to the vast majority of patients. In Thailand, for example, the monthly cost of a triple therapy is €675, when a worker in the tertiary sector earns an average of €120 per month. In Kenya, the cost of the first 2 weeks of treatment for meningitis associated with the AIDS virus is €800, while the average salary does not exceed €130. Because, in the era of liberal globalization, not all individuals are the same when it comes to AIDS, just as they are not the same for the rest. The rich and the poor do not have access to the same health care. For the most part, the latter continue to die, while the former benefit from a saving breath. Although the prospects of discovering a preventive vaccine seem increasingly distant, the context has changed since 1996. In some northern countries, the use of new molecules that inhibit the protease of the virus, associated with reverse transcriptase inhibitors, has reduced mortality by 60% in 4 years. Indeed, the discovery of triple therapy and the efficacy of new combinations of antiretroviral treatments, added to prevention measures, have made it possible to stop the spread of the disease in developed countries. In Western Europe, for example, the number of new annual AIDS cases rose steadily until 1994, when it reached 25,000. Since then, thanks to the effectiveness of new treatments, it has progressively declined to below 15,000 in 1997. And the number of deaths caused by AIDS fell by 80% in 4 years thanks to the introduction of polytherapy. In the United States, the decline has been no less spectacular. Statistics put the reduction in the number of deaths from AIDS between the first half of 1996 and 1997 at 40%. All epidemiological indicators show that in industrialized countries AIDS is on the way to becoming a chronic but rarely fatal viral disease. Wars and AIDS. While AIDS begins an ebb movement in rich countries, the epidemic tide continues to submerge developing countries. Infection and death rates continue to rise rapidly in most countries in Eastern Europe, Asia, and Central and Southern Africa, as well as some in Latin America, Peru, Venezuela, Colombia, Argentina, and Chile. Neither the countries of the North nor the pharmaceutical companies do much to remedy such an imbalance. The pharmaceutical industry owes a debt to AIDS patients, and it should pay it, says an official from an organization fighting AIDS. For 15 years, laboratories have made enormous profits on our lives. Today, when the epidemic transforms itself in the countries of the North and explodes in those of the South, they refuse to change their strategies and resist. Distribute the new molecules, which are the last hope of patients with whom all treatments have failed. Kofi Annan, Secretary General of the UN, urges the Security Council, precisely because it is the body in charge of maintaining peace, to make the international fight against AIDS an immediate priority. For Peter Pyatt, Director of UNAIDS, conflicts and HIV are as close as devilish twins. According to James Wolfensohn, President of the World Bank, with AIDS, we are facing a war that is more debilitating than the war itself. And, if every war requires a war fund, the one provided by the international community is null. All these statements warn about the consequences of the current laissez-faire. Where it prevails, AIDS destabilizes economies, breeds poverty, and fuels war, and war, in turn, with its abuses, violations, and disorders, facilitates the spread of the epidemic. Another world is possible. Dispossessed of voice and alternatives for too long, more and more citizens are exclaiming from one end of the planet to the other, enough. Stop accepting liberal globalization as a fatality. Enough of allowing the market to supplant democratically elected representatives. Enough of seeing the world transformed into merchandise. Enough of enduring, of resigning oneself, of submitting. An embryo of international civil society, which brings together dozens of NGOs, groups of associations, unions, and networks from numerous countries, has begun to take shape. Throughout the 1990s, the phenomenon of globalization and the laxity of political leaders caused a profound change in power. The real owners of the world are no longer those who hold the appearance of political power, but those who control the financial markets, the planetary media groups, the information highways, the computer industries and genetic technologies. Under the supervision of this planetary watchdog council, a kind of world directory or real government of the world has been established, whose four main actors are the IMF, the World Bank, the OECD, and the WTO. Following the example of the hyper-industrialized states of yesteryear, such as the Soviet Union, large private groups today exploit the environment with disproportionate means and plunder the riches of nature, which are the common heritage of humanity. And they do it without scruples or restraint. Exacerbating the ecological crisis here and there, multiplying high-intensity pollution, accelerating the effect. Greenhouse, spreading desertification, causing black tides, spreading new pandemics, AIDS, Ebola virus, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, etc. Indifferent to democratic debate and immune to universal suffrage, these informal powers de facto govern the planet and sovereignly decide the destiny of its inhabitants without any counterpower allowing them to correct, amend, or reject their decisions. Well, the traditional counterpowers, parliaments, parties, the media, are either very local or very complicit. This being the case, who more who less confusedly feels the need for a global civic counterpower that acts as a counterweight to this planetary executive. Taking up the flag of international protest, today's rebels who have expressed themselves in Seattle, Washington, Prague, Davos, Quebec, Genoa, Barcelona, and Porto Alegre have begun to build it. In a certain way, they are trying to lay the first stone of a new space of world representation, whose central position should correspond to international civil society. Because the generalized commodification of words and things, of bodies and minds, of nature and culture, causes a worsening of inequalities. Although the global production of staple foods is equivalent to more than 110% of the needs of the planet's population, 30 million people still die of hunger annually and more than 800 million suffer from malnutrition. In 1960, the richest 20% of the world's population had an income 30 times higher than that of the poorest 20%. Today, the income of the rich is 82 times higher. Of the 6 billion inhabitants of the planet, barely 500 million live comfortably, while 5,500 million are in need. More than 1,200 million people, that is, a fifth of humanity, have less than €1 a day to dress, stay, move, take care of themselves and feed themselves. Is it any wonder that the demand for justice and equality, which crosses the long history of humanity like a swell, has resurfaced with force in our time? All the more so since new dangers do not stop appearing. Because, although the concentration of capital and power had already accelerated tremendously during the last 20 years due to the information technology revolution, the truth is that the new genetic techniques for manipulating life herald a new leap forward in this beginning of the millennium. In particular, after the announcement in Washington, on June 26, 2000, of the almost complete deciphering of the human genome, or, what amounts to the same thing, of the 3,000 millions of bases, or elementary links of our genetic heritage. Researchers are now applying themselves to the study of the tens of thousands of genes contained in DNA, which constitute both the biological memory of our species and the foundation of the medicine of the future. When we know their functions, we will be able to obtain new drugs and new forms of gene and cell therapies. This perspective revolutionizes the strategies of the pharmaceutical industry and raises ethical and commercial controversies. New Eldorado for post-gene investors. Our own genes today represent a potential source of substantial profits for those who have cracked them. The exploitation of the human genome for commercial purposes and the generalization of the patenting of life open up new prospects for the expansion of capitalism. Faced with these new threats, citizens, after having obtained political and then social rights, demand a new generation of rights, this time collective: the right to a preserved nature, the right to an uncontaminated environment, the right to the city, the right to peace, the right to information, the right to childhood, the right to development of peoples. At present it is inconceivable that the incipient civil society is not better represented in the next great international negotiations in which problems related to the environment, health, financial arrogance, humanitarianism, cultural diversity, genetic manipulation, etc. Because if we want to change the world, we have to start thinking about building a different future. We can no longer be content with a planet in which 1 billion people live in prosperity while the other 5 billion survive in appalling misery. Those 5 billion citizens are represented each year at the World Social Forum in Porto Alegre, which is simply the assembly of the people of the planet. Of the people, of the towns, of civil societies. It is the first time that, represented by thousands of associations and NGOs, people have decided to meet in one place, Porto Alegre, to publicly express how they are suffering because of liberal globalization. It is the meeting of people who are humiliated, who have no housing, no medicine, no job, no drinking water, and who also do not have the respect of their own rulers. In Porto Alegre the marginalized, the excluded from the planet, the condemned of globalization meet. It is an absolutely innovative event. And those marginalized and excluded are discovering that they can come together, they discover the joy of being together, and they also discover that their meeting amazes and impresses the world. Of economic horror. Well, the time has come to found a new economy, more supportive, based on the principle of sustainable development, and that has the human being as its central concern. And the first step to achieve this is to disarm the financial power. During the last 2 decades, economic ultraliberalism has continued to shrink the territory of the political and worryingly reduce the perimeter of democracy. The dismantling of financial power requires a significant tax on capital income and, very especially, on speculative transactions on the exchange markets, Tobin tax. Point 149. It is also necessary to boycott, suffocate, and suppress tax havens, areas in which bank secrecy prevails and that serve to conceal embezzlement and other crimes of financial crime. It is also necessary to devise a new distribution of work and income, within a plural economy in which the market will only occupy part of the space, with a supportive sector and more leisure time. Establish an unconditional and universal basic salary, granted to each individual from birth, regardless of their family or professional status, and obeying the revolutionary principle that every human being has the right to that living salary for the simple fact of living, and not to live. The implementation of this salary is based on the idea that the productive capacity of a society is the result of all the scientific and technical knowledge accumulated by previous generations. The unconditional basic salary would be the heritage of that common heritage and could be extended to all of humanity, since today the equitably distributed world product would be enough to guarantee a decent life for all the inhabitants of the planet. To this end, it is necessary to return the countries of the South to their rightful place, putting an end to structural adjustment policies, cancelling most of its public debt, increasing development aid and accepting that development does not adopt the ecologically unsustainable model of the North, promoting economies based on the country's own resources, promoting fair trade, investing massively in education, housing, and health, demanding the protection of indigenous minorities, facilitating access to drinking water for the 1,500 million people who lack it, establishing, especially in the North, social and environmental protection clauses on imported products that guarantee decent working conditions for wage earners in the South, as well as the protection of the natural environment. Other urgencies should be added to this program to change the world: the International Criminal Court, the emancipation of women on a planetary scale, the creation of an international authority that guarantees citizens not to be contaminated by lies from the mass media, establish the precautionary principle in environmental matters and against all genetic manipulation, etc. Utopias until yesterday, converted into concrete political objectives for this 21st century that is beginning. Finish. Wars of the 21st Century: New Fears, New Threats. Ignacio Ramonet.